He's the big one that I'm looking at where, you know, Zhao, he's like 9.8 KMR, 10 KMR, played it. Several TIs, been here forever, but Miposhka's a guy who's been digging and digging and digging through like tier 2 teams for years and years.
Yellow Submarines, Comanches, all these tier 2 Eastern European teams, and now he's here in the grand finals. It's a beautiful story.
It really is. I think a lot of people might remember the miracle run that Empire had at TI7, but they had to play with the stand-in because their carry was not there. That was Miposhka's squad right there. And they still came top 8, which is absolute credit to being able to lead a team that has a fresh stand-in to be able to take it that far, and here he is. He seems also having the mindset of, you know what, I don't care about this all the shebang about this grand finals. I'm just gonna focus on the Dota gods.
Yeah.
He's just full focus on the games.
He comes across whenever there's an interview, you know, very calm. He's got a very good head on his shoulders, and I think something that we've kind of commented on when we see Spirit win these matches or come back, they don't show a lot of emotion. They're kind of like, for them, it's like the job isn't done until they win TI itself. So there really is this kind of team effort that is always focused on the next game that they have to play.
Yeah, we heard it yesterday in a winner's interview as well. And the focus is, yeah, we just play a Dota game with friends, and we just focus on the game. And once we're in it, money doesn't matter.
A counter-argument for all the pressure that's on Team Spirit, I would say even that they reached grand finals.
Yes.
4 of them haven't been on a TI before.
Yeah.
Like, how much pressure can you... Obviously, it's a lot, but at the same time, you're living the dream, you're enjoying yourself, and the momentum that they've got because of that, I think is going to be a huge tailwind for them. Meanwhile, PSG LGD, they have a couple of accomplished stars, and I think the pressure is actually on them.
Yeah, there can definitely be said, a lot of things said for the pressure on PSG LGD. Nothing to say is here playing his first international, by the way, also potential for that Royal Roader. And this team has got all the pressure of an entire region. Can they bring it home for their country is the question. We're finding out. The draft is right around the corner.
Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. Grand Finals, Game 1.
Hello everyone, welcome to the draft panel of the Grand Finals of TI10. I have here with me Seb and No-Tail. And I just want to start off with a question. I mean, Team Spirit, they've had this amazing run. They have a lot of momentum, but LGD, they've seen more Team Spirit's games. Which ones would you guys prefer going into the finals?
What do you mean going?
Like the momentum or having more information, because Team Spirit had to play more games.
I would have to say, looking at both teams, LGD should be very comfortable, learning more, knowing more, having nothing to be afraid of. But if anyone could shake their boots, it should probably be Spirit, because you see the momentum, you see you see your Toro, and you see how they're feeling themselves as well, which I think is the only type of Dota, or the closest type of Dota to also go into such an organized and experienced drafting team. It's going to be very hard to surprise them, and it's going to be very hard to throw them on the back foot, but I would say Team Spirit's the one who could do it.
And it's already starting. I mean, the draft here, the information is that LGD chose first pick and Team Spirit went Radiant. It is their bread and butter, the Radiant on Team Spirit. I mean, it has been, you know, dominating the tournament so far, and Team Spirit is one of the teams that abuses the most, the Radiant side. LGD, they are doing the same that they did against Secret yesterday. First pick domination, they had it both games and they made it work twice. They get it again, but this time around they did not get the Tiny from Team Spirit, which was a big theme. And it's also a big message, right? Because Team Spirit just beat Tiny Lycan against Secret, but now they play against potentially the LGD's Tiny, and they don't want to deal with it. Does it have anything to do with the bans that LGD went for, or are they, you know, switching gear? We'll see. With first pick, and
now they get the normal ET versus the IO, which a lot of people would prefer. And the way you might maybe want to deal with this is now try and get a hero that protects versus the ET coming to your lane. It could have been the Monkey, it could have even been the Tiny, and here you go, an Ursa instead. This is just to protect the IO and make it stronger. Actually give it purpose on the lane, Because if not this, ET and Tide could, there's so many lanes that you could go into. If they pick this casual gyrocopter, I think the lane could be atrocious for them.
I think there's a little bit of a tournament meta thing, right? Because teams, when they pick the out, they've been banning out the Ursa against them in the second phase. I think Ursa, one of the few agility carries that can match up against Outer Titan, you know? You have the ultimate to get through. Exactly.
Yeah.
He can't man up on the lane. Even he can't, his
Rage
aura
is
doesn't
great
pierce to
versus
enrage.
aura. Exactly, you can't get close to him. It's a lot of counter.
And one thing to mention here is how both teams covered really well the Magnus angle. Think about it, like they open the Wisp, then they go into ET Tide. Tide is considered a very good hero into Magnus just because of how the team fight happens, right? The Ravage covers the Skewer back because the Ravage is such a big AoE spell that you're gonna fight wherever you want with Tide. Obviously the Kraken Shell against the Magnus RP and stuns, it's really hard for Magnus to fight into Tide because you either RP his teammates and he's gonna counter initiate with Ravage, or you RP the Tide and he's gonna get the Ravage off anyway. So you're kind of setting up the Tide for a great Ravage as Magnus, right? So LGD, Team Spirit, sorry, they go for this Tide, kind of making the Magnus second pick, like 8th pick, instead of the Ursa really hard for LGD to go for. And this is one of the first games on the main stage, I think, where Magnus has been completely ignored by both teams. And these two teams have crushed games with Magnus.
They decide to still ban it now, which of course is still going to be good, and especially going to be good with the Ursa. I wonder if they're going to look at it. There's a Yatoro hero, I don't know if we've seen. Has he played TA safe lane yet?
No, but maybe he had, actually,
Like
maybe in the group stage, but he does play it for sure.
Yeah. And this is why I think now LGD is thinking really hard about. It's like, what are they gonna pick that's gonna mess with our strategy and potentially our win condition? I think they want this Ursa to stay as a win condition, but there's also heroes in Dota that can make it really annoying. Teamfight is also something of it. Like Tide can be good versus Ursa later on in the game. Like this whole scaling and how you want to fight, Tide can be overwhelming quite often. It's why it's also one of the top heroes of this tournament. But yeah, I'm looking for the Yatoro TA this game so far. I want to see it.
So what I've seen from the start of the draft, we have pretty strong lanes coming out from IO Ursa, and there's a lot of team fight coming out from Team Spirit. Is it something that you guys think about, like how you want to match the team fight? Is that something important for LGD right now?
I think for both these teams, it is important. These teams excel at team fighting. I think they think about it a lot, drafting-wise. They have proven every game. You know, these are the Mag Wyvern teams, the ET Magnus. Like, these are heroes that are really excel at the 5-on-5. They abuse positioning, they abuse vision. These teams are, you know, the finest teams at doing so. So, of course, they both do think about it. A lot of other things can happen in the Dota game. It's such a complex game. So there's the team fight part, there's the scaling part, there's also the laning phase,
so
the
Ursa,
timings.
for example, you will need these timings in this game to actually be able to enter these fights, because if this is an Ursa who's behind and you're playing against ET Tide, all of a sudden it looks super overwhelming. It looks like your heroes are really trash. But if you actually get Ursa to the point where he needs to get, he can destroy the enemy. He can go in first. He can do so much for his team, be a front line, like do all these things, Roche at minute 10.
He will play with Aegis into Tide, and now it's a very different way to play the fight, right? Ursa's just going on Tide. He has Aegis. Tide doesn't want to click Ravage. The whole team fight changes completely. This is why if they can get the Ursa to his timings, he can break a Tide. If they can't, and these things are going to be decided with the second phase that is coming up. They're also going to be decided with the laning setup. And I do also want to mention how these two teams, in my opinion, are probably the two best laning teams of the tournament also. They will punish each other's for every opening that they're gonna, you know, every angle they're gonna expose, they will punish each other's.
So the Ursa timing, is that something you'd like to see, like LGD, should they commit the rest of their draft towards making that timing stronger? I think we were talking on the panel yesterday about Secret. They sort of went with some, I don't know, some Wyvern Magnus, but they didn't commit to making that strategy work.
I think Secret's early Roche and early timing strategies were some of the fastest and strongest and well executed of the tournament. Ursa was a big part of it. Enchantress with TA was also another way to see it. Tidehunter would like the game to be a little bit slower. Like if Dota starts happening in minute 15 to 18, you got your 1-2 items, you're very happy. Ursa doesn't allow that to happen. He might be going Roche at minute 9. He might be going Roche at minute 12. These things speed up the game and force them to maybe address that in the draft. If they can't address it really hard in the lane to slow down this Roche happening.
I want to mention how you see LGD's approach on the second phase, right? As Johan mentioned, like they banned the Troll, they banned the PA, they banned the TB. They're banning what they think. Yeah, they're banning what they think is gonna scale into the Ursa. I do want to mention the Lion pick, which I think is really strong, really powerful. First of all, it does not expose their draft, and yesterday we talked a lot about first pick versus second pick, which is now like second pick, meaning Team Spirit, they are past the danger zone because now they get to react twice. With picking this Lion, first of all, it gives actually Tide a better lane against Ursa. It's going to negate the pressure, the aggression from Ursa on the lane. And Lion Hex actually is one of the best tools against Ursa. Ursa can buy the shard, he can buy Aghanim's to get away from stuns, but Hex is a mute, kind of. He's not going to be able to get out of Hex. So LGD now have a very clear fight condition, which is they get the fight on the Ursa, they hex him, they burst him. Sorry, Team Spirit. That's Team Spirit's fight condition, and LGD don't really have the tools to stop that.
Naga siren dong.
Wow. Okay, that's new. That's great.
Jarang-jarang ini baru keluar ya kayaknya. Belum ada yang ngeluarin penandakan dari kemarin.
I mean, I play a lot of Naga Siren, so I think this is a great Naga game so far. I think the lane is good versus Lycan. I think the matchup, you guys are talking about skill. I don't think Ursa scales at all against Naga Siren.
Very, very true.
Yeah, yes and no, I would say. There are a lot of fights where Naga can feel very underwhelming. I don't think the strength of Naga is ever going to be team fights. You see it in this patch where illusions don't ever get to do a lot in fights. Peel illusions are kind of different. They stick on you, they hurt more, and they keep coming. Naga illusions, they can get wiped quite fast, quite easily. They don't have the best tools right now.
There's one thing that I see though with this Naga pick is, so now it's another bind strategy, right?
Exactly, you see how these guys are going to fight. You can already imagine it.
Sleep might be very good. What about you trade bite for sleep, disengage, and take the fight after that? Maybe that's what they're thinking. They're going to make it as hard as possible because LGD heroes, they don't push out lanes very well, right? Ursa doesn't want to show and clear waves. That's not what Ursa does. Neither does West. Lycan can do it to a certain extent. So the way this game should develop in the mid game is Naga is going to push out all the lanes, already making it really hard for LGD to find the fight that they're looking for. And if they ever find it and they bite the Ursa and they're ready for the fight, sleep is going to happen. They're going to disengage and take a better fight on their ground.
You also see what they can re-engage with here. Like the team fight from LGD is quite simple. If Ursa's out of control and he has a Satanic and a Skadi and a Basher and he's bitten, he's a big problem in the fight. But still, if you sleep that and his 4 other heroes, if they don't have BKB, they're just going to die to the sleep ravage. Can Ursa fight alone, even if he's bitten? I don't think so. And they're going to have the Hex, they're going to have the net eventually, they're going to have an Anchor Smash to slow him down a bit. Like LGD's team fight is very obvious and is very committing right now. There's a few things I think that Team Spirit, they're also Radiant right now. Naga wants to live in the Dire jungle and she wants to cut these 2 waves around the Roche area and push them away. If they feel like going bottom, they don't get the Roche with an Ursa strat. This is another way to also break their lineup. I think Spirit right now, they could be quite comfortable with how they can talk and approach these fights because if LGD doesn't have this bite going, doesn't have this, it's very underwhelming what their lineup does. Disruptor Lycan IO is not going to kill many heroes on the map.
You know, I actually thought it was LGD playing Naga. I just realized it's Team Spirit because I'm blind and I can't read. But for you guys, which draft, like, from your personal perspective, which one would you prefer to play? I mean, we don't have the last picks yet, but...
I mean, I feel like LGD, they have a way to snowball the game. That's how I see it.
Toronto itu ganti-ganti nggak kayak Toronto apa nggak?
I like it. I do feel like this is one of the first times where I don't give LGD a strong upper hand on the draft. If anything, I'd maybe even give the upper hand on Team Spirits.
Let's see, there's a Tinker coming now. There's a lot of picks. I don't think Tinker got removed. Tinker versus Naga. Tinker scaling team fight. Tinker is a huge hero.
That sounds good, because I'll help their team fight scale into late game.
They have a huge damage issue. They have a massive damage issue. Okay, Pengo is also a hero that comes with a lot of potential scaling team fight damage. If you give
TRIDENT sleep also play. Like, they cannot disengage anymore.
Yes. It's unreliable now. The sleep, it's also a hero versus Tidehunter. Force bad ravages, kill him.
Pango yang bisa menangin lawan Pango
very good
apa
last
ya?
pick. A bit scary in the sense that it's a mid hero that can get very punished one-on-one, very weak laner against a lot of matchups. But you know, that's a lot of confidence from nothing to say. One of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner in the tournament. And I'm sure their support are going to help, you know, with the mid lane and stuff. Very, very good pick. Very good last pick.
If I still had to choose a lineup that I would want to play, I actually have more faith in this Naga lineup. If they play well around the Illusion wave push, again, I don't think Naga is the one you look for to crush the team fight. She needs to do her part. She needs to do the sleep, maybe get some illusions on some supports. But this game, in my opinion, should be looking like Tide, Lion, ET are messing with them and getting some pickoffs through the lanes. Forcing TPs, eventually they get very far ahead, like economy-wise, and this is going to lead to more openings. Naga can maybe join the fight, get an early Scotty, like take over the fights with a gold advantage, or just keep playing the map.
I like how you're talking about how Naga splits up the map also, because when you have Naga start, you want your other heroes to be able to pick off the enemy heroes, right? They already have that Lion. They have some additional damage. So if they're playing the actual Naga game, I agree with you. I can see them one more to kill the side lane.
Clap them when they split up.
Yeah, they split up, they try to deal with Illus, boom, the burst is going to happen. Lion, ET, Void Spirit, any hero will die 100 to 0. And Naga will force LGD to split up. They will force them to... They're going to cheat the map. They're going to create unfair situations, and it's going to be hard for LGD to fix that unless they have full control of the game. This is why the laning phase is going to be incredibly important. You know, for LGD to kind of slow down what Team Spirit is putting.
I would say it's even more important for LGD to actually have good lanes for the sake of their own timings. If they don't get this Ursa threatening the Roche around in the 10+, this means the whole game is going to slow down, and Naga's going to get into the jungle, going to get these waves, Lion's going to get closer to Dagger, sorry. And if you create that, I think Team Spirit's lineup is going to be really fun to play, and it's going to be a very hard game for LGD.
Very interesting draft. I would also say that the lanes are a bit scary. I think this ET on the side lanes is completely untouched. They don't have a single stun for him. He's going to get the spirit and he's going to
Bottom lane is going to be fun.
Lane.
Bottom lane is going to be a lot of fun for this ET.
Very strong lanes from
Miposhka
Team
also
Spirit
feeling himself this tournament.
Yep. Miposhka ET. Scary stuff.
Yeah, Toronto getting his void spirit again.
Full comfort zone for both teams, honestly. I think at this point it's really going to come down to who has a better idea going into this draft, and that's the beauty of Dota. It's a best of 5. It's meant to develop so much, but they're kind of getting to know each other. You know, this is what I can bring to the table, this is what you can bring, and you know, they're gonna get to learn like what counters what. The meta is gonna evolve a lot between the series.
And I would also like to point out that Team Spirit has been the most amazing learning team so far in this tournament. Like how they are adapting and how they're learning and how they're actually changing up their own playstyle into something new every game. But I would say every team fight, when there's a bite happening or a Pangolier roll, this is when LGD need to get something done. Because if not that, they lose. This is like their main team fighting tools.
And now we're about to start the game, and we're going to have an interview with the coach of Team Spirit Silent, along with Sumi.
Thank you very much, AUI. I'm here with Team Spirit's coach Silent. Silent, we are in the grand finals. This is where everything comes out, right? All the strats will come out. Did you prepare anything specifically for PSG LGD, or are you going for comfort?
Honestly, we didn't prepare anything because we wasn't have enough time. We was preparing for Team Secret, so we're just gonna play and having fun.
All right, so you're just aiming to play the game. Did you have anything specific in mind with this draft?
Not really. I was looking into their heroes and was trying to counter-pick them.
All right, well, we will see how the drafts tend to play out throughout this series. We'll take it to ODPixel and Insania in the meantime.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the International 10. Team Spirit up against PSG LGD Insania. It's a pleasure to have you on our side once again. How excited are you to see these two teams go head-to-head in this best of 5?
I mean, I'm extremely excited. This is bringing back memories of TI6, where you had DC make the miracle run in the lower bracket and going up against Wings at the time, and you have some of the Wings players on the LGD side. So I'm feeling TI6 vibes, and I think this Game 1 draft actually looks really, really good for Spirit.
Okay, what is it in particular like about what they've done here in this first game?
I mean, I feel like, as Notel and Seb touched on, the way that the lanes are set up, I feel like they're going to have a really nice start to the game. And I feel like LGD is like really timing dependent, and they need to make sure that when they pop roll and they use the Wolf Fight on Ursa, they get a lot in the fights. And when I look at Spirit's draft, I see answers. They have the sleep, they have like 10 different stuns that they can throw out, and even if they burn the Ravage, I feel like the 4-man of their draft can still fight. So if they can get the Naga fat enough, if the Naga can ever join the fight and actually have a presence, I think their draft looks really, really nice to play.
And it's, you know, you've got to be excited to see it, right? Another game, Yatoro just continue to show off his versatility of carry here. This is crazy here. Here in the grand finals, Naga Siren coming out. I mean, when you've seen how the man can play on all the list of heroes that he's pulled out so far, there's no reason to doubt that he can't pull out a top-tier performance on any of the carries available in the game.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, he's shown that he can play pretty much every single hero in the game. I've been so impressed by it. And the crazy thing is how flexible he is, too, and playing, like, he can play hard carry one game, and then the next game he's playing tempo. And this has led to, I think, Spirit having like the versatility in their draft and the ability to adapt the way they have throughout the tournament is, in my opinion, in large part because he's so versatile in his playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, as sort of a drafter, you know, when you come into a series or against Team Spirit, what do you do about the fact that they have this special power in Yatoro's sort of hero pool? Like, do you just sort of ignore the carry? Do you still bother banning them out, or do you look elsewhere? Like, what is the best way to tackle this team?
I mean, if I knew the answer, I'd you know, would have probably known how to beat them by now. But I feel like the thing is, they just seem to. You deal with collapse, then Yatoro goes out of control. You aim for Yatoro, and then you have collapse and Toronto Tokyo going out of control. And I feel like a lot of this is heavily due to the fact that they play so well around vision. When I look at the teams throughout the tournament, I feel like what Spirit has done that no other team does nearly as well as them, and I would even bring LGD into that category, is they control vision. They're really good at playing around wards. They understand when they can fight into wards, and they understand when they have to avoid it. So I think for Team Spirit, this game is going to be a lot about can they deward LGD, remove LGD's information, and have more information to play with.
Sure. And for PSG LGD, of course, they've managed to charge their way straight to the finals through the upper bracket. When you look at what they've got here in this first game, what is it about this lineup that's worked sort of with the play style that they've been able to just destroy teams in their run-up to the grand finals?
I mean, this looks very similar to their tiny sort of draft fight. You're going to have this one core that's going to be unbeatable. They have this mid laner that's going to provide control and lockdown for them so that he's going to be able to output damage. You have the glimpse to bring people back to the Ursa. So the concept for LGD is very much like, we're going to hit our timing, and once we do, you cannot touch us. And I think for Spirit, the problem will be, if LGD is allowed to really just get to their timings, get that Aegis on the Ursa, where they can start ignoring the Tide Ravage, or even fighting without the Wolf Bite from the Lycan, that's when they're going to be at their strongest. So I'm expecting all hell to break loose after the laning phase.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, finally getting into the action of Game 1 beginning between Team Spirit and PSG LGT. Let's see if that chaos starts coming quick and fast. We know that both teams are very much able to bring it with some of the fantastic performances they've given us so far on the main stage.
Yeah, and straight away Yatoro's coming out with a really smart play. He sends his illusions within the tower range, but he puts them in an area where the tower doesn't have vision. And by doing that, he will scout out the ward immediately from LGD. And this is what I mean, right? Spirit are so on top of all the small things that will give them any sort of information advantage, where they will have more vision than their opponents.
See if they're able to maintain it throughout the early stage of the game, where it's very likely for those movements to be coming from lane to lane. So both teams avoid one another here for the bouncy runes. Bit of a poke onto Miposhka, as Yatoro will still be able to grab that bouncy rune. In fact, as you can see, 3 bouncy runes to start things off here for Spirit, so a bit of a cash bonus to begin the lanes with.
Yeah, and that was nicely scouted out by the ET. They find the information of where and how many heroes has LGD brought to which runes, and then they can split up their heroes accordingly and make sure that they get the advantage on the runes.
Let's look at some of these matchups. The mid lane, Pango versus Voidspring, Toronto Tokyo versus Nothing to Say. What are we going to have going on here in the early few waves?
I think most likely it's going to be a pretty farm-heavy lane. I don't think really either of the two heroes are going to aim to kill each other. Probably going to be a lot of trying to push out the wave, control the runes, and then around 6 minutes when the real rune spawns, that's when you'll see both the supports collapse on the mid lane. I think both Pango and Voidspirit really rely on that rune control.
And looking at both sort of the side lanes, the 2 carries, Arme and Yatoro, who's going to have the easier time?
I think if you take a look at top lane, you see Ursa against Tidehunters, generally a pretty good lane matchup because you think about the Fury Swipe stack up on him, and they have the sustain to tank the harassment that's coming out from Team Spirit. So I think as they level up on the top lane, I imagine the Wisp Ursa will do fairly well on top. But with that said, I think Collapse is still going to have a decent game.
I mean, Collapse has definitely been that solid rock of a player for Spirit time after time. He's been the one that they have been very happy to give that prioritization, get his game into a good shape so that he can be the one to lead the charge into the team fights and start the action off for Spirit in those mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. And bottom lane, Yatoro's kind of playing this type of laning where you're not going to be pressured at all. Team LGD's priority here is just trying to get their Lycan farm and make sure that they're like playing for their own farm. So Yatoro's gonna have a great start, and he has the ability to farm up the jungle because he has the illusions that can both push out the wave and farm the jungle camp. So I expect Yatoro to be leading the net worth charts as soon as we get into around the 5-minute mark of the game.
One of the reasons why Yatoro's been as scary as he can, even if the lane was a tough one, he always seems to be able to recover. So the fact that he's going to have a decent time to start off things, you know that he will be on track to hit some pretty insane CS. It really is going to be completely down to how much PSG LGD can find in terms of getting their Ursa involved in the kills early on.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just some trade-offs going on, but you can tell already from the net worth graphs that Team Spirit has set up their lanes to have very good farm on all 3 of their cores.
Certainly showing so far here on the early CS. Both side lane, of course for PSG LGD just struggling a slightly bit more. It was very early days though.
But a lot of levels coming in LGD's way. Like this Lycan is doing surprisingly fine. He's not really getting pressured that much by the Naga and the ET because he's managed to get the lane control. Yatoro's shoved out the wave, but Miposhka yet hasn't been able to get a pull to get the lane control back. So The Lycan's getting a lot of farm, while Y is able to just rotate around, moves to the mid lane,
Ursanya
opens
tuh
up the
di
small
zone
camp.
out.
And like we talked about, right, the middle lane is going to be contested in terms of like who can push out the wave the most and then go farm the small camp. And Y on top of it runs over, unblocks his mid laner small camp to make sure that he can stay even with the Void Spirit.
And when you look at the tools they have available both sides with their supports, do you imagine once the 6 is there for the mids, we're going to have sort of a collapse on the mid lane to try and get the early objective? Or do you think it's going to be all about reacting to the side lane fights here for the Pango and the Void Spirit?
I think it's going to be important to get the rune. Like whoever gets the first power rune of the game is going to kind of get to decide what happens. You get your bottle refilled, but you also have the ability to use the Mira.
Yes! Trouble here. We're trying to hold back the bear with the hex. He's got the stick charges, but he's getting run down here. One way it'll do it. Can he close the gap? He can't. Oh, stun misses. That's going to cost him his life. Not the start there the Mira was hoping to have here in the grand finals. A whiffed ability. And that'll give up first blood to PSG LGD.
Yeah, and Collapse isn't out of the woods quite yet. Almost hungry.
In an awkward position now, Collapse. Stuck behind the tree line. We'll see how he gets his way out of it. He does have a TP, a little short in the mana. He'll have it back up now. Should be able to walk his way back ground, but a great bit of aggression there from PSG LGD. Just opening up some...
Lane. Well, if you look at Y, you notice that he's just rotating around constantly. He has the freedom to move wherever he wants on the map because the lane is so pushed out by the way that Naga plays and the Riptide shoving out the creeps. So the Lycan can freely farm under his tower and the Disruptor has the freedom to decide what he wants to do.
Kelar lah kalau 1 jam kan.
Ya kan belum tentu sejam kelar bang.
Trying to take a bit of harassment. The Thunder's trying nothing to say. Stepping right up to him. There's a remnant at the ready though. Trying to
2 seconds.
He's got the protection here of the resonant pulse.
He's a great usage there of that armor. He uses the health damage of resonant pulse to bottle up to make sure that he's not within the kill range of the swashbuckler.
45.
45. Forcing Toronto Tokyo to be very cautious in that mid lane as early as it is, just 5 minutes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you think about Elder Titan, you kind of think of him as a lane dominant hero. And both No-Tail and Seb touched on it, right? You want to abuse the fact that LGD have no stuns. But because of how this bottom lane is played out, with the Naga lane constantly being shoved into the Lycan's tower, the Elder Titan hasn't really been able to use his lane presence.
Look at this now, there we have it. Nice bit of micro from Faith Beyond. That'll grab himself a free courier. As the Wolves chase down poor old baby faceless Rex.
Up top, Collapse is also taking pressure now. So again, the freedom of Y, he's just allowed to rotate to mid, set up some pressure on the Void Spirit. Now he's up top, making sure he's just in their face and forcing them to react to his movement.
Yeah, he's all over the place, Y.
Itu kok nggak pada bikin magic stick sih?
Spirit, definitely got to try and do something in return.
Buat apa dia
LGD versus Team Spirit.
Figuring out what to do about this roaming disruptor here in the early minutes of the match.
First fight for the runes, where it's on top or bottom.
Tether itu tiap sekali ngikut
and it is a DD. It's going to go
Ya
straight
dia kan
into
jarang
the
tether.
Toronto Tokyo, so very nice
Ayo,
to follow up, but already up top.
sikat. Nah.
Yeah, it's a DD onto Tokyo though. Let's see how we can respond back to this. Because now we have a Pangolier with low mana, and he's going to be aware of it. So he knows that he can make his move here, and the Pangolier won't really be able to respond.
Yeah, this is an excellent move for Toronto Tokyo to make it. He's going to use it straight away. He's going to miss the dissimilate though.
Ya,
A couple of minutes will do it. Can quite close the gap. No, he's going to get a second hit in. Nothing to say. Steps away.
Nothing to say.
I mean, that would have been such a big kill for him to find. He
Soalnya
got the
waktu
dream
OG
room for it,
menang
but
tuh
he
aku
couldn't
juga
quite
salah.
get the
Aku
job
ngebet
done.
Yeah,
aku
absolutely.
ininya
It's unfortunate, but
LGD
you know that's the what
tebaknya.
Disruptor though, he's gonna TP into the middle lane here. I'd be scared to do this.
PSG
Let's see if
nanti
Tokyo has
kena
the
covid ya gue jangan.
Ayo
will to
network,
chase him
Ursa.
down.
He's still got this DD going for a few
Ursa
seconds. Why?
network.
Susah bang,
Living on
susah
the edge a
banget.
little bit.
Bisa
Toronto Tokyo feels that he can get in with the actual step. Why knows? He's keeping his distance.
Bisa farming.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the net worth, you see Yatoro. He's just gonna start accelerating his
Kan
farm
sampai
even
menit
more.
10
But
doang.
I'm impressed by how well the Ursa has been able to
Kasihan
keep
Kejar
up.
dikit lagi nih.
And this is
Tuh,
largely due to the fact that they
Iya,
had
ini
control for so long up in the top lane, and they were
Kan
able to just
tergantung ilusi
keep their heroes,
berapa.
the enemy heroes, so close to
Patrick
the
kalau
tower,
misalnya
so
bawahnya
Titan never
naik,
really feel free to farm.
kan sama-sama
He's going to
ngehit.
try and step over for Mira, but again, Team Spirit, they've kept their two supports up,
Kalau
both
ngekill
Mira and
Ursa,
Maposhka,
bisa nih.
making sure that there's
Yeah,
never
in
the
goal kills.
opportunity for Arme to get any kills up here right now. As you
Bang,
say,
kalau
Arme doesn't
di-
care
kalau
too much.
kecil-kecil
Complete
jam.
free farm, level with that of Yatoro's Naga Siren. He's having no struggles
Rasanya
whatsoever.
berapa
The
kali
Spirit
mati,
just
Dan?
trying their best to limit
4 kali.
anything else going into the hands of the Ursa this early.
Yeah, and you notice the Naga in the bottom lane now. She's just gonna put her illusions on the lane, push out the waves, while she farms the jungle camps close by, and try to get ahead of the Ursa by doing this constantly. And LGD are gonna try to match by using the Wisp overcharge to allow the Ursa to farm. And we notice both these teams are so good at stacking, and here we go again. Runes are spawning.
Quick jump away from the Rolling Thunder.
It's an arcane rune secure though, so if they can manage to survive these 70 seconds and nothing too bad happens, this is a huge rune for them to have.
All about these power runes early on, especially in a game, 8 minutes in, only the 2 kills so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's the tension, right? Neither team really has anything to do yet, and they're both drafting.
Duanya lane, duanya ke hutan.
Tapi hutannya ini sih
Slightly later timings in the game. The TRIDENT is now playing so if there's an opening, look for some sort of rotation. I think it's hard to go for the Ursa, so there might even be the possibility of the TRIDENT rotating out of this lane and making some sort of
You just look at the heroes.
Refresh lagi.
Getting gone on here by the Thunder, not quite ready again. Not quite yet. They'll get the glimpse back, but no further damage to come into onto the Naga Siren, so Toro will be fine.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there, it seems. The
jangan sampai
shield
mati,
crash wasn't used on the...
Udah nge-lag lagi.
The fuck ini Twitch nge-lag?
Bang,
Pasti bumper kan.
Look at the rise on Arme. As they know, that play was made by a couple of PSG LGD inside their own jungle, but Arme, he's out of reach of the Remnant, he's away, space is there, down bottom, Fate continues to push the tier 1 to fall already here on Spirit's side of the map.
Yeah, I think this is the most shocking part of this early game, because I expected the Lycan kind of get zoned out by the Naga, and the Naga illusions would defend them,
Let's see if they can get on. They're working on him right now. He has the ult up, he's on the retreat up to the high ground, but they'll be able to get in front of him, close off his escape. Finally be able to claim their first kill here in the first 10 minutes, get themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is a huge kill because it allows for Team Spirit to now start firing back and taking over this top lane area. They need this tower to fall. And meanwhile, this is the response you see from PSG LGD. They rotate their heroes mid to try to force Spirit away from the top tower and force them to come defend their mid tower as a more valuable tower for the later Roshan.
Mau skill gue dapet.
PSG, no doubt about it. Spirit just having to let them do so.
Yeah, I mean, this Lycan really has becoming the big X factor.
Gara-gara skill saya. Kalau udah mati, gue dapet ini. Kalau dia mati, dapet ini.
Now Alma's gonna comfortably move into his triangle and start farming up. I think once he hits up the Fuse Blade, we look to see Spirit trying to, LGD trying to make some move. But I think if LGD gets to farm up right now, they feel like they've hit their enough. They have enough plays, so they're comfortable playing around the cooldowns and just waiting for the Disruptor ultimate to come online. Wait for the Lycan to finish up his items and then just play around his form together with the power and
ya, itulah pokoknya yang nggak usah gitu juga sih, San.
I mean, in this sort of game where both teams playing as carefully as they are, just 1-2, coming up to 11 minutes, do you look at the Naga Siren and feel that for Spirit, if they can keep this game in pretty calm waters and not allow the early aggression from PSG LGD to get to them too much, this Naga Siren will be able to carry out in the later stages, or the PSG LGD always have the means to deal with it?
I think to some extent you are happy, but I feel like you wanted the laning phase to go better so that LGD's timings come later into the game. So knowing that your lanes haven't quite gone the way you wanted them to, they must feel like, okay, at some point now, once LGD gets items, they're gonna come running out.
Nothing to say. He's gonna get the lead on to collapse. Drop the static son as well, putting no chance of collapse, being able to return. Potential ravage. Doesn't matter though, he's able to walk out to the side, they'll go for the glimpse back on him. He'll simply look for TP out, and that's enough to put a stop to it, collapse. Realizing his strength here, with a Hood of Defiance, he's got enough tank ability to just TP out of it all. That's the Rolling Thunder and the Static Storm put to waste there by PSG LGD.
Yeah, great jukes. He just dodged out the Pangolier spells, and once the Rolling Thunder missed, he knew that he was safe. Glimpse is used, TP out. Just great presence of mind there from Collapse, knowing exactly how to play his situation and get out safely. I love what LGD are doing though. If you take a look at the whole scene, this is one of the things I love about how OG ran the Wisp into position 3. They recognize that Wisp's item timings are really important for you to keep these heroes alive, because if you think about how healing works in Dota, heroes keep growing their health pools, but the healing items are static amounts of health, so 250 health on a hero that has 1000 HP is like a lot more than it is on a hero that has 3000 HP. So if you hit these heal item timings early into the game, that really enables you, and it gives ZenQ the top lane to sit here and farm comfortably.
See down bottom, Why, quite a dangerous position here. Inside the jungle, it seems Spirit in Toronto, Tokyo will be quick to put a stop to it.
Ayo.
Naga Siren also closing in on the Manta. And by the looks of it, she's going to get that item before Ursa even completes the Diffusal Blade. So yeah, Tora's probably very happy in this game, feeling comfortable with how it's going right now.
When you look at sort of what they have against him, do you feel that a lot of the map is pretty safe for this Naga Siren to farm in, as long as the song of the TP's up, will he get away most of the time?
I mean, most likely, I think the tricky thing here, if you're LGD, is how do we deal with the illusions? How do we deal with the Naga putting illusions in our jungle that will scout out our movement and force us to play away from Roshan? Because as Dyer here, No Tail and Seb also very touched on this a lot. The Ursa wants Aegis. This is his most key item, especially when you're going up against big cooldowns like Ravage, like Finger, Earth Splitter.
Yeah.
It's gonna be important for him. And the Naga, as long as he's able to play top.
Udah travel aja.
Ayolah PUBG.
And you feel the Spirit, their lineup, it's geared up pretty well to deal with the fact that PSG will look for the Roshan. They won't be afraid of turning up and trying to put a stop to it.
I mean, I think that's where the information game is going to be important. Can Spirit actually use the vision that they're getting to fight off LGD's timing? Because I think that is like the big question mark. Is the Ursa going to be too strong for you to kill? Or is it enough to just sleep away half the whole fight duration and then try to fight them afterwards?
Jadi 600 poin lagi.
I think we're definitely going to see Yatoro start to increase the lead against bottom lane White. He'll drop the Static Storm, trying to save himself, but collapsing. Maposhka will run him down, take him out. Faith behind, he's looking to get involved in this with the back of a nothing to say, being brought over by Xingqiu. Will get Maposhka. Can the Faith collapse? They're trying to commit their best onto him. They will leave the two cores behind Xingqiu, trying to let nothing to say and Faith Beyond finish the job, but they just can't. The damage isn't there. Toronto Tokyo was also starting to sweep over, so PSG they have to back up and just accept the trade as it is to support.
Yeah, and Claps now knowing that, you know what, they can't actually kill me without the Ursa. It's only the Ursa that can threaten my life. Just comfortably sits bottom alone, pushes out the waves, gaining as much farm as he can. And in the meanwhile, Yatoro just pushes out top lane, farming out all these top lane camps. There are no camps alive.
Yatoro's farm, he is creeping further and further ahead of Arme's Ursa. You know, if there's not going to be any blood being spilt and it is just the creeps dying, this Naga Siren is just going to charge ahead in regards to farm. Yatoro's going to be huge.
Yeah, and he's going for a very interesting build. He's buying the Aghanim Scepter, and the Aghanim Scepter allows him to use his Ensnare on heroes that are either slept by his ulti or spell immune. So this will give them a way to deal with BKBs. And traditionally the way you deal with, for example, a Tidehunter Ravage is by buying a BKB. Or in this case, you have the Pangolier with Rolling Thunder. So he's actually going to be able to lock down the Pangolier during his Rolling Thunder with his knife. It's a very, very smart item decision here from the Naga.
A very long lockdown and reduced cooldown and increased cast range. He's going to have no trouble finding the target that he wishes every single time.
LGD also heavily reliant on Pangolier for the lockdown, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him use it, specifically just to make sure the Pango can't roll over his teammates.
And I guess sort of the smart approach with this site is the fact that this sort of deals with this timing where PSG is going to be more ready to fight than he is, right? He can just sort of be the anti-fight. He just stops it, gets out of there, he keeps playing his game. It's certainly one of the crucial parts of PSG's initiation. It's shut down completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Spirit, that's the name of the game, right? Can we drag this game on? And literally slowing him down during his roll, forcing his timing to be unable to be used, is just exactly what Spirit are looking for in this game. But yeah, we're starting to see items gear up on LGD's side. Take a look at the Lycan. His timing is really going to be the big thing, but I think Spirit have won the early game in that there's no Roshan kill game. And that means the second Roshan is going to spawn slower, and that's no Aghanim shard for Ursa for the first half hour of the game.
If you're PSG right now, what sort of calls are you making? Are you looking at an item that's around the corner and then saying we've got to go? Do they need to go right now? How urgent do they need to be?
I think they look like they're gearing up to look for an opportunity, right? You finished up the Helm of the Overlord. The Ursa now has the Blade. Your Wisp is closing in on mech. You already have the Holy Locket. So there's a lot of nice tools for LGD to take a straight up team fight if Team Spirit present it to them.
Siame. He's going to start with a bit of a tickle onto Toronto Tokyo. The Remnant holds back the bear. Quick jump out with the steps. Nothing to say. He's trying to close in. Does he want to keep diving underneath the tier 2? Maybe trying to get some vision for a setup from the Disruptor, but now Team Spirit is far enough away. Now he's going to hit this one. Procs of the Maelstrom, nearly bringing him down, but Toronto Tokyo gets away. Almost low HP as he is collapsed, also able to TP out, as there's nothing else to stop his escape. Team Spirit, they're able to avoid the move completely by PSG once again.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to involve the Naga, so during all of this time, Yatoro's still just gaining farm. He's 2,000 gold ahead of the Ursa already.
Oh my, this is going to be a problem.
He's getting out of control. He's only, I believe he just finished his Aghanim Scepter too. So he has Manta and Aghanim Scepter at 17 minutes into the game. He's crazy.
This is, I mean, Yatoro, it really has been eyes on him throughout the whole tournament and performance of Spirit. Top lane setups there with a net. That's the mid gone. Nothing to say. Going down, Yatoro. Instant song TP as he knows the response will be there from PSG. He gets out. They cannot catch him. Yatoro will continue to farm.
Yeah, this is a really important kill, but by forcing the Naga Siren to TP out, LGD now have the option of potentially taking back control of their jungle. So this is going to be their objective for the next minute here. As you see, they're going to try to contest this title. They know the Naga Siren is not present.
Tapi nggak tahu see what they can do about Collapse. Jump already in onto the Disruptor, then look at the burst. Collapse, he's holding on to the Ravage for now. Static Storm gets himself out outside the Ravage. Onto the two, and then they blow up. It's 3 down on the board on PSG LGD. Also caught out. She
That's absolutely massive.
My goodness.
Team Spirit's so aware of everything. They know that this is what LGD wants to do. The Naga TP'd out, they're going to come contest us. They position the heroes perfectly. You see the kinetic field come out, but there's no static storm to follow because you have the Lion in position to interrupt that. It's just Spirit are playing so well right now. They're just recognizing where LGD's timings are.
It just seems like already, just in the first 18 minutes of this game, one of the grand finals, Team Spirit, they're just completely in the heads of PSG LGD. The way that PSG LGD wanted to play, it's just not happening. They're crumbling, they're falling apart. And Yatoro, he's just going to continue the glory. Mid-lane, the setup there on the back, nothing to say goes down. Another kill for this Naga Siren. I do not know or see how on earth PSG LGD is going to stop this man this game.
He's getting out of control, and if you look at the light game, you can see he decided to not go for the Aghanims. He's going for drums. They're gearing up for a quicker timing in this game. I think the mechanism comes out on Q. They get the BKB finished up on Ame, and they're going to look for some sort of team fight. But the way that Team Spirit are abusing the vision, if you take a look at the map, there are almost no dire wards anywhere. Radiant are in firm control of where the vision is. And the only ward that they have, I think Mifosh literally just one. There you go. Just controlling the vision. They have more information to play with, and this is what's allowing Team Spirit to constantly be reading LGD and how they're moving around the map.
Ayo 2 lagi tower.
Halo. Bottom. Toronto and Tokyo, they'll show his face. But not worried about any catch from PSG LGD, they just don't have the members around. Space is made, the tier 2 tower going down at the top lane. There won't be any defense from PSG LGD here as Spirit just continue to hit the timings, take the objectives at a pace that PSG LGD's lineup will be incredibly jealous of. This is what they wanted to be doing, and it's happening the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. They are starting to finish up some key items though. You see the Pangolier now has a blink dagger, so they have an easier form of initiation rather than just trying to run at them with a bow. So if Team Spirit heroes start getting cocky and playing alone, there is a way for LGD to respond and punish.
Lihat itu networknya si Naga.
Very close to this mechanism on the Wisp as well. It's just 100 gold away, and this really is the Wisp big timing.
Ya,
They have both the Rocket and the mech to heal up here.
Sama kayak Tiny tadi tuh. Beda 7.000.
I'm smelling a fight in the waters, Owen.
Yeah, the next one, it's got to be strong from PSG LGD. Another rough fight, and this game could quickly fall out of control.
Yeah, and as strong as a Naga Siren is when she's playing this kind of map game and she's able to get the pickoffs, she isn't the strongest hero to fight up against the Ursa. So if you think about how these heroes function against each other, the Naga can't really fight up against the Ursa straight up. So if LGD is able to corner Team Spirit and they can take a fight where it's just a straight up 5v5 with the BKB and the mechanism finish, that could be an amazing timing for them. But Spirit don't want to allow that, so they're deciding to smoke up and make the move on their own first.
See if they catch PSG whilst they least expected. BKB is out for Arme.
Why?
So they start things off, they'll go for Y.
Okay, tower bro, please.
And Disruptor's a really key kill, because if the Disruptor isn't alive in the fight, they can't really go for Collapse. Look at Collapse's itemization. This is so smart. He's going for the Yules to get it with a hood and a blink dagger. And why is this interesting? Because if you're inside of a static storm, and you Yule yourself, and you have the hood up, and there's no physical damage to hit you, you can actually just blink straight out of it. So just really, really smart item decisions coming out of Collapse here.
We'll definitely have to look out for that play. Rather impressive outpost, taken back into the hands of Spirit. Keeping full control around this area, this Roshan, as you say, which is just sort of a long-distance dream, it seems, for PSG LGD. They're never getting anywhere close to this pit until they're able to find the fight that they've been hunting for the whole 22 minutes of this game. They'll smoke up now, ready to go. PSG LGD, they have to find success here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take a quick look at Lycan before the fight breaks out, he's decided not.
Halo.
Aduh, kenapa buffer sih?
Dari Twitch-nya ya?
to go for the wolf fight. They recognize that they won't be able to play the strat the way they intended for it to. So he's going to be building up some damage items as well.
Smoke. Dispel here on Toronto Tokyo. Saying if it's set for PSG, you know that both teams are waiting here.
Nggak apa-apa dah. Rosanya diambil lagi sih, yang penting dapat rosa diambil.
Spirit, check this out. Army's going to slow it down a little bit. The Spirit's coming in. They know that they know. Stop
Ya,
it.
ketahuan.
They're going to lead it in. He jumps straight away to the first 20. The Rangers somehow win the hands of Army. He's able to get the Roche kill.
Yes, LGD.
They get the stacks on down. The Rolling Thunder has won in control. Toronto Tokyo. But he's out with an astral step. Toronto Tokyo actually makes it out of there. Dissimulate as well. PSG may have got the Roche. They may have got the Aegis. Toronto Tokyo will still go down. Fabian was able to wrap around and find him.
Yeah, really nice play there from LGD. What an unfortunate event there for BENQ. He gets pulled into the Roche pit. You really want to stay outside with the tether, but stay tethered to Ahmed, but he takes one step too close, and then the Wisp comes inside the Roche pit, which gives Spirit the perfect opportunity there to go in. I don't think they were quite expecting the BKB, so all in all, I think they're happy with this. You know, they gave up the Aegis, but it took them 24 minutes to get there. So, Roshan number 2, which really is Ursa's key timing in this game to get that shard so that he can play most of the fights enraged, is going to come much, much later than they expected.
But definitely the beginnings of PSG LGD getting this game back under their control.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they need to abuse the fact that they have the Aegis to try to gain some map control here. You want to try to get the lanes pushed out, force Team Spirit to play reactive to you, and then once you are able to corner them in, you're going to find that team fight that you so much want. So the hard part here for them is how do we deal with the Naga illusions, and how do we stop them from just using illusions to push the lanes back and make us play the map game.
I mean, which hero are you sort of putting in charge of dealing with them?
I mean, they picked the Pangolier as an answer, right? And if you look at his itemization, he's going for the Maelstrom. He's trying to have some more damage and have some more presence to kill the illusions. And luckily for him, Yatora hasn't really bought any items that tank the illusions up. He's more so building his hero up so that he's able to fight into the Ursa. He's going for that Bloodthorn. It looks like he's going to follow it up with a Heart, so he's also gone for some sort of hybrid build where he can actually get solo kills if he catches people out alone.
And for Spirit right now, despite the Aegis falling into the hands of Arme, are you still very willing to fight? How much do you need to respect this Aegis on the bear?
I think
BENQ will manage to make his way around the Remnant. Quick tether back over to the safety of Arme.
Yeah, I mean, for Spirit, I think you want to fight, but it needs to be the right fight. You ideally want Yatora to try to force some hero around the map, and then once you know that the PSG LGD's heroes aren't in position to connect, then you can go for some sort of smoke. Then you can make that move. But the difficulty for them is you can't necessarily go on the Ursa. You don't have the tools to bring him down at the start of a team fight.
Got the eyes on the two of them bottom. PSG LGD, Arme and BENQ. On their own down here for now. There is a relocate available, and of course with the Aegis, Arme a very hard target to jump. Pressure continues from Yatora and his illusions in the mid lane, keeping these waves shoved right up towards the base of PSG LGD.
And down bottom, Team Spirit are just waiting patiently, but LGD recognize that they can keep bottom right, so it's very likely that their heroes are stuck on that side of the map. So here they come sweeping up towards the dire jungle, understanding that Spirit cannot already have moved their pieces from all the way from bottom back to top after the TP response to the tier 2 tower. So just smart play coming out from both sides. I think we saw this in the VP Spirit series. Team Spirit are going to be really, really smart about only fighting under their vision, or where they feel comfortable that they have the information they need to take the fight. I think in this way, LGD's like maybe sometimes a little bit more reckless, and will play with like assumptions. Like if they see you bottom, they might try to aim to fight you top, which we saw earlier. And in the early game, you know, Spirit read that perfectly. So if Spirit's able to get a good read like that, you might see them pounce.
Yatora very ready to enter the fight now with his aggressive item with the Bloodthorn complete. They're able to get that locked down with the stuns of the Lion and the Tide. That amp up of the damage will allow them to just destroy whichever hero they target.
Yep, and something that I noticed Team Spirit do a lot when they feel like they're on the back foot is take over the enemy triangle and try to set up a control. And this is something that I'm sure LGD are aware of too, but Lycan's in trouble.
Got the setup here. You see the damage here with the Bloodthorn really amping up. It's not quite enough though. Faith Beyond takes it away. Has to play well, and now Hyperstone done already onto the way to the AC. An additional bit of armor certainly helping out.
Yeah, and this is an opening now for Spirit. The Lycan form is down. One of the big tools in this team fight is gone. So in the other series when we saw LGD play the tiny Lycan, the Lycan's form himself doesn't really matter. It was all about that wolf bite. But in this game, because he decided to itemize his own hero, the 60 seconds of downtime here is quite big. And you see LGD pulling back their pieces. not willing to play aggressive on the top lane anymore, recognizing that they don't have all the tools necessary to win a team fight.
Team Spirit remaining in this whole area of the triangle is Toro. Slowly sieging onto the tier 1 tower, seeing what sort of reaction they can force out of PSG LGD. 20 seconds until that Aegis has gone off Arme. Unlikely to find a fight with that still in his hands, so the game once again falling to a bit of a risky territory for PSG LGD, at least until they can hold off for that second round of Roshan.
Yeah, and Illusions just slowly chipping away at this tower. They don't really deal a lot of damage, but it's something that, you know, LGD might respond to. So they're keeping heroes close by that, in case LGD just feel like, oh, it's just an illusion hitting our tower, they're ready to pounce. And you see, Nothing to Say reads that too. He understands based on the fact that there's nothing happening on any of the other lanes. Both our middle lane is pushing out, top lane's pushing out. Lycan's getting a lot of farm from all these waves right now. He recognizes all the Team Spirit heroes are bottom here.
Yeah, he has to be so careful showing his face to clear the wave.
Yeah, both teams just reading the map really, really well. And I think Spirit, this play that they've done has been so effective throughout all the tournament. But you know LGD's done their homework.
Spot collapse around, glimpse back, and collapse breaks the combo, the setup. Instantly going to go for the TP out. They got anything to put a stop to it? They do, straight away. They're able to get the setup onto collapse. But the damage is done. Catch and kill off the tide.
Yeah, and this is a result, right, of Team Spirit has been in the lower bracket, so they've been playing so many games. LGD has that information based on previous games of where does Team Spirit go when they feel like they're behind? What do they do? What is their approach? And I think LGD is one of the best teams at the tournament at just abusing this information that they're gaining about the teams. They understand what is Team Spirit specifically going to do? How do they approach the situation? And they find that smoke because of that. They're playing most of this game with very, very limited vision. I really want to point that out. Like they barely have vision of what's going on the map.
Even without their tide, Spirit
maintaining
their aggressive posture over PSG half the map, and already looking for action once again around the bottom tier 2. See if they find the setup. They've got the Hex, they're going to look to jump in. Static Storm's going to be put down for one. Stops the backup coming in. Is it the burst it off? It is. They take down Arme. A burn for the Bloodthorn, it's enough to send them back to base.
That's an absolutely massive kill. And I think XinQ felt like he could keep him alive. There was no relocate out. So next team fight, here's the tricky part. Do you relocate Arme out as soon as he gets hexed? Because Spirit has now proven to you that we have the abilities to burst your heroes. As Wise also knows.
There should be another one. It's definitely another one, yeah, Toro. Target to target and over towards the mid. The BKB having to be popped by Nothing to Say.
Tangkap nih. Tuh kan tangkap.
He's got the setup he has. There's the initial route. So if they've got any further follow-up here, the relocate, they'll take him out. They've got to keep Nothing to Say safe. Get him away from Team Spirit. As Team Spirit, they're pushing down the mid onto another tier 2 tower.
Nice play from Fake Beyond. Tanks that either Redmond with one of his wolves. But Team Spirit, they're doing this so smart, right? We heard the draft panel touch on it. Fighting 5 versus 5 is not really where they're strong. They want to delay this game, keep finding these pickups, try to find these opportunities where they can get a jump, burst someone really quickly, and use the fact that we have Ravage to reset, we have Naga Sleep to reset, which is forcing LGD to be very careful about how they use their cooldowns. And this is leading to them they're just playing this game very well. And these small decisions that they're making, where you notice they're not really charging into the enemy. They're not giving LGD the kind of fights that they're used to getting.
I mean, and with the heart done on your Toro, you know, 26 armor, 3,500 HP, how hard is it for PSG LGD to really ever get on top of him now and take him out with the focus of Arme's Ursa?
I think the biggest thing is that the illusions are tankier. If you take a look at how Yatoro is playing the fights, he's staying very far back with his primary hero, using the Bloodthorn and using the snare, and having the illusions deal the damage. And if LGD really don't have heroes that want to hit illusions, Ursa walks to sit on top of a hero, like just keep hitting him, keep hitting him, keep hitting him. You don't want to hit these illusions where you get like 5 to 6 hits in, and then you gotta switch over to the next one. That's a way of making the overpower a fairly useful ability.
Dipukulin sama dia. Trot mencet langsung.
Dan itu nggak cuman Yatoro doang, siapapun yang lagi mukulin dengan Bloodthorn kan crit.
Potential respawn in just over a minute.
Tuh.
Bloodthorn sama dia. Itu bayangan 300 doang aja.
Right now for PSG LGD, that minute is coming very, very slowly. You see Tidehunter starting to eye up a Shiva's guard. That's going to make it even harder for the Ursa to stick on top of him and deal damage. they also just bought a 4-staff on the other Titan. I think for Team Spirit, they're recognizing that, you know what? LGD's not going to be able to kill us if we're just able to kite out their BKBs. And that's why you notice, like, nothing to say also has bought a BKB. I think the idea of this is he wants to try to use it to break out of, to have a longer period of time in the team fights where he's playing under Magic Community, because there's just so much lockdown coming out from Team Spirit.
Oh ya, dia mati nggak ada damage lagi dah.
Go Scepter on Mira.
Kan nggak sakit-sakit banget.
Toronto Toki has Yules and a Kaya Sanj. Also eyeing up a Shiva's Guard, but I would be surprised if he doesn't change it up. And on the courier, he has a full BKB too. So I'm really liking Spirit for this game mode. They're in a very dominant position here. They're scaling up very nicely.
With the timer, they know it's going to be around the point where PSG are going to be checking out that Roche pit, looking for the respawn. Spirit, they're heading over to try and do something about the presence. They're going to jump straight in with the finger. As the IO goes down, no buyback. BENQ cannot get back into this fight. Nothing to say, has to roll out with the Thunder.
So this is huge, right? Both Lycanform was committed, as well as the Pangolier roll. So if the Roshan spawns, which it does, this is free Roshan for Team Spirit. And remember how much we talked about how badly you want this for LGD. It doesn't even matter if they just come to use for Yatoro. They just want to make sure that PSG LGD doesn't get it. And this is the only shard, Aghanim shard, that has dropped from Roshan throughout the entire game. So that's 1,400 gold that now Am is going to have to spend for himself.
I mean, it just goes to show how solid of a position that Spirit are in, where just a couple of ults expired by PSG LGD and a dead IO, and suddenly the rest of the lineup, they cannot do anything about Spirit taking the Roche. Continuing their lead here, 7k up.
Ayolah, abis ini menang lah, masih PSG LGD lah soalnya.
Tenang guys, tenang guys. Tenang guys, tenang guys, tenang guys.
Because the Ursa can't just burst him. The bash is going to miss. There's a proc chance on the bash. There's a proc chance on the miss. So it's going to be hard for the Ursa to just lock him down. And just very intelligently itemized by the Naga here. For the early part of the game, when he knew it was going to be a map control game, he bought the Orchid, he bought the Ags, played for the map, looked for those pickoffs, and those key pickoffs have really led to the situation that they're in the game now. Jambot picked up by Y. You can feel, they feel the pressure of the vision. They're not getting the vision that they're used to. They don't have the information that they're used to playing with in this game.
Iya nih, Nobar TI. Lol kan ada
juga kan? Is just shutting them down.
Yo jauh banget coy.
Iya, langsung ulti nggak tuh?
Mati salah kalau diem situ.
They're just gonna have to stay well away from Spirit. 4 very, very scary minutes on Toronto, Tokyo. PSG LGD, they do not want to fight into this, but every minute that passes where they cannot look to brawl is going to be another just minute of pain here with the increasing momentum and mass of the cause of Team Spirit.
Yeah. And surely right now PSG LGD are discussing how do we take a team fight. What is it that we need to do? How do we need to use our abilities in order to catch Team Spirit off guard? And for Team Spirit, I think a lot of the communication is like, we need to make sure that we do not let LGD come out on the map. We don't want them to get out and farm. As long as we can keep them locked into the base, we can get all the items that we want, and then we get the fight that we want. And everything's going to happen on our terms. So you see, they rotate over
yang nyuruh main dulu kan.
Nah, ya abang siapa ya, Bu?
To the top side here, expecting LGD to run out.
Kan yang nyuruh main dulu ya, beli dong.
Enggak, malas.
Kan gua cobain.
Yeah. PSG LGD.
Iya.
They're getting the info they want.
They're looking to try and start a collapse, but Collapse is able to blink away from the lead-in. They'll turn their attention over to Yatoro, but with the instead, looks to hold back, nothing to say, is able to get out of it. As they'll get the Static Storm set up onto the Nagasaki, but the illusions, they're just forcing back Y. Swashbuckle's going to miss. I mean, Yatoro's barely been scratched. He's back up to full HP. PSG LGD for Collapse. He's in with Ravage onto the two of them. Silence down on Torme. Pop the BKB. He turned towards Toronto Tokyo. But they cannot stay for this fight. They've got to get back to the high ground. Back to the game pertamanya. As PSG LGD have to charge back to the safety of their high ground as quickly as they head out. Collapse. BKB force, Fake Beyond trying to head back to the safety of his teammates. The ensnare locks him down, the illusion's starting to go to work. Remnant left in the position, they drag him back with a split into the finger.
Ayo dong, GG.
And Toronto Tokyo is not done. Diving up to the team force, committing with a dissimulating, trying to go for GQ. Will die, but he's got the Aegis. He's ready for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the decision making from Team Spirit is so beautiful to watch. I think every time a hero pops BKB, within half a second, there's a Naga net flying at it. And in the fight, you saw Amit pop BKB try to man up the fight, and then the net comes, immediately has to pop his ultimate. He can't use the enrage the way he wants to.
Nggak digabung sama ultinya Elder Titan
Just to break the
soalnya.
net, just to be able to stick on top of the target.
Just trying to clear out these illusions now. It seems all but impossible. The Rex dying, the melee Rex will fall. Look at the jump on it, already lost White at the start of the action. BKB from Ame, he's trying to stay on target, but Yatoro's able to signal it back to safety.
Iya buat ngedelay ini aja, ngedelay war doang aja itu.
GG, ayo. Yes.
GG to fall as well. GG is called.
Dapat duel gua bener.
Gokil langsung
Goodness, what a buttery smooth start to the grand finals here for Team Spirit.
GG Spirit.
Play this any better, Aiden. This is how you dream of entering the grand finals of international.
Komennya di Twitch itu loh. Easy game. Gara-gara waktu itu.
How else can you sneak out of base? They're in position to cover it. And then once that fight happens, they're immediately ready to respond in the right way.
I mean, that was incredible. Yatoro turning up, doing it again. Another hero, and it looks like it's a performance to some of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Yatoro, I mean, we all talked about Collapse so much throughout this tournament, but we gotta give Yatoro the praise he deserves. His hero pool is so wide. It's just allowing Spirit to constantly have these conditions, win conditions, over their opponents.
And it really is, just not that the way that he himself is so individually skilled on these numerous carries. It's just as a team, they seem to have a strat to play around every single one that he's willing to pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Team Spirit are so strong. They look like a fierce opponent, and I think a lot of people might have expected LGD to be the stronger team, but you know, they just proved you wrong. These guys can beat LGD for sure.
They absolutely can. What a way to start this grand finals. Team Spirit just charging in with the same level of strength that they have shown us throughout their entire run so far up until this point. It's continuing here where it counts the most. Game 1 will go to Team Spirit.
A very strong performance from Team Spirit here in that first game, indeed. And I am looking forward to hearing from our 5-head draft panel, first of all. Gentlemen, how did this game play out compared to what you thought was going to happen?
I mean, I think it was an incredible statement from Spirit. It started with the draft. It started with the mentality in which they played this game. You know, they come here to the grand finals, and of course, everybody expects LGD to be the Titan. You know, can they move them? Not only they can, they beat them. They play fearless. They come up with a great strategy. They beat probably LV's best strategy. Their first pick, the IO Lycan, they just break it. I think, you know, as a Dota fan, this is what I was really hoping for, is like, can they compete? And yes, they can. LGD is getting tested today, and that's going to be absolutely amazing to witness.
Team Spirit seems to be playing very free, very careless, very aggressive. This platform kill on the Ursa bottom was a huge statement. I want to say the same thing. This was like a team who saw an opening, had a timing that not many teams would have pushed, played on, and pull this off with. This Ursa dying in front of tier 2 also breaks the game at this point. And it's like, it's a very intense game. LGD, they're not broken by any means. They go for this Roshan play. They actually get it. They're staying alive in a game where I think it's actually looking really hard, and it's really hard for them to scale. It's really hard for them to fight. I think the draft still favored Spirit. I think LGD were not so comfortable with how it ended up looking like. They're much more comfortable if they have a condition where it's like,
welcome back.
In 20 minutes we're going to be stronger, in 30 minutes we're going to be stronger, much stronger than you, and we keep scaling. But in this game with the ET, with the Naga Sleep, with the Ravage, you saw it. Like fights can end like this for LGD.
1,2 juta yang nonton.
Wake-up call for Xiaowei and LGD, because I think they came into it supremely confident. I think we were even saying like maybe they might have even prepared for Team Secret. They weren't expecting Team Spirit to like just roll through everyone. And I think LGD, they can overcome that bad Spirit. They looked really good in that game. Just everything they wanted to do during that game looked really strong.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that insight. Love to hear more, of course, from you during the draft of game number 2, and that is where we, of course, will be heading next, because it's a best of 5. It's all about learning and adapting. And you heard Curtis say that maybe LGD did not know like, that they were going to face Team Spirit. I will tell you that not a single person on the planet has had a correct bracket prediction. A little bit of extra information there. So there are 4 people on the planet that have had 20 out of 21 predictions correct. So that's very nice. And actually, this morning there was only 1 person on the planet who had a correct prediction, but they thought it was secret that was going to move on. So. Hey, it's all up in the air from here, and Team Spirit take game 1. Lizard, it's been an amazing opening game.
It's been incredible, especially when you go back and listen to what Silent said after the draft. He's like, yeah, we're just gonna play the game. We didn't prepare too much for them. We had secret on our mind. It definitely didn't look that way. The way they set up the team fights, the way they moved across the map. Draft aside, the way they anticipated PSG LGD and what they will do and prepared for it and counter-attacked them. It was incredible.
PSG end the game with 5 kills. Abis ini dia langsung beli sampo di Tombe kan. Yang banyak. And exactly how their draft is not meant to play out. You're playing an Ursa and 25 minutes in you have 5 kills. There's a big
Yeah, and I definitely want to piggyback on something that Notail is talking about. I think every single game that I got to either cast or every single game that I reviewed, looking over PSG LGD, even for months now, they always drafted themselves a win condition for later stages. This is one of the few games where I think as soon as that Nagas picked, they're like, uh-oh, we actually need to find something to counter this to play fast with. I think that's why they went for this Pango, and I think it was just a genius idea, a genius draft plan from Spirit throughout the whole thing.
A genius draft plan indeed. It looked so strong from them.
252 billion.
Was there any chance for PSG to defend high ground after it went so awry in the early stages, God?
I felt like once things started going wrong, there wasn't a comeback. They needed to get ahead early and then snowball from there, going from Roshan kills to hero kills, and just really, you know, get this massive lead that just kept on growing. So once this Naga, you know, illusion started coming online and pushing out waves, the game was kind of already slipped away by that point.
And even though PSG LGD, they had a beautiful plan in this Pangolier last pick that can perhaps take over the game and deal with the Naga later on. They answered it. They answered it with Yaganims on the Naga and just killed their only chance. It's beautiful.
Sorry, salah.
Yeah, PSG LGD has, you know, been the final boss, as you say it, for this grand finals. And what is that? What is that? Tsunami?
Yeah, you're right. It's the numbers, and I think I finally understand. This whole time I was preparing as if we're going to be the representatives of not just Western Europe, but Europe in whole. And I was so ready to show you the differences between Secret's playstyle and LGD's playstyle. Things went a little bit differently. I was going to say that, oh man, LGD, they are the magnum opus of China. They have combined all the best parts of their compatriots. Vici game.
Ibaratnya itu ini. Kalau lu juara 1, lu sama dengan kayak tim yang juara mana T1 tuh juara berapa sih?
They're all grinders actually. You know, Secret, they only played like 27 ticketed games. Meanwhile, you've got I-Leagues, you've got Pinnacle Cups.
Sekitaran segitu.
Both these regions
per
are
orangnya.
known to grind out games publicly.
Pokoknya ya itu belum bayaran ini.
Ya pantas jadi tajir langsung. Dia menang.
Gak tahu ya, sponsor ngiming-ngimingi nggak ya? Harusnya sih ngiming-ngimingi ya kalau.
Harusnya sih ya.
Iyalah, masa enggak?
Pasti dia dapat something juga lah.
Kalau enggak ngapain dibawa kan?
Tapi kan ya sekepotong-kepotongnya juga kayaknya nggak bakal
kontraknya dia ke organisasi apa ke perorangan gitu.
Ya, yang penting sih nggak kayak Wings Gaming waktu itu sih. Kalau sampai kayak gitu sih tuh baru tuh kacau. Yang wingsuit itu tuh nggak dibayar apa gimana sih kan? Lupa gua.
Nggak dibayar.
Iya nggak dibayar kan? Wah gitu gila sih menang TI tapi nggak dibayar, diambil semua sama company.
Iya gila, sedih banget aja.
Yo itu TI
2016.
6. TI 6 ya.
Terus playernya nggak benar-benar dapat sama sekali tuh.
Gak ada, abis itu mereka protes, malah ditendang dari scene Cina, jadi nggak di ban permanen, nggak boleh ikut turnamen di Cina. Sama kan tim Cina kan Wings Gaming. Ya udah jadi orang-orangnya juga pada kayak susah gitu buat dapetin ya. Ini yang di LGD nih bang, Fate BN tuh salah satunya deh kalau nggak salah. Dia anak Wings dulu.
Wah sama Wai.
Siapa?
Fate BN sama Wai. Maye.
Oh, tapi Fabian bukan ya?
Fabian iya.
Iya kan, bener kan anak Wing juga kan?
Iya, dua.
Carry-nya tuh loh yang jago banget tuh, udah tahu entah kemana si Shadow.
Shadownya kena ban di Cina.
Oh, yang kena tuh Shadow-nya doang, berarti bukan satu tim ya?
Iya, Shadownya doang.
Wah.
Jadi analisis pokoknya di Cina.
Iya, kasihan cuy. Walaupun kayaknya waktu itu gue sempat lihat dia ikut kayak jadi stand-in gitu loh, kan stand-inin OG, stand-inin kayak OG doang deh, Liquid kayak enggak deh. Yang gue tau sih pernah stand-inin di OG dia, si Shadow. Cuman susahnya karena di Cina kan masalah komunikasi tuh bang kadang apa kalau ininya.
Nah sih, kalau menurut gua nih masih bisa menang lawan Team Spirit, tapi mungkin itu sih harus dikasih kayak renggang sedikit gitu loh, jangan terlalu babysit Ame gitu. Ya tapi asli Team Spirit disiplin banget sih.
Iya cowok
rapi men.
Rapi banget bro. Kayak misalnya skill tuh kayak itu apa orang-orangnya tuh pada ada di tempat yang tepat gitu loh semuanya selalu tiap
Pas
waktu.
mau diinisiat war dia sigap banget langsung set pindah langsung nggak kena.
Ibaratnya tuh kayak lagi misalnya ngebuka start splitter aja tuh kayak bisa ngepas segaris di mana nanti warnya kena.
Soalnya
3-4 orang.
PSG nggak mau ngelepas dia udah harapannya udah pengen juara. Tapi kalau TS nih udah kayak ya nothing tulus lah, kita juara 2 juga nggak apa-apa, underdog dapat duit banyak.
Udah duit banyak.
Yang penting gas gitu ya kalau dia sekarang nih.
Yang penting easy game.
Iya gas.
Tapi udah panas anjir otaknya TS tuh. Tadi 3 game udah. Tambah ini kalau BO 5. Anjir nggak panas apa otaknya dia main. Ngedraft.
Ya, kecuali kalau dia having fun san. Maksudnya
lah iya kan ngomongnya nothing tulus. Main udah nothing tulus aja.
Maksud gua kalau lu mindset yang kayak serius terus strategi segala macam kan mikirnya banget. Kalau kayak misalnya dia mainnya santai kayak ibarat dulu lagi di warnet main bareng teman-teman kan jadi enteng gitu loh. Kayak santai aja.
Harus di nerf sih asli botak nih. The next Artezi itu, the next Artezi.
Iya, Toro nih. Paling muda kan ya dia?
Muda nggak tahu sih, cuma
katanya gitu. Satu panel tuh dia yang paling muda. Terus gara-gara di TI ini dia kayak entah ada challenge atau enggak yang pokoknya tiap game carry-nya beda-beda. Dia tuh baru ngulangin hero yang sama itu baru sekali kalau nggak salah game yang sebelumnya yang bareng Mas Iker tuh. Itu baru sekali dia pakai hero yang sama. Katanya. Gue statistik
in the middle of the room.
Statistik ya. Mari kita cek.
Morpling kayak keluar deh buat Ame. Ame tuh kalau udah pakai serius pasti pakai Slark kan.
Morpling spend
Ini sebatnya nggak dapet anjir, rokok gudang garam. Marlboro iya dapet. Tapi Ami nyantai banget anjir orangnya.
Yeah, I don't think PSGLG had a draft that was going to scale late game if they didn't get ahead and play aggressive. Usually it's their style to just go around, run after
Tokyo is game.
And you know when you're playing Mr. Ursa as your carry with a mid Pengalier, you don't have that.
Panderus is game.
They have to be a lot more aggressive there.
They really did.
Jadi meme.
Kalah jadi meme, menang jadi meme sebenarnya. Duanya sama aja jatuhnya. Kalau kalah malunya.
Ayo coba.
Di tweet.
Siapa ini yang bakal menang, bro? Game kedua.
Di tweet is gamenya tambah kali. Banyak kali.
Kalau LGD main kayak tadi sih Spirit lagi nih.
Spirit gila kali, Cuk.
Luna, Sven. Luna.
Iya yang jarang keluar itu draw tuh loh. Dia bisa ngepick draw tuh loh.
Morpling, CK, Jack.
Tentu kan Puyo yang ngambil.
Enggak masih itu kan jarang.
LS. Monkey, TB. Tiny.
you see these young guns just having this confidence, I think that's the biggest thing that everybody's just said.
Kayaknya pesan Gojek seru nih.
PA draw.
Tuh lama kali.
Iya bro.
Please write on the book.
Kak, beneran ini. Oh, baru game lawan Spirit dah tuh. Lawan Secret dah, baru ngulang. 2 kali morphling. 2 kali morphling sama 2 kali spam. Udah. Sisanya tuh hero-nya kali satu.
Emang lihatnya di mana sih?
Oh, lihat di historinya. Nih, lawan Invictus dia pakai morphling, CK, Jagger nih gue sebutin satu ya. Morphling, CK, Jagger. Jatoro. Morphling, CK, Jagger. Lawan Fnatic dia pakai Luna, terus Sven nih, Sven pertama. Habis itu dia lawan OG dia pakai Void, terus Life Stealer. Lawan Virtus Pro dia pakai Monkey, TB, terus Tiny. Lawan IG yang kedua kalinya dia pakai PA, Draw. Lawan Secret nih baru ngulang morphling sekali, ngulang Fan sekali. Ini apa? Spectre. Udah beneran.
Are you seeing Ghost Orb?
Terus ini Naga. Beda semua udah. Cuman yang 2 itu doang udah tuh ngulang.
Are you seeing Ghost Orb?
Morphling sama Gila juga ya. Hero pula gede banget berarti yo.
It's Ghost Orb or EMF.
Big fans of the guy on your screen right now and his whole squad, and they are rooting for them. And if we could hear them in an arena.
Kalau prediction, turnamen predictionnya dulu kan ada tuh posisi sementara misalkan ini kok sekarang nggak ada ya?
Iya nggak ada sekarang, gue juga nggak bisa tahu statistiknya. Kalau statistik kalau lo mau lihat sih di Wikipedia tuh ada yang bagian statistik. Most pick hero-nya Titan.
Iya, tapi paling banyak kalah tetap dia. Elder Titan, nah terus apa? Tidehunter. Kayak
lo
gitu.
buka di Wikipedia di bagian di internasional 10 kan ntar ada banyak tuh tabnya, overview, regional, group stage, main event, all star. Nah lu pilih yang statistik, terus lu pilih yang bagian main turnamen tuh loh. Ntar kelihatan tuh total hero berapa kali pick, berapa kali win, berapa kali lose, win rate nya.
ET-nya 75 aja, 72 aja. Heroes.
Gue malah ngiranya bakal banyak yang kepick tuh Weaver karena lagi metal, apa enggak ya?
Aku KOTL yuk. Band-bandannya paling banyak apa? Tidehunter ya? Oh enggak cuk. IO paling banyak cuk. 114. Oh enggak, MK bro.
M paling banyak ya MK.
MK 135.
Gila.
Where is the dots? Where is the dots?
That whoever gets to choose side will choose Radiant, and it does mean that now we have two teams.
Highest win rate-nya siapa ya?
Dia nggak mau ketemu Tiny-nya Ame anjir.
Win rate.
Spec band.
Ben. Oh, 29 game, 22 win, 7 kalah.
Harus 5 game ya? Minimal ya?
Ya, maksudnya nggak juga sih, cuma kan kalau lu lihat yang satu-satunya kan pasti 100% ya. Tinker aja 9 game tuh, 9 game, 7 win, 2 kalah.
Antara Tinker sama Ben, Jo. Highest win rate. Hero
di in-game mintanya 5 ya minimal ya?
Iya, 5 game minimal.
Tinker udah berarti.
Tinker berarti. Ininya hero highest kill average-nya. Nggak ada ya?
Kalau dikasih Magnus dong. Apakah bakal terjadi 3-0 kah guys?
Ya, tapi ini leserak sih. Leseraknya lepas loh. TB kayaknya nih. Ami kayak TB kayaknya.
I want to say that Team Spirit, right? They really shook LGD. Like they proved that they can beat them at their own game, and I feel like no team so far in the tournament has done that, and I was kind of sad. as a Dota enthusiast,
Mah, gue
like,
bilang buat
come on,
25
like,
M mah.
if you're gonna lift the Aegis, somebody has to,
Tapi bagi-bagi.
you know,
Tapi
make you,
duitnya kan cairnya bisa setengah tahun
and
anjir kayak gini.
Team Spirit did
Lama.
that, and
Itu
it's
lama
awesome.
juga.
And now we're gonna see,
Lama, anjir.
can LGD
Cairnya
show
kayak
us, you know, the level 2, the level 3, and then it's gonna bring even better Dota. What I really love about Team Spirit did, they had the same opener open to them. They could have ET tied again. And, you know, they respect LGD. They respect them so much that they expect them to be ready to punish them for the same draft. So they know, like, you know what? We're not giving you what you think we're gonna do. You're gonna have to think on the spot. We don't want you to come to this draft with, you know, XIO8, 1 hour of preparation on how to do even better. You have to think on the spot.
Soalnya anjing banget nih.
It's a beautiful approach. It's mind games between the drafters.
Tidak cool ya ga.
Di band terus saya.
Mukanya cute gitu.
I think it's amazing. This is like a big mental game.
Respect band aja sebenarnya itu dia Ursa, padahal sebenarnya juga nggak masalah buat dia itu Ursa.
Between the draft, between the two teams, I'm like,
Let's go guys, it's done.
This is what we're gonna do to you now, and we're trying to throw you off guard. And yeah, all things said.
I do want to say that there's something very interesting in my opinion. Like last game, LGD when they played this West, they're very much with nothing to say. And connecting to a Pangolier that doesn't have the best matchup, it's hard. You know,
Wah, gendut, pantesan kalah.
take over the game. Leshrac, Wisp, that is scary.
Wih, kasih nih aku pakai ET dong.
He can power farm. He can, you know, like you start accelerating a Leshrac as a Wisp, he might take over the game. And I feel like with the Pangolier, it's not the same.
There's a lot more abuse to be had with the Leshrac. You can get the mana, you can get the soul ring, you can get
With
like,
game
blue,
langsung
you can
buka
get
Dota.
mana abuse that also allows this hero to have a way different game. The timings are something else.
Nanti
Like, going back
draftnya
to
kayak
being able
Wings
to
dulu,
die,
Dazzle Mid goblok.
Waktu itu ya?
Iya, Dazzle Mid anjir, menang tuh.
Iya lah ya.
Something very beautiful.
Menang nih kalau nggak salah pas itu.
Menang sih.
We have not seen collapse yet.
Cina draft boss nih.
You know, Trifecta, Magnus.
Tapi gara-gara itu langsung top game jadi sampah bang di sini.
Iya kayak Balkor kan Lion Mid.
Iya langsung pada Dazzle Mid semua anjir.
Lu juga.
They have so many cool strategies, so many cool lanes. They understand how to fight around these heroes better than any team in the tournament.
And I think you're spot on with the read that you guys have about Leshrac because they're just banning to protect their mid Leshrac, right? We see the Lina,
Ayo mulu LGD mainnya.
the Invoker, and even now an Antimate. I mean, I don't know if that's a snowball. But when you have this hero, I think you pretty much want to play.
TB apa ya? TB kayaknya aku. Prediksi
Itu
gue TB.
AM di band sih, bisa jadi.
They're not diverting so much from their west. They think this is a strong
Prediksi gue TB.
but they're adding on to that.
TS mainannya.
There's something I think very
Spectre.
important to mention is that
Prediksiku sih
Kita lihat
gitu.
aja ya Stan ya. Ini kalau mereka masih stick pengen hero baru lagi, buat si Atoro sih GG sih.
that's gonna be kind of the pivotal hero. Like they don't want to show, and then they're gonna start counter picking. And it is interesting for LGD to show the Leshrac that early because no matter what, first pick cannot protect the mid matchup. You know, Team Spirit can just delay the mid pick for as long as they want to. In this case, LGD is like, you know what? We're committing to this West Leshrac. We don't think it's countered, or maybe they think it's only countered by Lina and Invoker that can match the pace of what West Leshrac can apply to a game. And now it's like they're happy. No matter what Team Spirit is holding for the 18 or the 24 pick for the mid lane, it does not matter.
Dia menang juga gara-gara nggak mandi-mandi Jo. Dia mandi kalah dia. Pokoknya kalau dia kalah berarti mandi dia tadi.
Depends on how you enjoy playing Dota sometimes, depends on what types of players you have on your team. If you see the mid matchup, theoretically, of course, there's many arguments for revealing your mid matchup or trying to address this and have a stronger win condition if that's what you're going for on your carry. There's also another way.
Habis ini nggak ada game lagi ya?
Ada dong, kan 5 game, best of 5, best, oh ya. Minimal 3 game bang, kalau lo mau namanya 3-0 tuh paling.
Nggak, abis ini siapa?
Abis ini siapa maksudnya?
Abis ini lo main
Ini doang.
Bang ini grand final lo ngaco dah. Lo mau siapa lagi yang main?
Oh.
Abis ini lo main lawan rakyat lo.
Enggak,
more playing ya.
Maksud gua abis ini nggak ada ini lagi kan?
Ya nggak tahu. Ya grand final biasanya abis ini ada apa sih? Kayaknya nggak ada deh.
Nggak ada pertandingan lagi kan? Finalnya bukan sekarang juga kan?
Apa? Ini final bang.
Final finalnya pak. Ininya yang kayak All-Star-nya udahan ya nggak ada lagi ya?
Udah lewat. Ya kemarin Golem tuh justru lanjutan. Itu ronde 2 yang Golem lawan.
Kan
hero baru udah di announce.
the win condition
Nggak
away
tahu
from
kalau
the
ada
Magnus
dua
one,
ya.
I think Shaker Morph has a way to play
Ini
fights
kalau
and scale
yang
into
waktu
the
itu
Magnus.
kalah LGD kalah sama Audio gitu ya?
Iya.
Yang
Tahun lalu, tahun 2018.
2021.
Iya, 21 terus jadi 32.
Kayaknya nonton TI itu sambil makan nasi goreng enak deh.
Iya, atau mie Aceh san. Gas.
Lu maksudnya? Gua nih makan roti.
Gua udah habis makan kan tadi gimana?
Nah, gua juga habis makan tadi.
Luna. Oh, ini repeat nih. Luna.
You know, combo that scales into anything, very powerful second phase from LGD, and that's what I think why they are the best first pick team in the tournament, because they understand the weaknesses of first pick, but they, most importantly, they abuse the strength of the drafting order of first pick. They're like, you cannot stop me from getting what I want, and what I want, I think it beats anything.
Put dong, put G.
From your guys' perspective, of the two drafts, like if you were in their shoes, which draft would you actually prefer to have right now?
Gak ada put G, cupu anjing gak bisa main put G semua.
Lean towards LGD, but don't know how you feel about it.
I would say LGD in a way, but at the same time, I can also see where Team Spirit is going with this. A lot of people would say that Lash, Shaker, Morph are all heroes that are good against Willow. So I see amazing battle value here versus the Lash, the IO. You can break the tether, you can do a lot of stuff in team fights with the Shaker and the Morph. And it's a quick lineup. Luna is able to hit the timings where Roshan is threatened, where towers are threatened very early. The Shaker don't spend a lot of time. They usually don't come online until 20 something.
So I'll make the case against, so Johan is vouching for Team Spirit. I'm going to try to vouch for LGD for what they have going for them. I think they're one of the best teams in the world, understanding how to make a Leshrac scale also through the Leshrac shard. They have abused that in the online tournaments prior to TI. And now this Shaker, plus the Morph, plus the Lesh, and the shard, like the scaling, you know.
Kenapa MK banyak kali di ban-nya?
Soalnya dia ya annoyingnya tuh bisa di rollnya banyak sih yo.
Ada di buff lagi tuh loh yo, cash pointnya, jadi lo kalau pengen lompat tuh udah nggak ngangkat dulu langsung keluar langsung lompat.
Lo bisa apa skill 3 buat apa yang buat turun tuh, terus habis nyentuh tanah langsung lompat ke pohon lagi tuh bisa walaupun lo kena pukul orang.
Cash
bisa
langsung naik lagi bisanya. Makanya banyak kayak kemarin banyak kayak Yapzor itu tuh sampai nggak bikin sepatu yo, jadi cuma di atas pohon turun naik lagi. Iya gitu, turun naik lagi langsung. Bener jadi ketek.
Baru kok itu. Tes barunya annoying parah.
So do you think they're thinking about the lane right now? Because in my head, I thought LGD, they were going to pick Luna, right? You know, counter the skill, but instead they go with a Nature's Prophet. A stronger laner into that Luna.
Very strong into the Luna Willow or Luna Bane. No matter how you look at it, this Prophet lane
apa
should
nih,
be
apa nih?
heavily LGD
Kop
favored.
Kop
It
MK.
complements very well what's happening. The Leshrac pressure with the Wiz, now you have Treants, meaning you do get a kill, you get a
Natur Prophet, jangan kayak Notel lagi tau. Natur Prophetnya jangan kayak Notel lagi. 2 game loh kemarin Notel pick Natur Prophet guys.
LGD dapat nih game 2-nya.
Bagus. Lunanya bagus yuk. Jal beli Jal, lunanya Jal, set Luna Jal.
Gas, kuning-kuning bro.
Mana Nofrizal nih?
Dia pakai Luna kapan ya Spirit?
Gatoro.
Gatoro.
Mira pakai Willow. Oleh pakai Magnus.
Nggak kapan pakai Luna.
Rontok.
Oh iya. Pas lawan Fnatic sih dia pakai Luna.
Ame. Pok ame.
Siang makan nasi kalau malam.
Nete.
Komen gue.
Jangan ngomong gitu Wir, banyak yang kacau.
Banyak yang belum ya.
Iya, jangan. Beli set Lunanya. Gigi keren. Setnya Luna nih. Setnya Luna. Keren nih.
Yang mana?
Yang lagi dipakai sekarang apa ya turun?
Berapaan?
We've already studied and analyzed both teams' stats last night.
They are very, very prepared. All right. Many people have also said that Collapse's Magnus has led to many of
Biarkan aja, Jal.
How does the team feel about Magnus? Are they afraid or are they ready?
Tapi Poskap pakai Willow terus ditukar. Tadi Mi Poskap pakai Willow, sekarang jadi pakai Ben.
Ah, enggak emang pakai Ben?
Enggak, emang pakai Ben.
Tadi dia ngekliknya Willow. Kan makanya gue bilang Poskap Willow.
Gimana bisa tukar anjir? Emang bisa tukar apa dia?
Enggak tahu, tadi sininya belum pick. Yang Ben-nya belum di-pick. Ben-nya belum
Iya, Ben-nya belum di-pick, tapi kayaknya emang Mira deh perasaan di Willow tadi.
Tapi nggak bisa, emang nggak bisa nge-switch dan
nggak bisa lah kalau kayak gini-ginian Sat.
ya nanya siapa tuh bisa.
Thank you so much, Sumi.
Tahu
And
kan
yes,
tukeran
Trent,
set.
we are here. They're
Tukeran
present.
set.
Very confident in this match for LGD.
Which win?
I don't know, everyone thought that
Match di
LGD
LGD.
was gonna be ready for
Who
Team
plays the
Spirit.
most observer ward? Observer ward dipegang oleh siapa,
Thinking
Cuk?
they weren't gonna make it,
Ya support.
and constantly giving Collapse these big heroes that they just discussed, like the Magnus.
Iya,
So
Kalau
we'll
ada
see.
MK
Game one, they weren't ready. Maybe game two, they've got a solution.
It's going to be so
Mira.
interesting to watch. I
Mira
feel like
4.
this team has really
Di pick
just
sama
ridden
Jaquilo
off the
nih, Cuk.
back of the
Mira.
momentum that they've gained
Total number
from the
dead
very early
by
going
25.
stages, and they haven't looked back once. The thing
16
that I'm
sampai
really
25,
interested to
Cuk.
watch for is
Nomor
the
2.
fact that, like, I feel like sometimes when you get in these huge matchups and you go up one game, Team Spirit now
Ini ya yang
you
bisa
can sense the
nge-pick
victory coming, and I want to see if they can keep
Spirit
up that
kali.
same carefree.
Just playing Dota, just having
Gua
fun with
udah
each other.
in-game.
LGD aku.
You know, that's gotta feel like at some point.
LGD aku udah.
Are we gonna win?
No
Kayaknya
comment.
menang nih.
Actually gonna
Are we?
happen.
Nanya sakit tuh.
Crazy.
Gue
But
nanya
we'll
dong
see if
ini
it
gue
ends
nggak
up
bisa
happening
watch
here
in-game kenapa ya?
as Mira spots out a couple of
Nggak
those
tahu.
Lu di
trades.
banner Dota
Get
nggak?
a little bit of vision. So interesting things to
Ah,
watch
baru
for
keluar,
this
baru
as far
keluar,
as a
baru
Lama
long
emang lama
matchup
emang lama
is
emang lama.
concerned.
Karena
We'll
banyak
see
yang
where that
kuat.
Nature's Prophet ends up at and how much pressure they
galau
can
nih.
put on.
Spirit tuh LGD nih menang nih.
Siapa yang menang nih gue juga nggak tahu.
Discussion of timings really throughout all
Enggak.
of it.
Feeling gue Spirit nih, Spirit. Ada
Iya,
Bane
satu.
soalnya Banenya nyusahin.
20 minutes, and the other team's like, we just want to
Bane
hang
nyusahin
out,
Spirit.
kind of scale.
Well,
Yang
jadi
menang, yang menang nih rumah
Gonna have
bersama
to
nih.
back out there on the
combo
shaker.
combo
And
more
3
playing
bounty
ini loh.
runes
More
again for
playing
Team
IS ini.
Spirit, just like last game.
Nah, pada
I believe this game that LGD had a very good idea of what was going on. I think they completely saw that puck pick coming. I think they banned around the fact that, like, yeah, that's gonna be left in. We're okay with that. It's a go-to hero versus the Morph thing. I wouldn't say that's really surprised.
Sabar.
Chonchog is obviously an amazing player, but, you know, the
Jangan
puck
marah-marah,
pick
Ben.
has been,
Marah-marah jangan
you
marah-marah. Ada
know,
sendiri
a
itu
lot
loh.
of the rampages here
Iya,
from
iya,
Spirit
iya.
showing up. Those
Tarik
Spirit
nafas
step
dulu.
skills just like a
Tarik
little
nafas
bit
enak.
more. And you kind of lack that.
Baru mau
As
predik langsung jelek nih.
obviously the Nature's Prophet on Faithion can also move in the
Baru-baru
middle of
ini
the
tuh
game, so
3
keep
rune-nya.
our eyes on it. And like you said, I think both drafts have like a very clear identity behind them, right? You got this Magnus that's going to start off the fights occasionally after the puck comes in. You've got the Morph Shaker as a potential danger later on. But it is, of course, going to be played on that support Shaker this time. So see if you can get into the items at the same timing we've seen for the cores.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like PSG LGD were very much ready for that, right? The Dark Willow came out, and then right away they're just like, yeah. We saw that earlier. We know, you want the Morph and the Willow. We're taking the Morph and the Shaker. It's pretty good too, but yeah, the support Shaker hasn't worked as well. So, a little bit close there, but he's all right.
He's going to be able to dodge away from that one. You can see here also this little interrupt on the pull through that came through, and Faith Beyond steps over to the side. This, of course, sets up some free farm for the Luna. Normal laning shenanigans and the power that you have as Bane in these early goings.
Yeah, it's frustrating for the Bane too, because like you're so used to being able to dominate a lot of situations as Bane. While Miposhka now actually trapped in by a Fisher.
Lunanya free farming kali,
A lot of damage out there onto this poor old Bane. Can they run him down? A couple more hits is all they need. Not quite able to get that last right click, and Miposhka with the brain sap and the runaway. ZinQ still might be able to run him down. That boots advantage, but
all right,
no.
good choice, ZinQ. Good choice.
Keeps it safe that time.
But yeah, I mean, Bane obviously you're used to trading favorably and having answers to like the wave. But with the Nightmare and the Treants being there, they actually have some counterplay here to like trying to set up for plays as well in the lane. So it's a good pick for the Prophet.
Allows him to play that much more freely. But you can see that Luna already off to a hot start. 11-2 right there in the top lane is down bottom. Y gonna take one little punch there from the Dark Willow, and a fissure block off on the other side, but not within that tower range. So we'll be able to get away with some extra damage. Tango, as well as the Calling Blade through, and he's fine.
That's a nice Fisher though. Yeah, a pretty good chunk of damage on him there. Just the harass. Only has a single Tango left. No salves currently on Miposhka. So you know that courier, you know, makes the call, brings him up, and it's gonna be running with a salve in that top lane now. So if there's any chance here for LGD to score a kill, it might be sooner rather than later.
Too true. Gotta look for that opening. Down bottom.
Really trying to pressure too. They keep pump faking this Fisher up top.
I mean, if you catch him on the wrong side of it, it's going to be a ton of damage out with those treants. But even without it, right? Just the one fissure and a couple punches from Faith Beyond, he hits really
kemarin
hard.
sempat ngeliat aku main Morbling nggak ya? Tahu dia harusnya
Over
gue
that courier now, Maposhka,
just
to make sure this one does not get sniped by ZingQ.
Pokoknya ulti nggak bisa dipakai, saya bilang.
Hopefully you're not losing it to a shaker.
True enough.
But this bottom lane, lots of harass being spammed out here from
Collapse
as well. But it's a Morphling, it's an IO. Morphling in itself a very frustrating hero to lane versus due to the regen mechanics and the ability to morph strength and agi, but comboed up with an IO. It's pretty rough trying to get a kill. But you know, Morph players, they tend to go for some of these overextensions, so maybe he'll get a bit greedy there.
Right, and even, you know, just the pressuring and forcing him to switch over attribute shift, it makes it a little bit harder for the Morph to last hit. So it's not all bad, as ZingQ is going to make that big move over underneath the ward and going to steal away the small kill. How many does he get? Not a ton, but nothing to say. Able to sneak a few as well.
All right, interesting stuff there. It does sacrifice the top water room potential there. Well, I say that, actually. Maposhka
moves in. Toronto Tokyo going to be able to pick up this water room and maybe get some extra pressure onto ZingQ. Jumps forward, and there's the first blood. Toronto Tokyo draws it.
Well done by Maposhka. Like, not even just, he basically baited out that rune, right? Let ZingQ coming a little bit too close, get the first blood for Team Spirit, and they're off to a hot start in game 2 after already surprising pretty much everyone. One game. I mean, I agree. I thought their draft was better last game. But you know, we just keep wondering, like, how long will the match last with this team?
It does seem like just an unbelievably improbable run. To think that this team came all the way through in the qualifiers. We're down 2-1 in that series against Empire, and now up one game against the, you know, odds-on favorites. This collapse, skewer, pull back. Gonna do some good damage there on Ame. But he will not be under too much pressure of losing his life. He's going to get the deny.
I'd like to see it from the Morph. That's a Morph player. That's what that is right there. And, you know, maybe not a Pango player. I have some theories. As far as I could find, mind you, I looked pretty quickly. That was his second professional Pango match.
Yeah.
Now, they played a lot of Pango when he wasn't available to play for
300
and, of course, Coach Chawade or Chaba stepping in, playing a masterful Pango. You know, he did really well, and we've had this discussion of, like, how he sort of controls the macro game to help these players so they can think more about their own heroes and their own item builds, and they have a clear identity of, like, what I'm supposed to do in this game, but if you're not experienced on the hero, that formula doesn't work so well.
True enough.
But he's got a less draft now. Much better hero for nothing to say.
Very comfortable. Comfy time for nothing to say. And so far, he's doing fairly well. The early first blood onto Toronto Tokyo, giving that puck the advantage as another stack up on those camps. And now, trying to scout for these runes. Maposhka, just within vision there, and Nightmare. It's going to use a lot of mana. And Toronto Tokyo gets the haste down bottom, so a little bit of luck and a little bit of good rotations. Helping out Team Spirit.
Yeah, even threatening to have the TP in there.
Ya, nggak dapat.
Well, only catch a sentry though.
Mantap, jangan diambil, ntar lu kalah.
Taken away there, so. We heard a lot of discussion actually last game from Insania talking about like the power runes and the strength you're going to have in that right here, and especially for a puck, a hero that's really capable of trying to abuse that.
Ditidurin lagi.
Iya, ditidurin lagi diambil.
And it looks like not going to secure another kill there.
Wah, ini masih tilt ini.
Nothing to say nih. So carefully on any of these other side lanes. If
LGD overstep,
get a little bit close to a tower, puck could easily make that rotation and kill off a couple.
Oh, Maposhka gets spotted on the way out here. So did Sentry on the pillar, was kind of checking around, finding some wards, and then putting obs down by the Ancients. And there is a Sentry here on ZingQ, so this could be pretty painful.
Sedikit lagi.
That was right on the edge.
That's a huge C ward.
That
was a lot of time spent for Maposhka.
And at the same time, LGD going to move in and head up top. Why and nothing to say together. Are they going to try and make a kill here onto the Luna a little bit far out? And we'll see if they can connect with this one, but...
This is a tower kill gank.
Yeah.
They're ganking that tower. It's not moving. They don't have to worry about it. Luna, she's kind of fast, you know. She's got some night vision. Maxed out Lunar Blessing. But the tower, it doesn't move.
True enough. They're going to move in and
next
take
hero,
this one down.
Mercy. Can she just throw the tower somewhere?
Ya, ini makanya nge-pick Letsgo Iyo sama ini, Cuk. NP, Cuk.
This is a problem potentially. The early group up right there in the front, you can't really contest it at all. Outro heads back into the jungle to farm up his medium camp.
Look at Maposhka. He actually got spotted there. He did step in vision for a moment. And a correctly drawn line here from Y, I believe, is to his current path.
But they did get down that ward. We'll see if that one gets taken away by LGD. As down bottom, able to go for the RP now, connecting on to Ame, but I don't know if this is going to translate into a kill.
They don't think so, at least. They're not. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they bring in the Ame as well, and that's going to be more than enough. Ame backs away perfectly fine.
Poshka's just like, can I get something done here? You know, my wards. Getting a little D-ward in here, just roaming around. You know, it's actually Y, who's well known for being
Ini
such a roamer, but
jadi
on this
kayak
Io, having
4
to play a little bit closer to his ally.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a change-up in styles. There. We saw a bunch of that rotation going on in the last bit. As Maposhka on his lane finds another courier kill.
Yeah, for Y, despite being a 5 player, he actually gets often categorized by like some of the information scrapers in Dota as a roaming hero. We've been told by some of our stats people just because he spends so much time going between the lanes.
Dari situ nggak tahu mereka, Cuk.
Ame claps, facing off with each other. And just the focus right now on the farm, stacking up the camps. Ame again moves up to come and contest this and collapse. I don't know if they're really going to be able to do all that much to stop him. Very interesting, but Fissure up top. Now the follow-up, looking for it. Faith beyond there as well, and this is going to be a kill.
That's a pretty stark difference to the 3 heroes stalking the Radiant carry. You know, they got to get this kill, right?
They got to get something here, that's for sure. Maposhka's waiting off to the side. Nightmare down a couple punches.
Ame mati nih, Cuk.
Bring in the IO, trade off that Nightmare. And that's going to be more than enough for the moment, but why? Also dropping low, not low enough. Instead, they turn, find collapse. One more touch is not enough with Faith Beyond. Tipping in, they might be able to find him here.
That was the trusty shovel, keeping him alive.
Yeah, heading down to the south. TP is available, but collapse in some trouble. Does the Spirit connect? Not quite going to be on the mark. He gets out.
Trusty shovel indeed.
Langsung tele, cari posisi aman dulu.
Up top, nothing to say. Zoning back Toronto Tokyo as it kind of came into advance on the Ancients, but the pressure will stay in the bottom lane. We already saw how quickly that top tower went down. No point slowing down here for PSG LGD.
It's interesting though, right? Because you can see that this is a dynamic that we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament. You have Team Spirit with a little bit of a lead, even though it's LGD that are taking down more of the towers. Just that stacking up farming mentality we're seeing from Spirit.
And look at the treants put out here. They're watching for Toronto Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
Because they know that everything's on this Dream Coil. That's by far the easiest way for them to initiate. So you just fan out your units like that from Faith Beyond. And unless they're going to smoke in, you're going to catch that puck.
And instead, they're going to find the Dream Coil towards the mid lane, trying to take down this Lech. Do they have enough? Yes. Toronto Tokyo picks up that kill. And with that, a 3,000 gold lead this early on for Team Spirit.
Bit of a theme, I feel like, from these two games from PSG LGD. Ame did a similar thing last game on the Ursa, where he kind of stayed in an area which seems like surely, you know, like you know, right? He ended up dying on the Ursa on the top lane. And this time, you know, at least they got a favorable trade after that, which I think was
gara-gara Miposhka yang muter-muter, coy.
Nggak expect aja dong. Shove the way back out.
Iya, Miposhka aja malah yang masang tadi.
Behind the tower, checking for a courier and everything down here. They're not willing to just like, you know, give you the take the kill and then just give you the tower. They're able to defend after as well.
Right.
Okay, but now that pressure is coming mid.
Mira, they're going to get onto the Brambles. Thought about that RP, but calls it off afterwards. And again, nothing to say in the mid lane, starting to push down this tier 1 tower with XinQ and Toe. And why? They'll get it. It's so interesting to me, right? Because you think about traditionally what people think of these styles of play, and Team Spirit definitely going the more farming route in this one. You saw there for a second the last hits that Yatoro has. 135 compared to the 69 of Ame.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're actually spotted out here, but they're not going to have anything in time to catch. But that also comes back to just the idea of punishing that Dream Coil, right? It was used. You killed me. All right, congratulations. But I'm a Leshrac. I don't have any cooldowns. When I respawn, I'm coming right back. I'm taking that tower. But as you said, the timing's like PSG LGD, Y has said before, like, we love picking for scale. We like to be very balanced. We're comfortable going late because we think we make better decisions at that point in the game. And even though this is a pretty fast lineup from PSG LGD, it does have some late game tools, right? The Morph Shaker, of course, if you get to that, can really go against anything at this point.
It is a little bit terrifying. You're not wrong. Actually queuing up the Dragon Lance right now on Ame. So obviously could maybe disassemble that later and build it into the axe if he wants.
Yeah, we see that a lot versus the Luna, because it makes like a really nice little matchup, right? Where she's kind of got this like zone that you're trying to play out of and kite her just a little bit, gives you that tankability versus all this magic damage there too. Really balanced item to start out with.
Pasang Mira, bawa lu dia.
Nursing that 2K
Oh, kenapa dia?
lead.
Buatnya?
Dia bawa, tapi nggak
On the other
dipasang-pasang
side,
tadi.
LGD trying to keep the pressure onto these
Nggak ada di
buildings.
situ, ngapain
Up
pasang?
top, nothing to say is there.
Paling
The
tower tengah
Thorns
belakangnya nih.
edict forces out the glyph.
Wow, that was a pretty easy glyph to get, not gonna lie.
No.
Didn't have to commit that hard at all. I mean, Collapse had already TP'd up there too, so can imagine they'd like to go for another one soon. And as we approach, sort of past the laning stage, we start thinking, how's the Roche look in this game? They could take it relatively quickly. You get an early DD with this lineup, Nature's Prophet and Morphling. They might opt for it.
And look at this movement in before.
Makin banyak yang ngejar sekarang.
Oh, nightmare! By Miposhka to dodge the stun, but Yaro is still in some trouble
As they run him down.
mati.
It was good, but it wasn't good enough.
Toronto Tokyo's coming, but they are too tanky. I mean, you see these stacked up heroes, maybe you're sort of thinking about going into the Dream Coil, but it's a bit too much. They're just so tanky right now.
And instead, they try and find a pick off here. Nothing to say. The rest of his friends a little ways away. XinQ making the move over. Gonna get the terrorize. That's going to get this tether snap. And afterwards,
Nah, di Bethlehem dapat.
coming from Willow,
Enggak.
but nothing is taking the regen from Y.
Malah
Keeping his
mati
core
anjir.
player alive.
Sakit. Ya menang LGD nih.
The wand, the IO, this
banget
early hood into the Eternal Shroud as well. They're gonna have some issues
Kalau
bringing
main
down
led
Slash Track
menang
without the Luna
siapa
being
nih
there.
kira-kira?
Yeah, I mean,
Woi,
you just get blown up like
Y-nya
that.
pasang
Obviously, a
D4
great
bro.
nightmare
Led masih
dodge
ada
of the stun that
Morphling
came
ya,
in, but
Bang?
in the end, you need to get that BKB online, as we've seen time and again, and Yaro trying to get towards it now. As LGD
Ini kuncinya
starting
nih di
to cut
collapse
a little
lagi
bit
nih.
into this lead here.
Dapat
So getting a little bit of
support-supportnya
free
aja.
time right now.
Ayo.
Made to farm up.
Yeah, I think Toronto
Ah,
Tokyo
dapat-
starting to just think about
dapat
like
tiga,
his role in
empat
this game, what he can do. You know, Puck obviously pretty
tarik
versatile in terms
atau
of the build.
congkel
They even
terus
really
di
nailed his
apa
build.
namanya
And
di
Terrorize.
sambil kena itu loh ya.
Yalah, ini Po Ame-Ame belum ikut main
TP
nih.
and their very nice play to even preempt that by blinking somewhere else for the TP.
Nah, terus dari tadi dia ngapain tuh farming
They
itu
also
masa
have
nggak main?
the Orchid
Farming
ready on
kok
this
dia,
push
belum
here,
ikut
so
war dia.
Teman main
with the,
Dota itu.
relocate in 5 seconds, everyone can be top lane right now for
belum main
PSG
tuh.
LGD.
Masih Harvest
For
Moon
Team
dia, Jo.
Spirit, they don't see very much. I mean, they're rotating along
Susah
here to that
kalau
bottom
sama
lane.
bapak-bapak
I think they just have to go for the counter push.
Yeah, there's no other play really, and they have a
Kenapa
glyph
sih
still on
Sarko?
LGD as well.
They need this
Kok kayak
flare
ada
and
rasa
collapse
iri
before they get
dengkinya
defended.
kenapa sih Jo?
Iri
Gonna be too much
dengki
too quickly.
sesama
cerita.
You can see getting
makhluk.
very close. Collapse just
Kalau
gonna
punya
farm up
masalah
past
tuh
these
cerita
kids
dulu.
here.
Iri
Bottom.
dengki.
Trying to pressure that in.
Toronto Tokyo, he's got the veil.
Anjir banget ya.
He's
Di
got the
collapse
blink.
ya. Gitu doang ada dia.
Soalnya dia collab sama Dr.
We've seen
Tirta,
it
Bang.
time and again, and Faith
Yo.
Beyond
He
goes up.
just wants the crease. That's all he's going for.
Oh, Faith Beyond spots him.
Oh,
The
yeah,
silence
but-
is there. That's the Orchid
Kenapa balik ke
reveal.
sana? Oh, dia nggak tahu ya dia itu ya.
Nggak tahu dia.
Yeah, he's really greedy. Yeah, it turns out. Oh, you know, you got a full creep wave. That's quite a bit of gold too.
True.
Collab
LGD.
siapa collab?
That's almost a
Combat
certain
nih,
goal
combat.
for that
Oh,
play.
this does stop the backdoor protection though.
Pos
So
tiganya
this
itu
is
loh.
going to stay alive a little bit longer, forcing LGD in this area for a
Nah, tuh
minute.
Jal. Kurirku sama yang
Eventually it will fall.
Rosan hijau tadi
And
tuh.
already 50 on back to that bottom lane to just push that back
Dia
out
punya.
too. So
Punya dia di asli
very
tuh.
well
Sama
orchestrated there
apa
from
itu lagi
PSG
Jo?
LGD.
Rosan silver ya? Platinum ya?
But
Iya,
the
belum
courier,
balik,
it
Bang.
holds the key.
Mm.
Ice Frog, little
Dua
courier,
aja.
delivering a blink dagger to
Satunya
collapse. So,
tuh
you know, he's got a few more things queued up that you
24.
guys might have seen already in this tournament. The Shard, the Force Staff. He's made a couple plays.
Bisa
Perhaps some
dikirim
highlight
ke
reel
ikutan.
ones.
He's
Nggak
been
bisa.
absolutely spectacular.
I think he needs a couple more this game.
True enough. Not if
Beda
LGD have
tuh
anything to say
sekarang.
about it. They've also had a few highlights at times.
Makin
And
banyak Rosannya soalnya.
playing on that Earthshaker with the Morphling, you just know that there's pain coming if
Ada
they're
aja yang
left to
paling
free
murah,
farm
Jal.
in this one.
That's really the worst part of just staying in the upper bracket. Less highlights, less games to play.
Ada yang 5 jutaan.
True enough, yeah.
Especially when you crush your opponent so
Yang
hard and then
paling
finally
terakhir
being
terbaru
challenged
kayaknya
now by
rasanya.
Team Spirit.
They're up one game again. Cinderella
Dropnya
story that
banyak
hasn't
soalnya
died yet.
waktu itu.
And seeing if it can continue on here in this game number 2. The BKB is done. Taking a look at a few of these other items around the map. Collapse has that blink done. XinQ getting closer to his, has it completed as well now. So all of the big fighting items online.
That's a bit frightening. It feels so
Ini
good
kan
because, like,
sama-sama
obviously as the
baby
off laner, you gotta get
scary-nya.
these like earlier items, got bracer, got a mech, and then you get your blink dagger. When you're playing as a support, you
Tetep
just
ya,
get that
lu
one thing you're striving
sini
for, and it's
dia
kind of
Toro
unfortunate when they match up like that
networknya
because, like,
gede.
now it feels like you're
Ya,
off
farming
actually
doang nih.
play, but
Lo lihat aja bang,
XinQ,
12
like,
menit
this
cuman
is an
killnya
excellent
52
counter
tuh loh.
initiation to have right now with the way that their lineups kind of set
Bener
up.
nih gua
Like,
nih,
he
25
can lurk
cuma
for so long.
cuma
He can just wait on the the side. And what kind of vision is going to catch him, right? Maybe an orb.
Observer udah salah
Maybe
gua
you can
anjir.
take a
Malah
fight at
si
night like
White.
this and have the advantageous vision.
Oh, but the skewer back immediately onto nothing to say, but he's going to live through that. Nice jump out there ZenQ saving the day even under that ward.
They have relocate, they have Fisher.
Yeah, they were super ready.
That is a tough one, but at least the relocate gets burnt, right?
Yeah.
So that is something for them, but immediately into the Roche.
LGD gonna make a bit of a sneaky play here. Did Team Spirit know that this is going on?
Where's your DD, guys?
They're gonna have to push. I mean, this is down to about half HP now. Team Spirit, it's really well covered by the vision of LGD as well, but they're gonna smoke up now. Can they get there in time? Aegis, it's super low now. They pull back onto ZenQ, gonna try and take him down first. And they will get that kill, but it comes at the cost of the Aegis on Ame.
Kayaknya gak dikontes sih Bali sih.
No leaving it in the pit this time for any other teams.
No.
For IG, everybody knows.
Yeah.
At the very least, you do get yourselves a kill from that, but Shorely's still happy, you know, ZenQ. That's basically an exchange. Sometimes you trade a Roche for a tower. Sometimes someone on your team just needs to go and kind of feed to block out the smoke. And in this case, that was just a small feed to help things out here. So another game where like the kills have also stayed pretty low.
True.
From game 1 and game 2. Feels like teams are being very picky about their engagements.
Nah, yang itu loh, yang punya Letsgo itu Jal yang murah Jal tadi Jal yang biru tuh.
Incredibly tense
Bawa
for
madu
these
dia.
teams.
Itu paling murah.
Again, you start to wonder how much the pressure is going to be affecting these players. Keep our eyes out for it for sure.
Enggak, yang madu paling murah.
Ame with the Aegis,
Madu
another
tuh
4 minutes with this.
7,5. Kalau yang hijau yang Natalan tuh 6,3.
Can start to play with a little bit more freedom here potentially.
Ada hijau Natalan.
And currently they already have amazing vision in the top lane. You can see this ward just been staying on the high ground here. About a quarter of its duration left. Nothing to say. Feels confident enough to be up there. They already control the outpost since they took that tier 2 so early. Team Spirit again just forced to try and hold on and try and build everything up into Yadro this game. Does of course have this buffed up carry mentality that we've been working towards in this main bracket event. For pretty much every team, you're going to have the empowered Luna. But, you know, it's not the wolf fight, it's not the tiny. So Yadro got to do some heavy lifting here.
Potentially, they have a Nightmare, and then the walk away. They actually relocate into this one.
There's relocate, there's Nature's Prophet. You know, it's very scary. If you don't have that really quick burst, you don't really want to take it right now for Team Spirit. But they forced out some rotations at the very least. They got to try and hold this tower, I think, or else this really wasn't worth it.
No IO save this time, though. That's the danger of the relocate. Nothing to say outside of vision. They don't see him. Now they do. The pullback going to be able to get that skewer. The Treasure not quick enough. And nothing to say goes down, now looking for more. Ame has to be careful, ZenQ there as well. Oh, but Ame with the waveform through it. Brilliant play, Aeon disc afterwards. Now the chase, looking for more. Can they control the game enough for the kill? The Terrorize comes out, but he got the strength form off. Faith Beyond jumps away, the skewer back onto two.
Gila kolaps. Gara-gara dia mulu nih.
Kok nge-lag, bos?
Mati dah Ame. Kok Ame.
There's nothing else left in the take there for Ame, although trying to TP after the stun comes through right at the end. And LGD, another triple kill for Yatoro. And Y will manage to escape from that one, but a huge win for Spirit here in game number 2.
That is massive. Amazing defense. Class does it twice in the fight with the skewers, catching nothing to say. Like,
sama kayak ini kan, selalu Spirit gitu kan, kalau lagi terbang.
What are you supposed to do with this Aegis? Are we supposed to push towers? Is that the goal right now? So, you know, should it be on the Morphling? You know, doesn't he kind of feel like the harder target to get in the first place, and instead you're sort of hanging nothing to say out to dry? Like he gets one skewer and there was no chance to save him.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of that is also the decision to stick around after that relocate was used, because that's probably part of their idea behind it.
Yeah, I mean that's your easiest long range save, right?
Unreal. 5-6. Team Spirit playing just absolutely great Dota.
I'm sensing a smoke up Echo Slam here soon. You know, this is what you do. You lost your Aegis and you're like, okay guys, this is fine. Group out, we're gonna smoke. We've got our other tools back. Let's go dunk on some people.
ZenQ so often has been the answer in the playmaker for this LGD lineup. Whether it's the Snapfire or this Earthshaker, whatever it is that he's playing, he's making the big moves. So 21 minutes in now, and Arrow continues to farm. I mean, this is the thing that's really scary, right? Like, how many times have we seen these Lunas just get completely out of control and then just walk high ground with an Aegis? And now it also feels like they have some of those tools with the Blinks online to actually win those Aegis fights as well.
Yeah, sometimes they don't leave that high ground. It just takes one sort of mounting up there and it's over. Part of the reason why they can be a little bit patient here for Team Spirit, but patience, you know, that's not something
murah.
Scary Invis,
Jal.
and the smoke up afterwards. Team Spirit looking
Jal.
on the hunt. But LGD, sensing danger coming their way, will retreat out. Just great
is he gonna
presence
horn
of
toss
mind.
him again, Lyrical?
Oh
Don't tell me
my
he's gonna horn toss him again.
god.
Oh my god, he got him again, Trent! They did it to him as they find the pickoff.
Dapat terus tuh.
Collapse, you're too good.
Jago
Oh,
tuh
the smell.
dari kemarin.
Unreal. Oh, they're so good at just finding that one kill and like waiting for this timing too of just this. Oh, they got on the zip.
They pull him back in afterwards. Why? In some trouble. Skewer a little bit off the mark, but the Brambles are there for round 2 of it. Team Spirit, they came to play on finals day. Taking down Secret, now looking to go up 2-0 in the series against LGD.
Meanwhile, Faith Beyond at least, you know, getting something back, right?
Yeah,
go grab that out. Man, losing the Roche into just like taking over the map right now for Team Spirit. They're just having fun. That's what they say, right? They look like they're having fun.
They do.
Voshka looks like he's having fun. For someone who's playing Bane, that's as much fun as your face gets, I think. You know?
They're on top of it. Killing it. And we'll see now if LGD can pull this back. Again, we've talked so much about the effect that pressure has in this lineup. In a lot of ways built to try and just win the Aegis. Not a whole lot else is going to be acceptable for them and the sort of standards that they set for themselves. 5-8.
I love how you see this sentry they put outside the base too, because I had the same thought. I'm just like, where was that wart? Like, how did this man just do that? You know, and just nothing. Collapse is just too good. He just feels it. He just goes. It's a lot of sentries.
They're all over the place.
And, you know, that's because they also have the gem, I believe, still, on Toronto, Tokyo. So they know that they're in trouble when it comes to the vision game, and so you get into this place where you're just kind of spamming them everywhere. Ayo, you know,
tapi lu lihat tadi sentry banyak banget loh. Tapi dari
well
itu dia skill tuh nggak ada vision kan, lompat aja kan.
How much more valuable that healing is on the earlier end, right? You know, about trying to get as many of these mechs and these holy lockets as early as you can in the game. When you have to spend on sentries, that can be a bit tough, but at the same time, you have a shaker on your team, so you're making a sacrifice in terms of the goal to ensure that Blink Dagger is going to be there. Unfortunately,
I win
they haven't really gotten much out of the shaker. Couple nice saves, but Zinku's still waiting for his big moment.
And it's tough, right? Because you have to sort of go in and make that chaos happen first with the rest of the heroes on LGD, and specifically Nothing to Say. And he's built all these items to try and stay alive. The Eternal Shroud, going for the Halberd, now into the Plate Mail. And it has just not been able to be enough to keep him alive against the big plays from Collapse. MVP in this game too.
And now?
Kill them
once again. So what do? We smoke. Got night vision, right? You have the advantage there. They're gonna have to rely on the treants from Faith Beyond if they want to scout some of these plays out. That is the vision that they have at night. But the edge certainly belongs to Team Spirit.
Absolutely. As they move up onto the high ground, ZinQ feels like he's safe, but they drop down the ward right away. ZinQ manages to get out of there. Has that shard to create that separation. But again, a ward dewarded. Taken away vision from LGD.
They're just going to do the sweeping motion here, right? They actually scanned ahead to see if he could blink in there. He's checking the high ground. Collapse wants this so bad.
He's ready. He feels the moment, dude. He is so on top of it. Waiting for the vision.
Nothing to say, he's going so far back. He's like, no.
He knows.
Senang banget dia main.
Enggak ada. Fissure afterwards. They're sensing it. They back out of their
he
time.
is feeling it today.
Came close there.
I mean, that's what's so cool about the spell, though, is that you can just fish.
Yeah.
You know? Sometimes you're not going to catch anything. Sometimes you get yourselves the big old whale.
You know what's also so interesting about this? Like, those 2 outposts are still held by LGD. They're keeping so much pressure on the map by LGD, and Team Spirit, it doesn't look like they're that interested in trying to take it back. They're just looking for those kills now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it's going to be a very long Roche spawn, because that's kind of what they're playing for right now for Team Spirit, right? It's just like, we don't want to rush anything. We just need one more good fight. We're going to clear up this entire base with our Luna, and we want the Roche for that. So they're going to be trying to control around the pit. Someone's going to sit in there. They're going to wait. They're going to be very disappointed for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
There you go.
And that's just time for PSG LGD. So what can we stall for here is the question. Shiva's coming out relatively soon for Nothing to Say, but the Aghanim's, that's what we're stalling for. So whenever you get in trouble as a Morphling, you look to say, how good is Manag's game is it? And it's like, oh yeah, right, we picked Morph Shaker. So we do have that going.
That's going to be the big window that they're looking for. Only 2 points in Enchant Totem right now for that Shaker. But can still be devastating with all the lockdown that you get.
Now, interesting things that we're going to have to watch during that, though, will be the fact that it's the Aeon disc on the puck, right? So they're going to be looking to catch and chain and even just try and, like, go through that stats resistance while it's actually active on Toronto Tokyo and just try and, like, keep chaining him down because he's not going to have the BKB. And then after that, we also know that Collapse, he really likes these kind of cheeky items, right? He doesn't like BKB. You've seen the plays this guy's making.
There's the Aeon disc out. Toronto Tokyo not concerned, just blinks away after the Aeon disc is procced. And also getting that D ward again.
So the question will be, when they come high ground, you know, will you find this big Morph Shaker play? Are you going to catch these heroes without the immunity that they need to survive what is obviously a pretty terrifying duo of heroes?
Faith Beyond shows for a second, Collapse, looks for an opening, sees him there. There's an opening, the horn toss, the pullback with Skewer, and immediately gets the kill. Nothing is free, not even pushing out a wave.
That's the kind of punish that you need. I mean, they felt pretty free on this
map,
right? They are
pantesan.
moving around as a single unit for Team Spirit, right? And that's why we're spotting some of these heroes just like Faith Beyond's randomly in a spot, pushing out a wave, nothing to say. That's why they were able to control the outposts for so much longer than you might expect, considering the situation that Team Spirit was in. But the punishes are free, and so they will go back once more for a disappointing look inside the Roche pit, and then wait another 30 seconds, and then they'll go back and do it again.
But look at this. They have that Aghanim Scepter done on the Morphling now. Puck also just finishing an Aghanim Scepter and has an Arcane Rune bottled.
They're like sending in Y-First. Just these slow movements in. Ready to tether back. Off Sentry. It's going to catch both.
They have vision right away.
They know they're there.
Collapse. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
We've seen them go into these trees so many times.
Collapse.
I would not be surprised.
He's thinking about it. XinQ is back there.
Oh, they're just baiting out.
Yeah, they're waiting on it. And Faith Beyond, in the meantime, farming on the other side.
The Radiant, they scanned that pit there. To no success. They're going to send in the Treants, though. So, PSG LGD, they're in the know. They've got the Morphling, with the Aghanims, with the Shaker, and a team that really wants the Roche. They have a plan.
This could be LGD's comeback here. Can they make it happen, though?
And how long can you sort of like control and force the focus of Team Spirit to be here, and what are you gaining on the rest of the map? I mean, again, they're fanning out a bit here, and you have the global teleportation up in 10 seconds for Faith Beyond. Yeah, you have Ame just farming the Dire Ancients right now, so...
Are they going to give up this
There go the
Roche?
Treants. I mean, they know they're in there right now. I highly doubt they just give this up for free.
I don't know, is it still inside here? They're moving over now. Faith Beyond getting some Treants out. Starting to move into position. They're going to lay down these brambles.
They're actually doing this so slow that maybe PSG are just kind of fine with this.
Are they really going to give up Roche for this, though?
I think they just can't get in the position, right? I mean, they don't have the best vision around the area. They actually see absolutely nothing right now, so... I mean, they know they're in there. They've sent in the Treants, but again, how do you get that initiation when, you know, you're so reliant on... You'd rather just fight on the high ground at this point.
All right, well... LGD give that one up. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them later. As Mira is going to push out this lane up top. Faith Beyond very close. And they're going to have to deal with their lanes, because this is one thing that's definitely beneficial for LGD is their split push potential. Faith Beyond, BKB with that Orchid. XinQ shows up. Yadoro up on the high ground, nothing to say there as well. They have great vision on Team Spirit and now showing.
Oh, you dapat gak tuh?
Gila. Can they go for any more now?
Itu blind kan? Gak ada wardnya kan?
Luna, but Luna just walks away.
Tapi sebelumnya ada vision Jo.
Living yet again.
Cuma segelintir doang ngeliatin kalau di situ tuh ada orang.
Yeah, I don't know. He's thinking like, is there a buyback play there? Because that's a pretty bold sentry to place down.
Tadi kan Io-nya kan bolanya kan gede dulu tuh
like that, Team Spirit with Aegis in hand.
Dia tahu ada Io di situ. Cuma nggak tahu di mana.
Go for a play there, but Toronto Tokyo not showing himself, has the boots of travel to join with the rest of the team.
Right? They had the ward near the base. They actually saw that Ame was moving over here.
Oh man, this would be such a huge pickup if they can get him.
The spider legs
walking in. They get him with the horn toss.
Hilang
down for more. Ame's
everywhere they go.
Ini kemarin Oji kalahnya gini nih, diculik-culik terus itu Sumelnya. Kalau kayak gini terus sih.
Near the base. Lets them know they chase it down, and now they go up. Will they leave is the real question. There is a glyph available for the Radiant.
True enough. They walk up high ground and
di mana aja bisa kena ya.
Going to start beating away. Laying claim to this area.
Jadi
they catch him right away with the glyph. Collapse, pulls him back in,
breaks the coil. Team Spirit, they're just playing too clean
Jadi
today.
areanya itu bulat, tapi
LGD
tetap
need more. They don't have
pas baliknya
buyback
itu ke belakang
on this
dia.
Morphling.
Iya.
They can't get 2 racks at the very least on the side of Spirit, but I mean,
Do you need 2 racks?
I don't know.
Wah, backup dia.
That's a good question. Well, maybe Faith Beyond is actually starting to take this one down. Now the jump in. There's the BKB. Faith Beyond still has that Orchid available, but the turn off to the side. Oh, great Orchid to interrupt, and that will be enough to get him out.
That was really well done with the BKB TV. It's like there's one answer, right?
Yeah.
Ya, Miposka ditinggalin.
So well done indeed. He will at least take
Itu
tier
doang
3, so
itemnya
that's
nyusahin
something.
ya,
But of course,
anjir.
there's still lots
Lihat
to
dong
do.
namanya
2.5
di
minutes for
chatnya.
Luna. Just run
Tikus
back
semua
to
ini.
She's pretty fast.
Hah?
You're not wrong about that one, and
Apa
can
semua?
start pressuring down these other
Tikus,
towers. There's no more
tikus.
cliff either.
Oh.
Team Spirit want to make another run at this with the Aegis. They're just
Tikus,
so
tikus.
far ahead already.
Mouse.
10k gold. It does not look particularly close.
No, not
Yeah, the
mouse,
boots is
red.
probably there from Toronto, Tokyo, so he's just able to push out this bottom lane.
Masa
He can be
mouse
there in a
Dota?
flash 2, trying to
Nggak
match
lucu
some of
dong.
this global capability that's there.
Terserah gue mau ambil
PSG
Jelek anjir.
They're still waiting for their shining
Lo
moment of
mau
Morph Shaker. They are
melecehkan
in this game, believe it or
bulldog
not.
lo.
Apa?
Just haven't had an opening.
Bawa juga
Satanic now
kalian
done
dong.
too for the Luna.
Couriers just flying in everywhere, dropping off all these new
Kan
items.
Morphling udah kalah tuh Morphling.
Yano's almost 10k gold up on the next
Jauh,
hero on the
anjir.
enemy team. LGD just don't have an
Di
answer for
Mobile
this
Legends
Luna,
ini udah
particularly with the
all
Aegis.
Ya.
Yuk,
And
Mobile Legends
it
33
looks so
menit.
free for him.
Udah bingung mau
This
ganti
is the
item
path
apaan
to
aja.
victory for Spirit to go up 2-0
Udah full
over
slot.
LGD.
They gotta guard this wave that's with them though. Faith Beyond is on the
Gawainnya
next
cuma
one.
beli buff
And they're
aja
scanning
terus.
that he's
Kalau
actually
enggak
still
beli
there,
lagi.
so he's going back. Toronto, Tokyo. He's gonna try
Halo.
to hunt down Faith Beyond.
Sama-sama.
And off to the side, they get the
Halo.
vision.
Halo.
Tries to chase him down there. There's the silence. The
Halo.
coil afterwards. Still
Nice.
is pretty hard on Faith Beyond.
Jauh
The collapse in the
sekali.
area. They're gonna
Lakat
break the
mata
coil and
tak.
kill off the Prophet.
Terus
How
creepnya
fast
di
is
ini
he
dia
to
apa?
buy back is the
Kok itu gede
question.
sendiri anjir?
Can they
Iya,
actually
dari
force it
ininya,
here? I mean, it's
startnya
gonna be
dia.
a while for the lanes, right? That's kind of
Cara
why you
pakai
gotta
skill
start
satunya
with
kayak gitu,
on
Bang.
Nature's Prophet. I don't think
Dua
they can
pohon
finish
yang
this
hancur dari
simply
pohon
by the speed at which
skill
creeps
1.
walk.
Tapi di lini
Jadi-
dia coba sproutnya bisa
It'll be
bebas.
a little bit more time now.
Maksudnya?
Gedenya banyak.
LGD
Jadi
Oh,
jadi kelainan ya pohonnya.
There's gonna be a Scotty done, so
Bukan
that is pretty huge
kelainan, jadi
actually.
giant tree.
Scotty and the Morphling versus this
Dulu
Luna.
lebih parah lagi kalau
And
udah
again,
nge-kill hero
Satanic.
pakai
I mean,
ulti.
Iya kalau Hero gede
Gede,
banget.
anjir.
Partially because
Sakit
LGD
lagi.
haven't taken that
Sakit
fight
cuy
yet,
itu,
right?
makanya
Like,
di
and there's
nerf
still gonna
itu.
be that window
Udah nggak ada lagi
when they
sekarang.
have the, you know,
Jadi,
ag
lo
shaker and
misalnya
can go
hero-nya
in all
kena
at once together.
Sekarang
ultinya
ultinya
dia,
It's just they're waiting
dia
for
harus
that
ngebunuh
perfect
dalam
fight.
2 detik.
Ngebunuh,
Kalau
iya.
dalam 2 detik hero itu
Still
mati,
have to be careful
keluar
of that
pohon
one on
gede.
Team Spirit.
Oh
Jadi
iya,
beranak
sekarang,
aja.
You have to
sekarang
imagine it
entangle
would
ya.
come soon.
Iya, entangle sekarang.
Dulu gitu,
collapse, you know,
makanya
like,
dulu
I
enak
think
banget
this
dia.
is banget, anjir,
Aganim,
mampus.
Aganim
Even
multi
wasn't
ulti
that
aja
so
kalau
far
di
from
war.
Team Spirit.
Absolutely carrying out of that offlane.
No kills too.
Tapi sekarang
So
lebih
giving,
annoying
you
lagi
know,
sih
such a
entangle.
charitable
anjir.
offlaner.
Gila Magnus itemnya gitu
That's what it's
doang
supposed to
anjir.
be, Absolutely.
Belum
Jadi
balik.
Ganggu banget.
Utility ya, nyulik.
Iya, gara-gara dia mulu bener.
So much range on absolutely
Kecolongan
everything.
berarti nggak di banned nih.
Sengaja kayaknya nggak di-ban.
They're gonna
Enggak,
Tiny-
counternya
tiny-
maksud kayak kemarin itu loh, Jo.
sending in the
Tiny
courier.
doang yang
This
di-ban.
one
Pengen,
might get
pengen,
scouted
pengen.
here, and
Oh, it's on the way.
Well
up.
played.
Oh.
Ya, nggak jadi Aganimnya.
well played.
Aganim
tadi
siapa?
deh,
That was
tadi deh,
that
tadi.
the
Tadi.
Yeah, it was.
Kan udah Aganim dia.
Scotty.
Almost
3
3 minutes of no Scotty, but you know, it's okay. You know, LGD, they don't actually see
Gede
enemy
banget, Cuk.
heroes. They just see enemy creep waves. Right? That's the goal right now.
Okay.
The creeps are the true enemy. So that's
Yeah.
why Faith Beyond, you know, he's not up top where the heroes are. He's down bottom where the creeps are. Just keep pushing them out. Keep them away from your base.
Trying to
Push
extend
him
this
out.
as long as
Keep him
possible,
out of the
and then
base.
force Team Spirit into a bad position. And you know, in the last couple of minutes, they
Dude,
caught up
he's-
in terms
he's
of net
catching
worth.
up. You know, you look
Yeah.
at this more.
Iya,
He just keeps
28k
climbing.
bro, networknya.
Will it be enough though?
Yang satu lagi 20 kapuk cuma
They can make
pindah-pindah
the
doang
most
aja.
of this, dodge fights,
Hapus.
and then possibly get another fight around that next Aegis. That might be their window with the BKB on Ame.
I think what's very impressive from Team Spirit is how long they have just
Dia ngeliat
kept this
atas nih.
single like ball rolling around together and they're not panicking. Because a lot of
Right.
teams, it gets to this point where like it feels like especially you've been roaming around for so long, and like now the Aegis is gone, so people said like they fan out a bit and they farm, right?
Yeah.
Morph Shaker will punish that with relocate, you know, with a nature's problem. They will find you. They will kill you if you try and go out on your own.
But with all the lanes pushed out now, Team Spirit, without that Aegis, still going to walk up and hit this a couple of times. You have 3,200 HP on Yaro as well as the butterfly.
Ward lagi ya. Nggak ada ward aja di
So often he's been the one to make those big plays. They're continuing to push in the bottom lane. LGD
Dia masih
hoping
ada
for an
40 tapi
overreaction from Team Spirit. As they walk up, start to get these racks, but likewise, bottom lane is being pushed.
Kena lagi.
He's fully committed to
Buset,
the
jauh banget anjir.
Terrorize
Anjir,
afterwards,
jauh
caught
banget.
with the fear and the horn toss to pull back. They got nothing to say.
He's so far away.
They don't have a way to get to him.
Dimain-mainin anjir.
As they get the Fiend's grip off and the eventual right click down to death.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo in the back.
Chase.
He caught one on the way
Gets
in too.
one. On to CQ, he's in trouble now as well. They find themselves another pick-up potentially here.
Anjir,
CQ,
jauh banget
nothing
yo.
else left in the tank.
Iya,
Is down.
kalian level 20-nya tuh loh.
That's a nice play.
Iya, dia ngambil
Very
talentnya.
heads up there from Toronto Tokyo. Just
Tambah
not
Etherland
letting
lanjut.
just get away with offering up the sacrifice of the Lesh rack. You know, not just the goat. We're gonna take what is she?
Iya.
There you go.
We'll take that
That's
too.
right.
Yeah.
They're keeping these lanes pushed out. This is the only
Anjing,
thing.
yang
We've
gede
seen a
nggak langsung
couple of
mati,
teams,
anjing.
back to that Quincy Crew game, they were able to keep the lane shoved in constantly.
Anjir,
And
tajir banget
eventually win
lunanya.
with an all-in push, and that might have to be what we see from LGD as well. Maybe a relocate play with Morphling or something like that. 'cause right now,
do not say that. I won't allow it.
You won't
Not
allow
here. Not some DD relocate Morphling.
There's a chance. There's potentially a way. You got to be careful of your team spirit.
Ini udah kurang apa sih Luna nih?
Global potential that they have on
Beres
LGD,
jadi udahlah,
anything could
GG
happen.
udah.
Kurang kamu aja sayang.
The last outer tower.
Siapa Joca?
Now gone. PSG LGD.
Aduh, bingung gue milih yang mana.
Beyond AC done. And Team Spirit starting to sense Roche going to be back up. 10 seconds.
Kurang agak
And with
nimcar
that,
aja tuh
could
mah.
be the window to close this game out for Team Spirit.
Kok agak nimcar.
Alright, refresher or eggs?
Blessing tambah satu item. Oh, Rosan. Udahlah.
As it will respawn right now.
Get the eggs.
Interesting. Smoke up though. LGD.
Itemnya
Is
begituan
this
ya tuh
finally
mid-nya.
the fight that they feel comfortable with? They have been sitting on this
Ya,
egg shaker for
LGD ini
so
ngetro
long.
bagaimana sih? Gak ada yang mau bikin Aganim. Aganim, BKB
BKB now
gitu.
done to boot.
Iya.
that's
Gampang
good
di
point.
disable
Getting
semuanya.
eggs here.
Dia pengikutnya Bulldog. BKB is only for
See
pussy.
Team Spirit not comfortable just hitting
BKB
away
Ben.
in the Roche pit. Nothing to say, walks in. Yadro up front and center. Nothing to say, they jump in.
Ini gue kira shaker.
Kena nggak tuh Morphlingnya.
Yadro turns to fight, destroys, nothing to say.
Mati.
To the side, Ame in some trouble. Hit it from the low
Reloadnya
ground.
mana nggak ada.
It doesn't matter as they chase him down and kill him off. A great win for Team
Kena.
Spirit as they will find
Wah,
more and
anjir.
more. Unbelievable.
The chase continues.
Yadro
Ya
just
Allah,
chases
itu
them
terbang
down.
kenceng banget terbangnya.
Ya mati.
Nothing to say, but Kimikyo collapsed, trying to take him down, but no, it won't happen. On the side, Toronto Tokyo will fall. With the big stun afterwards, Yadro moving in. He's big, he's bad, he's Luna trying to kill him off. The fear, the pullback. ZQ looking dead as well.
Kalah.
Another one, but they buy back now.
Berat.
Absolutely shredded. Yadro is too big.
Aing
As
senang
they
lagi.
catch him in again, then push back, they got him caught. And gonna maybe find the kill, nothing to say. Down low, dead.
Makmurnya kayak petugas kebersihan aja.
Tarik anjir.
Senang lagi gua.
Play these fights. They're so in sync with one another. GG is called.
Gigi langsung.
They call it a Cinderella story.
Morphling ID-nya.
Ada penonton beneran bro.
Ada penontonnya coy.
Very excited for this young
Gila.
team's present.
Si collab aja.
Sini, Jo.
They have been
GG.
absolutely
2-0
dominant in this
gila
one.
sih.
Ada penontonnya tadi udah ngeliat.
It's not just the fact
GG
that
collab.
it's the way
Gara-gara
that
dia mulu anjir
the
kecolok.
patience exhibited here is not something of a
Wah,
young
ini
team
gila
of
sih
like,
kalau
oh, we
3-0.
crushed the lanes
Maksudnya,
and we're totally
wah,
owning this
sedang
game.
bersih-bersih
They
anjir.
were patient. They
Yes.
knew their timing. They
Kayaknya
watched
di
for the
ban pakai
only
ban.
way for PSG LGD to get back in this game.
Dia
And
wajib
aja
they
ngusahain net.
Ya wajib
Jadi
di
kayak
ban tapi
kayak
Unbelievable
tapi
showing
versi
here from
benernya.
this team. The patience, the calm, the
Versi
cool collectedness,
kenapa beneran.
and now
Efeknya
one
ketinggalan katanya,
game
up.
away from being able to raise that Aegis.
Weh, ada
Unreal.
penontonnya
Very
akhirnya.
socially distanced crowd. You love to see it from them
Iya,
as
ketombe
well.
gua hilang.
As we get ready to
Ya,
go into this game
dokter
number
Tirta,
3,
bentar,
but
gue
the
bersihin
man behind
sepatu
it all,
dulu.
Maposhka right there, captain, and keeping everybody with a cool
Pantesan
head.
sepatunya bersih terus tuh anjir.
Command behind PSG LGD.
Kan
What
udah
are the
bilang dari
options,
awal
man?
rame banget yang
You know,
nonton, gak
you came
percaya
in.
kan.
You were the favorites. Everyone expected you to be the ones up 2-0 at this point. You know, for Team Spirit to be digging deep.
Kagak, gue
He's
jadi
got all
staffnya
these
juga gue
plans.
gak
He's
bakal
been
gaul.
challenged
Itu
now
gue nonton
twice.
di situ.
Bener 3
Small
aing,
challenge.
mantap.
What is up for game 3?
We'll have to see as we head back to the panel.
Yeah, this game started with us talking to Xiao, who said regarding the Magnus pick on the side of Team Spirit, it is all in our plans. And gentlemen, the plan didn't work, Tico.
I mean, so first of all, PSG, they're very aggressive early on. They're taking top tower, taking mid tower, trying to go for
Bracket
bot.
nanti kan ya pas udah kelar kan ya?
Spirit, they kind of shift away from that aggression. They get up some aggressive boards.
After the conclusion, at the conclusion,
all these games.
Aku dapat cuma nambah 5 level doang.
500.
Gua
mana 2
level.
500 poin.
And at 20 minutes,
enggak, yang prediction bracket itu.
They get the shot. 2000. And they're just going fishing.
Enggak, tapi tetap sih ini
500. Come on over.
Gua cuma bener 4 doang.
We got a bramble maze on the.
Salah sendiri, gol 5.
Overfarm Luna.
Dapat 2 level.
Tapi tetap sama di tahun kayak Johan.
Yoi.
After this, like it's insane.
Well, how are you
Gara-gara OG kalah hancur berantakan udah.
A little bit more short term because that is something Synderen that I think PSG LGD is going to
Tapi OG jadi ngomong gini, Cok. Ya, kan rasain tuh. Bukannya kata kita nggak bisa main katanya.
Gua digituin tuh.
It looks amazing
Jago banget
when you
Collapse
get
itu.
tosses, but the reason Collapse is finding them is that they find themselves in good position where they have better vision, and I think a really key part of that strategy is the Luna pick for the night vision. So,
ya bebas banget Pardo.
I think what PSG LGD were thinking
Kulit
when
belum
they
mati
said
juga
they
tuh.
had a plan
Ini bettingan gue menang tadi.
relocate away from the boss.
Betting di itu cek dapat poin.
Really hard to kill in it. They have a really long range.
Udah sering tapi nggak dapet
They
gua.
have potential ideas that could work against this. The problem is you can't be ready all the time. Like you have an idea of where the enemy might be seeing you, but every time you're caught off guard, you get that snap pick. They just keep building and building and building. So my suggestion going into game number 3 is I think you have to ban Magnus. And then aside from that, I think options are open. Or you need to set up the draft like you did in game 1, where Magnus was actually ignored in the first phase because of the way the picks went down in that order.
Yeah, let's talk about the start of this game, Tsunami, because it felt a little bit like a repeat of the start of game 1.
Especially because it was an IO draft. Granted, it was a much more different approach to IO, but the dynamic was still quite similar. And I think the cheap initiation, both literally and figuratively, has been very, very popular over the past 6 months. We saw
Ayo nih win rate-nya kecil anjir 38,9%. Kenapa di pick mulu dah?
Ember Spirit has emerged to be the most
59 pick, 23 win, 36 lose tuh loh.
If I get a slight chains, great. Otherwise, I don't really need to go in. And now we're seeing the prevalence of horn toss, where it's like, I'll fish for a skewer. If I don't get it, I'm already going back to my base anyway. So I think they're, like Sin said, if you don't think that you can get vision superiority, you're not going to beat Spirit.
No, and they didn't beat Spirit in this game too, T-Gov. I want to talk about the Shaker Morph combo because that was something that we saw PSG LGD go for, and we thought, okay, set draft, this is what it's supposed to do, do what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, again, it's something that you need time with, right? Like, Morphling needs to get to a couple items plus the axe to then really join into the game. The Shaker needs to get to his levels to enable the Morphling.
Udah nol aja lah, biar gue bisa nonton, ntar kemalaman udah tidur.
They were really breaking down that map.
Bikin jadi game 5 lah.
Like, they picked off the puck at this
tier 2 kalau game 5 berarti 3 game terakhir kayak gue di ini.
To kind of shift away that kind of map movement, and they're over farming on their heroes. Like, a very small thing, and probably wasn't really noticeable, but Yotaro, like, after fights, there were like double waves coming into him. He wasn't even farming the lane. He'd go to the jungle, allow other heroes to take that farm. And it's because you have even distribution of farm to some degree, you're able to continue taking fights every single item timing. You're not waiting an extra 2-3 minutes for the Willer to get a vessel, or, the Bane to get, a 4-star, whatever. It's the idea that you are being ready at all times. So it doesn't matter if you're playing against Morph Shaker, because you're going to have that 1-2 item advantage the entire game.
And the key thing for the key component for Morph Shaker is, similarly, it's vision. It's about seeing the enemy team first, so you can get that fissure combination. If you, in all of these like OS Frog moments we've had in the past, we're like, man, this shit is so broken, It's like out of the fog comes one fissure, then the other fissure. It's like X marks the spot, and they both jump in and kill someone. The problem is, I think we saw that like literally one fight in this game after they got it. Because every time it was Team Spirit that got the initiation. So, I mean, hats off to them. I'm honestly just super impressed. I was one of the non-believers, I'll admit it, going into this finals. I thought, okay, this LGD have looked so dominant. Even though Team Spirit are catching steam here and are looking really good, I still think they're going to falter. And at this point, LGD need to pull an IG from, which major was that? Against EG, the reverse sweep Singapore major.
They need a question mark.
Yeah, they need a plus mark.
They need something. They need something. I like that you said, you know, honestly, I'm really impressed. I know that, you know, you got the Purge voice line going. And speaking of Purge, we're going to him right now because he has more on Team Spirit.
Thanks, guys. You heard from Toonami before about LGD's strengths right now, but let's take a look at what Spirit's doing. One of their big advantages right now is how versatile Yutaro is playing as a carry. And if you can pull out these really effective tools in the right games, it gives you a big advantage in the mid and late game. In this first match of the series so far, Naga Siren with the fast Ags after the Manta gave them great tools against these highly mobile heroes on the PSG side. Very useful against Pango to limit his rolling boulder. You can use it against Ursa to break Enrage. You can send your illusions on Ursa to force him just to retreat, not to engage. And these are some of the tricks that Spirit's used so far throughout the entire tournament, actually, to just break matches. In the previous match that they played against IG, they also had a big advantage too. It wasn't necessarily from, well, it was actually for some weird hero picks here. They grabbed a PA to give them AoE break against the Tide. So in this match, they also used kind of a cool combo that nobody really expected to just punish the enemy lineup. But what was still really obvious and has been the case for every single Spirit lineup is that they play so well together as a team. They cover each other's weaknesses. They follow up on each other perfectly. It's like their minds melded together, and that is the reason that they're currently 2-up in the grand finals here of TI10.
Yeah, it is honestly incredibly impressive. They're on the side of Team Spirit. They're one game away from taking this championship. There's 4 first-timers in their squad, 1 second-timer in Maposhka in their squad, and of course Silent's got a lot of experience. This is his 5th international, but his first as a coach. So there's that as well, and this team is just on the verge of winning, and I want to talk about that because mind games, a big thing in the TI finals, and we talk about the mind games regarding the money. I think the amount of pressure that PSG LGD is under, last TI that is won by a Chinese squad was TI6, and before that it was all like 1 TI for the side of China, 1 TI, not China, etc, 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 until TI6, and since then,
nggak pakai masker sih dari terakhir.
There's so much pressure coming on,
Mana nih?
on
Kasih
these
satu nih.
players, on their backs,
Janganlah
because
katanya.
they were supposed to be the champions tonight.
A consistent theme of all of the interviews that we've seen from the Chinese teams is a great deal of national pride.
Yes.
They don't feel like they themselves are like, oh, you know, we lost, you know, we'll come back stronger next time. They're like, I have failed to represent our region in terms of Dota superiority, because even if they don't make it to grand finals, they have let another region beat them, and they have somehow created more competition now for LGD. Whereas Team Spirit, on the other hand, every single interview I've seen from them, they're just like, yo, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, I don't know what game we're playing. I just play a game of Dota that we happen to be on the States, Sinrin, that we happen to be playing for extra $13 million. By the way, they don't care, or they don't seem to care.
Yeah,
it's not getting in their head.
I do think it's a pretty key point as well, because as much praise as we're giving Spirit here, and they deserve all of it, I also don't think LGD have fully showed up today. I think some of their moves, they're a little bit hesitant, they're a little less hungry. It seems like there are some nerves, and it's kind of unbelievable when you think about it, because the rest of the tournament, they have looked unstoppable. They've had games where they were super far down, they make the right moves, they win. And perhaps, like, it's always easier to look weak against a team that's playing out of their minds, but it's like there's always a little bit of both, right? So I think for me going into the next game for LGD, Xiao8 actually plays the most important role in the next game, even though he's not even playing, because the team needs to get into the right mind space, they need to get the belief that they can win, and then I think the adjustment they need is that draft. I like the IO suggestion, try something else, right? It bombed out 2 games now, you're playing against a team that clearly knows what to do about it, so you can still come back. But
what are your first phase bans, though? Are you still going to do Mag Mars? Because I think you have to target Collapse.
Again, the key thing here is the fact that I believe PSG had the choice of going for first or second pick, right? And they themselves put them in the position of allowing Spirit to ban out the Tiny and the Monkey, forcing themselves to either ban the IO themselves or pick it, right? So in this position, it does feel like you'd like to see something different from PSG. The IO hasn't really worked out. Just add some more stuns, add that ability to, you know, break down the map a little bit better, and then they should be in a good stead. And, you know, going back to the point of PSG and the expectation, you think about Spirit and how they got here. They just played the lower bracket game, right? They're 1 game down, they win game 2, they win game 3. Like, that momentum, that is so hard to obtain, in any competition, right? So that is very much why they're feeling confident. And of course, you do have the head kissing versus the belly rubs, and therefore head kissing is 2 up right now.
All right, gentlemen, here they come. It is time very soon. We'll see game 3 of this grand finals. And this third game could potentially be the last. Right now, Team Spirit is up 2-0, and it has only happened once before that a team was able to 3-0 their opponent in a grand finals. PSG LGD, we know they have it in them to force out that game 4, but we need them to believe in themselves and in their draft as well. We know also that they can do it. Faith Beyond and Y both have already got a TI win under their belts. They won TI6 with wins. We have seen Ame being in a grand finals. TI8, of course, that was one of the closest grand finals we have had, and unfortunately Ame wasn't able to take it, but it came very close, and we knew that the pressure there might have been a little bit too much, but we know that he can do better than what he is showing right now, Tigo.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, right? Like when you're 2-0 down, this is really where you need to kind of just come together. And even if, like you say, one person hasn't been standing up or the team hasn't been performing to their best potential, they just need to rally around what they've been doing well to get to this point, right? Like they're in the grand finals, they've clearly been doing something right. So this is where you just need to kind of break that off, reset, go again, treat it like it's the first game in the series.
That is so hard to do. It sounds so easy when we say it. Hey, just don't think about that you're 2 games down. Just play a game of Dota, Tsunami. How hard is it?
But the problem is they've just now lost as many games in this grand finals as they have throughout the entire tournament.
True.
I don't know if they're used to losing. They have having to repair is a challenge, and Spirit has had to repair on their journey here. And having that lower bracket run, coming into the past 2 days, playing 2 series means that in their second series, they're already warmed up. LGD was sitting here waiting for the secret series to finish. They have not had to be on the back foot and be like, oh my gosh, okay, we gotta change our dynamic. I have no doubts that Xiaoba Xiao8 would be able to deal with that, but it needs to come now or you're gonna lose.
Isn't it kind of crazy to think about that no matter what the score is in this grand finals, LGD has a better win rate at this tournament than Spirit?
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
By far. Like, it's not even close.
No,
like,
yeah, it's not.
Even if they 3-0, their win rate is still way worse. So that's what finals are about. Like, it's the final game. Have you got it when it matters the most so far? Spirit definitely do. Yeah, for me, I'm just super excited to see the draft because I think this third game is very telling about the mentality. When you're kind of broken like this, when you're down 0-2, there's like 2 approaches to take. There's the crazy approach where you just throw everything out the window, you do something completely different. And there's the one where you're like stubborn to the, like almost to the limit, right? Where you're like, no, we can still win with this damn IO. We're going to try the 3rd time in a row, and we're going to adjust some of the bans. So I'm really curious. And I honestly, depending on your perspective on it, I think I can see both approaches as a sign of strength and a sign of weakness. True. So it's kind of hard to just say out of the first 2, but I really, really, really want to see what they're thinking right now.
But do you want to be the team that potentially loses 3-0 in the grand finals to the underdog, just going IO every single time, not really changing it up?
I think that's something you kind of have to nod in your head, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to shut that out. I mean, as repetitive as it sounds, you gotta treat this game as a fresh game, a standalone game, not having the pressure of $13 extra million on your head, not having the pressure of an entire region on your head, and not having the pressure of Coach Xiao8 on your head, and everything that comes with winning the international. And you just gotta play a game of Dota, play a pub. And you know what? Nothing to say. He's been playing so many pubs. He is the world ranked 1 player. I feel like we haven't really seen him step up that much yet, Tsunami. Is that because of his heroes that he's been playing today?
I think partly the heroes that he's playing, but also the heroes that his team is playing. I think that he hasn't been given the correct draft to let him pop off on a thing like Ember Spirit that we were talking about. Give him some cheap initiation that he can get in and out. Give Spirit a taste of their own medicine, because so far, every time you're running an IO strat, it's more on the shoulders of Ame to finish the game off, and that has not been happening for the first 2 games.
So to beat Team Spirit, you gotta pick a Spirit, Tigo.
Maybe so. I actually hate spirits. Don't forget that.
But
no,
you like to break a spirit, though.
I do like to break a spirit. But yeah, Team Spirit. You know, their second pick, right? So in both the previous 2 games. So in the draft order, that simply means that they get to pick the core after seeing 4 heroes, and the mid after seeing all 5 of PSG 2 times in a row. So we mentioned the idea of the impact of Army, the impact of Nothing to Say. it is a product of the Lesh was a sacrificial type pick in the draft. This Pangolier was kind of thrown out there, not a comfort from nothing to say. So I would really love to see either they shift around their first pick drafting style to enable the players a bit more, or take that second pick one time and just give it a go where they actually get to go, okay, this is our best core in the game, this is our best read on the game, and give it a go. Because right now, Spirit is utilizing that 18 and 24 very well.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. It is time for Game 3 of this Grand Finals.
Team Spirit!
In game bro, in game.
Udah bisa ini. Nah, Spirit lagi nih feeling gue.
Finals, Game 3.
Welcome again to the draft panel of the Grand Finals for Game 3 between Team Spirit and Team LGD. And honestly, no questions this time, because I really want to see exactly how they've adapted their bans to Team Spirit's lineup. We actually saw that LGD, they were choosing first pick before, but they've made an adjustment here, and they took second pick.
Yeah, it means that now this is all about Team Spirit. Team Spirit is in the driving seat more than ever. They are forcing LGD to, they're making them second guess themselves. They're making the 15-1 group stage team, the upper bracket dominant team, they're making them completely question everything that brought them so far. And that is crazy. So now Team Spirit is leading the charge. LGD is switching things up, maybe trying to put the players back in their comfort zone. We were sitting there watching their body language with Johan, like in this pre-stage kind of area. You know, straight, arms crossed, them looking at their feet, not looking at each other, not sharing energy. This is what you need when you're back against the wall. You need to be there for each other. You need to bring the momentum back. You have to create it somehow, because obviously the Dota is not bringing it. And on the other side, you have Silent talking to them, and they're all looking at it, kind of drinking whatever word he's giving them, and they're uniting, you know, feeling, you know, bringing the uprising energy.
It's two completely different teams right now from what we could see body language-wise. I wonder if this change-up will make them feel slightly better, because now it's a new page. Shawade is going to go back to a second pick. Maybe that will give them some type of belief in now what they're going to do. I do think that they need to play harder, play better. Team Spirit showing up today. LGD, they need to bring their A game every game.
Kayaknya mau ini deh, didorong balik.
This might actually be a good sign for LGD. They're still confident even against what Clap showed on the Magnet. I think this is the first time I've really seen people pick the right counters.
Dia cuma bisa nge-ban 2 kan, Tiny sama Iyo ini.
It is finally coming up, and I also want to mention, like, this is the beauty of Dota. Magnus has dominated many patches. It has dominated many years for different reasons. It has been about Empower at times. It has been about RP at times. This Magnus is about skewer. It's about repositioning a hero in a way where the fight is so unfair for one team. Yep. But this skewer play is stoppable. It's stoppable by Rubik Lift, probably one of the best tools in the game. Yule Scepter, you know, Lion Hack, like you Force Staff. There are ways to stop this skewer from happening. This Magnus doesn't buy BKB early in the game. He's playing with Force Staff, either lands, like.
Yeah, kalau gitu diculik duluan
jauh. And I love the confidence from LGD in a way. You know, maybe Shawade, maybe somebody in that booth is telling them, hey, I know this Magnus looks strong, it looks unbeatable, it is beatable. Stop this skewer play. Now you end up with a Magnus stuck in the fight, cooldown skewer. He's just gonna die. No RP, the whole team fight goes away. And then the fight is absolutely terrible. Great way from LGD to counter it. It is abusable, and they're going for it. I love it. That is confidence.
Yeah, I think LGD, whatever it is going to take for them to really find themselves and play like LGD, they need to find it now. They don't have any more chances. You don't have another game to lose. This is going to be a good route, but I am still very worried for them and worried for what's going to go through their heads if they get into this game and it starts going south at any point.
You want to be you want to win TI, you have to be the best. You have to be the greatest team of the season, or, you know, at that point. And the greatest team has to be able to play Dota to their fullest, even down out. And if they can't do that, then, you know, then it was Spirits with. So now is the cornerstone. This is definitely where the finals is going to be decided one way or another, or either it's going to be decided now or we're going to get another round of great Dota, which I'm hoping for. Like, I want to see 5 games, you know, but definitely if LGD is going to break, it's going to be now.
I mean, what a run, though. I gotta give Spirit a lot of credit and Collapse a lot of credit for what we've seen so far. It's been insane, the stuff that they're doing, the stuff that they're pulling out. If you were to go replay analysis, Spirit before today, you could pick up something, but this is still a different team than yesterday. They are better. They are more confident, they're more free, and they are picking whatever they feel like picking and doing whatever they feel like doing.
They're blossoming. It's beautiful to see. It's
I think we've seen that the entire lower bracket run. I mean, they're a team like, oh, maybe it can beat this team. I mean, unfortunately, they eliminated you guys, but throughout every series, I think, as you said, like, they're bringing out better and better Dota, and all this momentum, like, it's come crashing into LGD. Like, they were by far, I think, the favorites of this tournament, but now they're down 0-2. I want to mention this Undying pick. So in my head, like, Magnus, he repositions the fight, so maybe Undying, he has troubles with that, but is it just, like, because of the Rubik lift, they're so confident in stopping that, you can, like, anchor a fight with a Tombstone, or, like, what do you guys think about the pick?
It is possible. It's also a very good hero against Magnus on the lane. There's that too, and you also have to keep in mind they're playing second pick, so they have to kind of show cards. You probably better show an Undying card than another card. It's like strong laner, probably gonna allow Ame to pick out of a very wide pool of hero because he knows that his lane is secure no matter what.
They also run out a lot on Faith Beyond.
Yeah.
So that could be a possibility.
It could be a possibility. Like the way I look at it, and I think strategy-wise, what could be very interesting from Team Spirit is like, okay, they get it. They're gonna try to stop this QR. But Magnus has been dominant for other reasons, as I mentioned. Maybe you can play an Empower strategy, where you know you can play like you can build up on top of this Magnus, you know, get a hero to, you know, the Mag Jogger, for instance. It's not as much about this cure than other things. You get this Jogger to a very strong moment. The Magnus can play without blinks. We've seen Magnus win games without blink dagger. You just build on top of, you know, he goes Mac into blink, he can decide to go Mac into Greaves this game. Mac into Greaves into Crest, and put that on this one hero that's just gonna, and then this cure is never gonna happen. And now you're stuck with the Rubik that's just looking at the, it's like, it's sure happening, guys, because that's my job in this game, and it's not happening. I'm just fate bolting.
That's also where the Undying pick, I think, comes in to maybe secure that these are fights that are going to happen. So now if you're playing on RP or playing on Empower, you're at least fighting into the Tombstone.
Yeah.
I get the pick, and also what you said. I think he suffers a lot from the skewer play and the fight being repositioned. Already now, LGD are probably thinking about objectives together. They want, that's how you're going to enable this Tombstone. That's how you're going to enable your two heroes to kind of punish this Magnus. Yeah, but we'll see. I'm still worried for LGD. Now I'm seeing things, and I'm seeing this morphling ban. I think it would also be a good thing for them. They're also worried about like a
Nemek tuh bikin Aghanim, terus Tombstone-nya dilempar bisa nggak sih?
Nggak bisa. Bukan
unit hero.
Or if Shao is also dealing with all this pressure that they might be feeling, being the favorites, having not lost many games before, and now losing games for like the first time.
Again, this is, I think,
juga bang, kan kalau kombonya pakai Aghanim bisa geng-geng early, terus digabung sama Tombstone juga gokil juga slow sama zombie.
That's one thing. I think there's two ways here. If Spirit can play Mag mid, I think it's very interesting this game. The Mag doesn't have to go into the Undying lane. Mag mid is Echo Saber Mag. He's just gonna blink, RP, kill. He doesn't cure back. You know, and he is not gonna care as much about what's being built, and they get also to counterpick the Spectre greatly on the lane. It's a possibility, but they could also decide to double down. They go for the Mag PA. I mean, I think they're thinking about the...
This dude's playing everything.
Yeah, everything. And the PA shard versus Spectre.
Tapi kalau kayak gini di baby.
He will pop him.
Ada shard lagi buat
apa namanya, distorsinya nggak kena, nggak keluar ntar.
I don't know Yatoro well enough. Like he is one of the greatest PA players ever. If you encountered him in the pub playing PA or watched him, this is his bread and butter. He's super comfortable.
He played it here.
Udah enak ini.
He got Rampage in that game already.
So
I mean, he is playing everything. He's literally playing every hero he can.
And I want to mention how LGD, I am scared for them. I want them to bounce back. I want to see more LGD Dota. I want to see game 4, I want to see game 5. But they have played so far Tiny on track, you know, Tiny Ogre, Tiny Mag. They have played ET, you know, enabled ET that is also crushing the games. They have played Lycan. They have played these really powerful strategies. And so far, I don't see the multipliers here. I see the one Spectre, I see the one Undying, I see the one Bloodseeker, but I don't see the multipliers that LGD are so good at. They're creating these strategies and they're buffing them so much that it just breaks the game. I'm maybe missing it, but so far I don't see the game being broken from LGD's side. So to me, Team Spirit has successfully pushed LGD out of their trademark this tournament.
I think Team Spirit's lineup also looks like it has a lot more potential. When you look at these fights and when you look at what's going on for LGD, tell me about what their gameplay is going to look like this game. How are they forcing a tower? How are they forcing a Roche? How are they forcing a fight this game? I don't like what's going on in the draft right now, where I already see that they're just addressing, oh, they pick PA, oh, we feel bad, oh, we need a Rupture to try and deal with it. It makes not a lot of sense with the Spectre. It makes not a lot of sense with this Undying and Rubik. maybe with the Rubik for the lane, but still, there are picks in the game that could maybe make this come more together, find a way to scale into them, win the fights, get the Roche, play some team fights to actually make it happen for your team.
So is that what you think they're lacking on the LGD side? They just need some so it's damage for objectives and maybe some more team fight.
Some way to force the fight. It can happen through objectives. It can happen through Roche. It can happen through catching them with a good spirit hero.
As for the last game, I'm going to try to make a case for LGD, for the LGD fans or the ones that are hopeful to see a game 4. They have very strong lanes. I mean, Bloodseeker versus PA, you know, I speak from experience. Like, as an off-laner, I can tell you this is a free lane. He's going to have the lane of his life, especially with the Rubik on this lane. You know, they did see the Magnus, and they decided to go with the Undying and the Spectre, so I can only assume that they're happy with this lane too. So now these are 2 side lanes, and they're going to get the last pick for nothing to say. He has proven that he can, you know, truly dumpster a lane if he's given the tools for it.
Tinker's still in the pool this game.
Yeah,
very interesting. I think he plays an insane Tinker.
They also have a way to force these fights. At the end of the day, they do have Rupture plus Tombstone, and that is a way to fix the fight somewhere, you know, and force them to fight into the Tombstone, give the Rubik freedom to position himself around the fight how he wants and get his spells off. And you know, and we all know what BENQ can do when he's enabled in these fights. There are ways for LGD to make that happen. I see the Tinker, then the Tinker would actually, you know, Tombstone, Night Vision, Bloodseeker amplifying, you know.
I would just be worried about how are they forcing a fight with this Tinker? How are they actually catching a hero? It has to be the Rupture, it has to be the lift. I don't think it's the best and easiest ways to force fights.
Early on, Rupture, ATOS, they have to build on it.
ATOS would be a really good, it would be a really good timing for them.
They have to build on top of that. And I see how the Tinker makes all of it. Nothing to say, one of the best Tinker players in the world. Incredible Tinker, actually. So good on the hero. You get the Spectre with the Ags, you get the Dagger Vision. The enemy hero's vision. So Tinker's gonna see everything. He's gonna be amplified by Blood Rage and the nighttime Tombstone Vision. Everybody's thanking the Tinker spells. Very beautiful pick in my opinion that can, once again, it might enable their entire mana if they are willing to look at it.
Do you feel like he needs like a preemptive Tinker counter though?
Kalau ini PSG menang ya Firman.
He has to color the Tinker angle. He has to. But no Puck, no Storm, no Void Spirit, no Ember Spirit. I don't know. Most of the heroes that he would want to pick are kind of gone.
Wah, Invoker cuy.
Hero, but it's not an inherent Tinker
Wah, galau.
but you don't
Lina dia nih.
And nothing to say, he was a Tinker spammer. When he was like a C pub star, he was one of those guys.
Seru nih nonton ini.
Tinker.
Si Tinker sih.
Tinker udah. You know, he is the king on this hero.
Aduh, galau nih gimana ya? Bisa menang ini dia.
Does this make you just favor LGDs? Because I think this is the first game I've seen like their draft is
pakai Tinker.
I'm a huge Tinker believer. I believe that if you play this hero to the limit and you find ways to push his timings this game, I think he's going to shine. I think you're going to see this hero popping off. And he's gonna be making Team Spirit run away. They're gonna be dying from rockets. It could be a massive.
Wow, udah milih Jo, udah jalan
ini. This hero is so
strong.
Orang baru juga nongol Tinkernya bang, lo nggak bisa ngikutin gua bang.
Fireworks.
Yeah, regardless of what I want to see with TI, I want the game 4 at this point. So for this game, I'm all in LGD. I want to see more Spirit. I want to see more Dota. I want to see more Dota. That's all I care about.
I want to see more Dota too. But
itu ya senjata immortal juga ikut merah ya? Kalau
di ini kali, pakai ini kali, apa? Di infuse. Pakai yang
aslinya kan tapi kan biru.
Iya, pakai bloodstone kali di infuse.
Ini kan lewat in-game tinggal nyalain spek aja Jo.
Ya kan kalau masuk in-game ya. Nanti dulu.
You see it.
And the draft is finished, and we're going to head over straight over to Casters with Insania and OD.
Soal diffusernya itu loh.
Iya.
Kemarin juga merah soalnya, yang itu warnanya biru.
Karena dapat dropan yang baru.
Oh, yang Crimson ya.
Crimson soal diffuser.
Kalau kemarin merah juga, ininya biru. Merah ini tetap merah.
Nungguin game. Itu dadanya juga merah.
Udah. Ya, pokoknya kate kalah udah. Ini kepalanya diganti deh. PA-nya. Bikin mahal banget.
Kan keren gitu tudungan.
At fighting you, and I feel like in the last two games they just didn't have a chance.
Sampai
really like the battle out against Spirit. At the same time, I see a way for Spirit to counter Tinker. I just think of the way Yatoro plays. I could easily combo the Tinker and pick him up and fight, come in from the sides with Mel, and read the movement correctly. So one of the themes for me about Team Spirit victories has been vision.
I guess someone of physical damage on hero one hit. PA lah.
I think the vision
Skewer udah nggak terlalu gede.
Spirit and LGD is going to be really interesting.
Udah satu jalur doang Skewer sekarang.
Langsung berantem nggak tuh?
Final bro, yoi.
PA kalau crit biasanya berapa sih? 1.500 lebih nggak? 1.000-an nggak?
Bisa lebih.
Hai guys, sama physical damage.
Nofrizal.
811.000.
Nofrizal. Jal.
1.000 lah, gue 1.000 gue. PA bisa critical 1.000-an. 1.000 plus.
1.500 biasanya.
1.000 lebih malah ya.
Wah, player to be killed. Siapa
Ini
yang
gue nggak tahu anjir. Kalau Invoker sama Tinker nih awal-awal biasanya di geng. Factor juga masih bisa di geng.
First tower destruction. 8 mungkin ya. 8-11 ya. Gue sih collapse kayak tadi aja nggak mati dia, main safe banget.
And they have
sekarang imbang.
Biar dia kena kill di sini anjir.
One thing though to me that sort of stands out looking at the line.
Pohon nih ya.
PS
bukan awal-awal masih gampang ya.
Ya, karena line-up-nya di situ sampai ada gue masih berani. Kalau atas, susah juga sih.
Atas susah matinya nih.
Harusnya last player to be killed.
Anjing gambarnya begituan gak tuh?
Tinker harusnya.
Kan bukan awal-awal di geng ya.
Tinker justru kalau udah di sini kan gampang build-nya aja.
Dalam menit 5
ya.
Ya kita langsung di geng.
Menit 3
That's when you'll see the Rubik coming with lift. That's when he's gonna come in with a clutch tornado or something along those lines.
Let's see how these lanes end up panning out here in the early game. Yutoro on his PA as we said. This time a hero that he has already pulled out
ngeselin
on
banget.
the main stage.
Itu LGD lagi.
Gila, rusuh mulu. Ininya wakar mulu udah tadi tuh. Di TP nggak tuh?
For this block on the small camp, he doesn't care if he misses a creep or two. Just immediately runs over, make sure they get that pressure. He immediately goes to TP out. So that's mana. That's a fade bolt that he's not gonna be able to use on them. Plus he doesn't have a TP. So just really nice gameplay from Yutoro, helping out his position 5 player win these trades.
Udah banyak ini magic stick-nya juga dia.
Iya.
Gara-gara PA.
Smartly keeping his distance.
Hah?
We'll have to watch out when the level 2s are hit. I mean this lane in general, when you see the Bloodseeker Rubik, do you feel that that is a lane that the PA can struggle against?
I think it's the kind of lane where they can kill the Rubik. Oh, and here we go. This might be first blood.
They're going to try. They get into Thunderstrikes there.
Gas Rose.
First blood for him down in this lane. The trades favoring
Ya,
them
jangan dong,
between the
Dian,
supports.
come on, Dian. No.
So if you think about how the lane is structured, Bloodseeker Rubik, they want to slowly like harass you out of the lane. And if you think about Disruptor PA,
kalau
it's
spek
a
pasti di
similar
geng
story.
nanti.
But Disruptor PA have killed
Yang
on
main
Rubik
sini doang
because the
tadi.
silence from Bloodseeker is so slow that he can't really
dijagain sementara segitu.
Like if they go on him.
My goodness, look at this
Ya,
aggression in
SP Jo kalau dibalik.
Tokyo. Really building back. Nothing to say.
Jangan mati collapse. Jangan mati.
He does have his bottle though, and the water runes are up, so he should be easily be able to run to the top one and pick it up for himself. Yeah, up top, Collapse is taking a lot of pressure here from the Spectre Undying.
Digas Collapse aja.
I think the Spectre Undying is an interesting lane because you won't really see the Spectre connecting as much as the PA is to his carry and helping him, but he'll provide the vision from the dagger. There will always be that slow that enables Undying to get more hits in.
Sure, and you feel it's unlikely for
Lo
the mag
masuk,
and the
lo
Willow to
ngebet
really get on
last
top of
player
the
to
Spectre
be
in the
killed
lane.
di initiator gila
So the
juga.
idea for the top lane is that the Undying's gonna
Tadi
tank
dia
a
nggak
lot of
mati,
damage. He's gonna be in your face.
Ya,
You're gonna have to be hitting the Undying and dealing with his mana.
Ya kan nggak tahu kan makanya.
And that will lead the Spectre to get
Nggak
a lot of farm
diduga-duga
for free.
ntar.
However, the Undying has an issue because he runs out of mana at some point and he runs out of healing. And
Wah,
usually
ambil
he's forced to reset back. And
Apa
then
Dina diambil lah.
Spectre can take some pressure, but so
Iya,
far
apa
it seems like
Dina?
Wise doing a
Apa
good job
Dina,
just
cuy?
blocking up these camps,
Duit itu.
providing vision. But you see this, Mira's immediately on top of warding the ward. He reads it
Bukan
perfectly.
ini yang tadi.
Waduh, BS-nya terang.
The quick trip back to base hit.
Bunuh diri si Undying-nya ke
Indian.
Indian. Biar bisa
Ngasih botol, ngasih botol. Kayak nggak tahu
And the
aja.
Invoker's gonna lose a full
Kerjaan
creep
mereka
experience here. Plus the bottle
Bunuh diri
refill
anjir,
from
biar
Wise.
nggak
This is
bolak-balik.
great gameplay from LGD, and I think this
biar
looks
botolnya keisi
characteristic LGD, right?
Iya,
You expect to
maksudnya
see
kan
them
itu
do
kan
this
kayak
thing,
kan
optimizing
kalau dia pulang
everything
terus
that's happening.
telelanya kan lama.
Why runs in, drops a ward. denies himself the tower, blocks the ancients, keeps mid, refills the bottle for nothing to say. This doesn't look like a phase team to me, you know? We were a little bit worried that maybe they're going to be maybe feeling a little bit of tilt or pressure, but the way they're playing right now, looks like their heads in the game.
Enggak ding, genuine soul diffuser. Terus ascension.
Toronto Tokyo, he wants to try and play for the 4-minute rune, but
oh enggak Sat, dia
managed to do
soul diffusernya bisa bisa berubah ngikutin Arcana.
Yeah, so you notice both fours are rotating for the runes, right? And in this situation, the Bloodseeker's pretty fine bottom. He can't really be harassed out of the lane because
ada stylenya. Kalau luar udah kebuka warna merah, harusnya kebuka juga di soul diffuser.
Meanwhile, the mag
keren banget anjir. Jadi kayak satu set gitu dia markannya.
Kayak ini, kayak Falconnya WR. Kan sekarang bisa warna biru tuh. Falconnya.
They force the position for in Mira to rotate towards the middle lane. LGD's gonna come out with a little bit of an edge out of the laning phase.
Well, the core's definitely looking comfortable so far.
Hey, kurir lu bego mati ntar.
Kasim and Poshka rotating over mid, setting up vision. There's so much vision around this middle lane. For the dire side.
Gila. Wah, harusnya kayak Tinker deh.
Jagain Tinkernya anjir.
Kayaknya sih Tinker deh Sat.
Gak boleh mati Tinkernya.
Oh iya deng, sekarang udah ada ininya. Soul diffusernya udah ada ininya.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take a look at the CS, you notice the Invoker's really falling behind. The Tinker almost has as many denies as the Invoker has last set. So, like No-Tail and Seb mentioned, right, this is one of the best Tinker players in the entire world, and he's living up to that
the best Tinker player
that he received on the panel
in the world.
But would you imagine that,
even
though it did get through as the last pick, do you think it was something that Team Spirit would have had in mind? They knew that this was going to be, there was potential of this coming up as the last pick.
Dia emang rank 1 sih bang.
Honest, I don't feel like they really addressed the
tadi
Tinker
betting
in
yang
mati. More like this is what we're
kagak.
Bian.
Mati.
Tinker. He's trying to commit Yatoro. Can he get the kill in time? And stick charges. Yatoro is going to try and run him down, but Fabian is out to the side. Yatoro's not got the further vision. He is going to be able to jump out of the blood right though. Over to the creep lane.
The zombie gives vision.
See if they can chase him out of the tower. They can't.
Waters ya.
Oh, they can. Oh, they get him.
Untung gua nggak milih PA.
Zombie vision.
They still manage to see him there as Xingqiu reaches in with a hard-hitting fake bolt.
Ya. Poshka, dadah.
And now Poshka. I mean, this is going to be potentially another one. Can they get him as well?
Aduh, mari Poshka.
Kelihatan. But he has boots.
Kelihatan lah ada BS.
Rubiknya mati.
Rubiknya ada
ingat juga. Dapat EA-nya.
Iya TP.
Toronto Tokyo can find anything more.
Ya,
Still in the tower. No TP, no mana.
Parah.
So they do dive in to get an extra kill on the disruptor of Poshka, but they lose 2 heroes for it. Toronto Tokyo. Pretty nice kills for him as well, considering the slower start he was having in comparison to nothing to say in the mid. So being able to make that pick up 2 kills.
Ada komentator namanya.
That's going to get his early game
Bisa
back on
dimatiin.
track.
Yeah, absolutely.
Geser kiri kanannya tuh asik.
Ya teman, kalau di ini bedanya nggak ada kayak stat yang nongol gitu loh. Stat yang nongol.
Terus bisa di zoom out dikit.
Cepat ini lama.
Unfortunately, he has not yet bought
Beda berapa detik tuh?
Despite getting these 2 kills,
Jadi
mati terus
ready buat nebak.
So while it is good for them, it also has its drawbacks, and this is in large part due to how well
Faisal.
played his lane out.
Ayo, abis ini main ini jalan. PUBG jalan.
It's been a lot less focus now around top as collapse. Happily farming here in the lane against Starlight.
Main berempat nih.
Just as much as the Spectre.
Ada teman-teman.
And that's got to be a after game 2's performance, probably something to fear if you're PSG.
Mati lah.
I believe ending 2-0 and 20 on his back.
Tinker.
Yeah, absolutely. Middle lane, nothing to say is getting pressured. But you see here what
percaya dah.
Tinker, they don't really have the damage to punish him. They don't have the tools to really kill him. The Invoker is good at catching him, but he's not good at stay on top of him.
Dia rame banget.
As soon as you've used your
Dia tiap
spells,
di EMP tuh ini tuh ngabisin mananya biar nggak kena damage.
And in the bottom lane, you notice here how Yatoro doesn't feel as safe sitting on the lane. When the wave is pushed out, he's forced to move away from there because the rupture is up now. So there, you can look at Team Spirit's positioning. They're expecting something to happen down here.
They certainly are.
Gue hero CS aja deh ke Tinker. Player view Tinker.
Invoker's resetting back on the lane as well in the middle lane to set up for a potential TP.
Jarak berapa sih biar kelihatan lagi?
See if Xingqiu and Faith BM feel that they can strike. They're being careful. They know that a reaction will come out if they decide to try and dive in on Yatoro, so they won't fall for it.
But yeah, so far you notice as soon as the wave goes out of his tower, he's forced off. And Spectre's just comfortably sitting top. He knows that he can lane against the mag at this point and doesn't really feel the pressure. However,
jatuhin tiap di spell dari jauh.
Despite all of this, Spirit does have a slight gold lead. all around.
Wah, di ruptur langsung. Gila langsung di ini nih ya.
Segitu tuh loh.
Iya, semuanya datang langsung. Wah, menang dia jadi.
Tapi nunggu nih kelar aja. Nunggu nih kelar.
Soalnya kalau di kalau carry mah udah pasti.
This is one of the strengths of Undying in the early game, because once you place that tombstone, the enemy team doesn't really want to TP in. They couldn't really respond with their heroes the way they wanted to. Mirror started his TP, but immediately cancelled it, recognizing that, you know what, I can't TP into this tombstone. It's not going to be a good fight for me.
Further
members coming up, Team Spirit off the back of those deaths down bottom.
Bener.
He'll move himself up to top for the map to farm. Tier 1 tower will be lost. PSG with an early objective.
Mantap, hancur. 811. Thank you, Ruben.
They're just evening out the map. Setting up. And one of the best ways to deal with Tinker is that you want to try to get these early towers. Because Tinker uses the towers on the map in order to fight. It provides him with safety, a place that he can TP to, come in and out, use all his mana, go back to base, do it again. So it's important for Team Spirit to try to get them early, because once
main bareng Dito juga nggak bakal ketemu menating tuh Sesat.
See where they look to head over next. Spirit staying together. I'll take some of the jungle away from PSG LGD.
Yeah, so Tinker just finished up the blink. This is going to be their first timing to fight. You have Rupture up. Look for that Rupture into Tombstone combination once more, with a Tinker TPing in and dropping lasers and rockets.
We'll have to be done without the Haunt. That's still out for about 80 seconds.
That looks like they're playing it patient. They don't feel rushed to make this move yet. And this is another of the nice parts about Undying. Unlike most 5s, he has the ability to farm jungle camps quite easily, because he just drops the tombstone, and the tombstone deals damage over time and spawns all these zombies that allow him to farm these camps and get some extra gold.
Ya, Tinker dapat begituan.
So he's closing in on the 6.
Trinketnya yang enak dia.
It's alright. The space is here. Clearing up the stacks. Keeping his
Ayo,
farm
Ame.
on par with that of Ame. Having an equally good time, of course, building straight into the stats right now. Falcon Blade into the SMY, he has the buff up with the Empower.
Yeah. As soon as that Empower runs out, look at Collapse. He immediately runs over. And this goes back to what Seb talked about, right? This game is more about the Empower. They're not playing around the Skewer in the same way that they were in the previous game.
Dia nyari speknya ya.
As the smoke
Nggak
coming
mau yang
down.
receh.
So if the 3 members of Spirit can find some action, they do have 6
Sendiri speknya.
on the
Sendiri.
supports.
Gas.
Static Storm and the Fear ready to play with.
Gas.
PSG LGD
Kalau nggak di geng,
of avoiding this.
udah ada
down here
Ganin,
on his own.
kok ini gininya supportnya.
Yeah, it looks like they're waiting for the Haunt, but is about to get caught.
Kalau nggak di geng.
Spirit have sniffed him out.
Let's see if the 3 have the damage.
Nice.
Set up with the
Mati
root,
spek.
but not going to get the connection. The glimpse back is
Allah.
there into the Static Storm. TPs
Nggak
are
mati.
coming over. Arme is
Ya, nggak
taking up to
mati
live through the
aja.
Static Storm. He's still alive, and in fact, he's able to turn the Tornado. Does catch him.
Di heal soalnya.
Dian, mantap Dian.
Arme will live.
Dian.
It will be Spirit that lose the 2 heroes off the back of that attempt.
Yep, and in the meanwhile, you see, as always, Team Spirit really smart about their map movement. Yatoro moves into the enemy jungle, starts farming here. Tinker's forced to come top and defend the tower. And despite losing their 2 supports, they're applying the
Udah pakai
pressure.
Fairy
And
Trinket.
whenever Tombstone's used, you're going to see LGD kind of wait up. So this is 40 seconds that they know Yatoro's most likely going to be allowed to farm pretty freely. And that's why he's up here in the top lane playing so aggressively.
Jangan mati dia.
Collapse is the next target.
Jangan mati. Mau di
Get in range for the Rupture. Collapse into the trees, hard to find. They won't get the setup.
Kejar anjir.
And halfway towards his Blink Dagger collapse.
Mau smoke dia.
Yep, much better vision game this time around for LGD. Their wards are not getting dewarded the same way they were in the previous games. They actually have quite a lot of vision here to play with, and a lot more information than we've seen them have in the previous 2 games of the series.
Udah mulai agresif mainnya nih LGD.
There's a calm start here once again, but very close. 13 minutes in, less than 1k in it. PSG LGD, despite the 2 rough games they've had so far against Spirit, seemingly regaining their control that's managed to drive them straight through the upper bracket into this grand finals. Let's see if they can keep it up. Bottom, Spirit.
Cuma ngabisin mana doang.
Start for a bit of a poke on to Y. Just the 2 of them is not enough.
Yang makan nasi kalau malam langsung tentu.
Gonna look to commit anything else here, Spirit. They know there's potentially backup behind the Undying.
Ganim langsung dia.
Yeah, and the Tinker's deciding to go for the Aghanim Scepter. The way this works is whenever he lasers someone, they lose a chunk of their maximum HP. So versus these type of heroes that Team Spirit has, he's gonna be
Bian.
very quick at killing them out.
Bian.
Langsung tembak lah tuh dia.
Oh hidup Bian.
Oh mati juga magnet.
Backupannya datangnya banyak banget cuy. Langsung.
Ya salah gua.
Yeah, just great presence here from LGD. Now they're the ones that are allowed to respond, and it seems like they understand now how Spirit's playing the pace of the map, and they understand what Spirit wants to do. They're gonna make
Ini sisa yang 0 nih, Invoker,
it feels like LGD are getting a better and better read of it.
Ame.
And yeah, I think that's largely due to the fact that they're able to establish more vision on the map this time around.
Kalau gitu gue berharap
Invoker sekarang.
Gitu kalau menjatuhkan gitu.
Back to the farm. So at least get his SMY done before turning up to the fights. Even with just that, the BKB may be something that he wants to hold back until he has as well.
Baru 14 menit
will never be fun to play against as a PA when he's trying to focus targets.
Mati please.
Ayo Mei.
Oh mati.
With a static storm. This time around, they have enough damage. They've got the catch onto Arme. He's trying to get away, but he will fall. This time round, Spirit, they'll get the big kill, but it has cost them both supports' lives. We'll see Toronto Tokyo trying to escape, but they got any way to find him here.
There's one more sentry.
In the trees.
Ujung banget.
Not quite able to get round the trees to get that set up.
Oh, tapi kemungkinan Tinkernya
Tokyo
duluan
makes it out of
nih.
there. They
Tapi
lose two
Tinkernya harusnya
supports. They
diincer.
get the Spectre. You happy with that if you're
Udah
Spirit?
Dagger dulu nih Bian nih.
Spirit's okay with it.
Iya nih Bian aja dulu yang mati nih.
LGD recognize that our Tinker is so strong right now. There's no real counterplay.
Kalau
Even
udah
if
mati
he
bang.
gets on top of him
Enggak
right
bisa
now,
collab dari Dagger
he doesn't
dulu
do
nih.
enough
Biar
damage.
bisa juling.
I think for
Iya,
LGD,
biar
you want to
mudah
try
minat
this
waktu.
timing where your
Ini
Tinker's very
tinggal
strong
gini nih
without
bang,
putting
kalau dia
damage.
mau nyulik tapi udah keburu ada
dying
BS ya,
once or
bisa
twice
di
here or there
rapture
while
deh.
he doesn't have haunt
Iya.
isn't the worst
Jadi
for them
nggak
as long as they get
Nggak
some
bisa
damage.
dihilangin sih ya.
Tinker duluan biasanya.
Back to the farming.
Ganim.
800 or so, the axe to be done on Arme. They are on track to hit a very good timing. And we've seen already the responses from PSG LGD each and every
Itu
time
ngeselin tuh
Spirit try and
shieldnya
make a
tuh Jo.
move have been top tier.
Kayak shieldnya TA
But now
masalahnya.
the move that
Selama shield
Spirit
itu
can
belum
make,
habis,
it's
walaupun
going
udah
to be much
dibukuin
more
lu bisa
deadly.
danger.
Collapse. The blink dagger
Resistan juga
on
lagi.
its way over
Iya,
to be in his
si
hands.
Tinker
We
tuh
saw what he was
katanya
achieving
mau
last game when he was
TA.
jumping all over the place. Let's see if he
Mana
can pull it
damage
off
reduction
again.
400 atau 380 tuh kalau dari
Literally
front 4.
tear PSG LGD apart with his abilities to just grab them and
Taruh
throw
buat
them
Mark
around the
lah.
battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely.
pasti
But
masih
this game
bisa
is much
danger.
more challenging than the previous ones. There's going to be rockets flying at you. There's going to be tombstone zombies. You have many things that are going to get in your face, as well as the Bloodseeker Bloodright. So he's going to have to both navigate these spells and make sure that he
Ini
doesn't
keren
get caught
banget
before
lagi.
that. Plus, on top of that, there's a haunt, right, to provide all this vision for LGD. So I feel like the way the game is shaping up, it's falling a lot into Yatoro's hands, and he's proven that he can do it.
Yes.
But his farm and the way he plays his teamfight out is going to be very key in order for them to be able to
Ayo,
stand a chance
tapi
against
tetap
LGD.
tajir ya PA-nya ya, network.
Absolutely.
Ya
Farming
dikasih
terus,
power
Pak.
Bang.
Maybe.
Farmingnya
If he can get
gimana?
Boleh aja Tinkernya aja enggak.
That's going to be a huge nuisance. Not too much they can do
Tinkernya
through
aja
it.
enggak nge-push semua
Rupture
lagi.
being the main one. If the setup's there and
Enggak kayak main di publik
collapse
anjing.
Maposhka,
Disikat semua.
Mirror, they're able to hold the heroes in position. This PA is
Mati
not going to
PA
have to
nih.
step around the fight too much. As long as they're able to stand in position and get the hits in, they can have the heroes brought to them.
Absolutely. Ahmed finished up his Aghanims, and once they get this timing coming, you see LGD immediately smoke up. They're checking for wards. They drop a sentry to block the Ancients. They know the PA is playing in this area. Unfortunately, they just made the wrong guess. So you either here are going to assume that he's at the two camps up in where they are right now, or that he's playing at the
Langsung nggak pakai
Ancients.
lama TP.
But look at Toro. He sniffs it out.
It's so hard to catch this man. He's just
Tahu
always
terus ya.
a step ahead.
I mean,
Kayak
the way
orang
they're reading the
main
map is just very
AM gitu loh
intelligent. I think they
model-modelannya.
realize when the Spectre runs back to base that, hey,
I'm
something's wrong.
Ketawa kan?
Itu
Dia
bukan
ketawa
dia.
aja tadinya.
Because he wants to. They
Ya,
know that the
ya,
item is very likely coming.
Ya, Toro.
And then when all the heroes then disappear, that is like
Kita
another
Toro.
sign for
Ada
Yatoro to be like,
sentry
okay,
situ
I
go.
can't show.
Let's see the attempt
Agak
into
anim,
Toronto Tokyo
mantap
down
Tinker
bottom.
anim.
Zame. They'll
Ada
jump over,
sentry kok.
sentry still
Toronto
down.
mati,
Toronto
Toronto.
Tokyo trying to
Best.
make
Yang mulai di split off ini.
They'll stay on top, same time over towards
Welcome
the
to the
mid.
club,
They
Pirsa.
will lose faith beyond. The
Mati,
counterplay was
Biannya.
made by Spirit.
Iya.
So the TP out as well.
Itu saya belum mati.
Mirror gets back to safety.
Tenang
So
brother,
1 for
kita
1
di
across the
posisi yang
Udah
sama.
menang itu Tinkernya, tinggal doang.
Ya,
Masih last yang mati terakhir maksudnya.
Slow to set it up. He's
Iya.
able to dodge the
Ya
decay
Tinker lah,
nicely so that he didn't
Tinker.
get hit. Could still get the blink off. But now Arme
Ya
is ready to
Toro,
come back in.
goodbye.
Yatoro's off to the side. The rocket's not enough, but nothing to say. Jumps in to finish him off. The fear, the counterplay here from Spirit. Nothing to say. Is caught underneath the car. Have they got enough
Masih
damage?
di heal
Tuh,
Mati.
Udah lihat tuh sampah banget ya hasilnya.
Nothing to say. Surely gonna go down. He will collapse. Steer over into the trees. Collapse. He's still
Ah,
alive here.
oleh
Can
mati.
they
Ada
find
bos,
him?
mau
Wise
kemana?
coming
Rata,
back
cuy.
over. Steps in
Ada
again.
Yes, mau kemana bos?
It's costing PSG LGD lives as well. The route down, catching the two, pushing them back into it with a deafening blast. Arme, he's going to turn back over towards Toronto Tokyo. He's going to jump in, close the gap. Can they help him out? They cannot. Arme, able to finish off Toronto Tokyo as well.
Dua level kalau kalian menang, bro. Iya, kan gue masukinnya LGD di win TI-nya.
Ya. You'll see a lot of players just, you know, they're like, I'm not gonna go in, I might die. But he recognized that my death is worth it because I can take the PA with me. Just beautifully executed there from LGD. Also, small thing, TP's back to base, heals up,
aja belum gede banget nih, highest damage-nya masih 300 anjir.
And I mean, it's crazy. We're seeing the power of that shadow step. He's in and out consistently. That 30-second cooldown, easily able to do it a couple of times in a team fight.
Yeah, Mira, nice play. Knows there's no stuns that can catch him here, so there's no skewer on the Rubik. He's not going to get caught during that. We have another big
kan gue ingin coming up. Gue player view-nya ketinkernya emang parah sih
posisinya. Once he has solar maxed out,
gila.
he already has solar maxed out. Together with the Holy Locket, this healing is ridiculous. So basically the way it works is the more units there are, the more you're going to heal. And with Tombstone and the way it functions, you just spawn a bunch of extra units. So you're almost always going to get that maxed out heal. So any sort of healing tool together with Spectre's dispersion just deals incredible amounts of damage in the team fights. I feel like LGD's draft is really coming together now.
Yeah, absolutely. So in a way that we just haven't seen from them so far in the series. Mid lane, they're looking to jump in onto Toronto. We'll be able to the attention from PSG will turn over towards Mira.
Ya, paket lagi.
Iya, dia sengaja biar ada side-nya.
Pokoknya dari awal kan gitu. Itu nanya gimana itu awal-awal itu.
He's in straight on top of him.
That's just beautiful. They're abusing these vision tools so nicely. You have the Tombstone, you have the Bloodseeker. There's so many ways to get vision in these team fights.
I mean, this Arme Spectre's looking pretty spooky. He's picking up the kills, the involvement here. PSG LGD see from the series. You see the jump forward onto Faith Beyond, underneath the tower, we call for the hill comes out. He is trapped in the
lihat tuh, boleh counter ke collapse gitu tuh. Dia baru nge-horizontal langsung diangkat.
Mati langsung. Tinker santai banget ya, padahal digas terus gitu loh.
Iya, kalau lihat player perspektifnya nggak ada wasted movement sama dia. Gila sih. The best Tinker.
Nah ya kan dia bilang ajaran gua.
Yep, they absolutely are, but a very, very important item.
Kritikalnya baru 400 tuh, I don't 1000 dong.
He's 100 gold off of it, and he's gonna have it in the next team fight.
Gak ada wasted
and the way this
movement
changes the game is the Tinker can no longer just laser the PA. He forces reset out. Yatoro's gonna have 9 seconds where he decides what he wants to do.
Iya, gue ngarepnya
And
dia.
if those 9 seconds hit the right kill, that's gonna be everything they need in order to win the fight.
Nothing to say ini.
And during that time,
Dia buka joki Tinker.
Where's he looking first? Is it sort of this?
Dia gara-gara kalah
farming nothing to say to eliminate the threat from the rest of his team.
I mean, the ideal scenario, right, is that you kill the Tinker with the PA BKB because the only thing really covering you against the Tinker is that BKB. Once that BKB runs out, you're gonna see the Tinker lasering you, rocketing you, refreshing, laser rocket again. So the ideal scenario for him is he's allowed to meld and kind of hang around the fight as it breaks out, and then once the Tinker commits in, that's when he jumps.
We've got a smoke coming in from PSG LGD. They are very ready to
fight.
Especially with Arme, he's heading back to base, reset, he's ready to shadow step if he's needed.
Tombstone on the high ground.
Yeah, Collapse is just TPing out. Excellent kinetic field from Eposhka, stops them from being able to chase in. Put a stop to the escape here from Spirit.
Looks like Spirit might want to chase into this though, but they should recognize that Tombstone's been dropped on the high ground, and it might be a hard fight for them.
I mean,
oh, BKB.
He's going to come in with the BKB.
Tadi kan
Just
dia
goes
nambung
to
BKB.
straight away onto Y. He should be able to get this. Yeah, Y's dead for sure. The crit comes in. Y will fall.
LGD are hanging around. They recognize the importance of this BKB.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a window now to maybe punish. Your Spirit stick around, but they won't.
Gila ya, kamera worknya gila banget sih Tinkernya.
Yeah.
Apanya?
Kamera worknya.
This BKB really is going to be important. So using the first 9 seconds
naruh layarnya itu loh.
It's okay, but it needs to lead to something. You know, this opens up some time. This gives them some time to farm. Hopefully they can deal with some of the vision that LGD are playing with. And if they manage to do these things, and they can reset the map to a position where they can farm up, they can get to the PA shard, they can get these items that the PA needs in order to punish the LGD draft, then it's all good. But if those BKB charges get wasted for support kills that don't lead to more, then it's problematic for them.
Kayaknya belum critical di atas 1000-nya ya dong.
Tadi 700 kok kagak masuk ya?
Won't be the quickest though, and already actually deciding that they don't want to spend any further moments committing.
Gak ada kan yang paling tinggi 495.
Makanya aku bilang tadi dapat 700 yang si ini siapa? Adaying, tadi war. Makanya gue bingung pas 95 masih.
Horn good to go again for Arme. Future got away from the Manta style as well.
Yeah, while leading the charge, all he needs to do is get that tombstone down
Ya,
before
cuma
the
dapat
fight starts, and he's gonna do it as soon as the smoke pops.
He's going to pop it down immediately to see what he can find. Will just be Mirror. A Shadow Realm and a TP out will get him away from this, and now no tombstone for the fight.
Yeah, but he does have that level 10 talent. This was recently added. The minus 15
Yeah,
seconds tombstone cooldown makes it less of a committal when
Now
you use it.
Toronto Tokyo. He's going to walk into the Bluesy commit. Fate Beyond just turns straight away upon him. Toronto Tokyo was not prepared for that at all. Just standing there in the mid, and Fate Beyond finds a very tasty surprise.
And now, if the Undying would have had that tombstone ready, he would have had that ulti ready. You could have seen LGD potentially poking at the road. What I really want is for okay, they actually already do have the Phantom Spectre, so never mind. But that is a big move for
Lihat dia pindah-pindah doang itu.
Tapi patch ini gue belum pernah nyoba aja.
Damage to the Roche, and then it goes down very quickly.
Biar nggak di ini, biar nggak ditarik.
They're happy with how it's playing out.
Ini
Coming across this tree line, he knows that nothing to
Oh,
say.
nggak dapet jago emang ya.
Iya
Trying for the catch, won't get it. Goes for the attempt, but nothing to say, out of range.
And power stolen by Rubik as well, by the way. So the Spectre is now matching the PA's farm speed.
Ini buffnya bagus banget.
About 2k in it at the moment between Arme and Yatora. Definitely having that ability on their side as well will help him close the gap. Online for the Skadi next after the Manta.
Nyari Tinker deh ya biar tajir.
Yeah, intense game. Both teams
shieldnya Tinker apa
holding
sih?
their high grounds, understanding where they're strong.
Damage
block sama status
dari tadi udah diomongin. Standing right outside of that wall.
Bener-bener damage block bang.
Kayak skill satunya TA. Tapi ada limitnya.
Soon as it's out, Team Spirit, they retreat.
380, 400.
I think this is a very intelligent thing that LGD
critical
recognized in this game.
320, 320.
They've been dominated in vision for 2 games straight, and they feel like, you know what, maybe they're better
Oh,
off
itu.
Tuh, dia langsung.
take heroes like a vision.
Dapat tuh spek. Dia TP.
Bisa miss dong ultinya.
Balik dong. Gila. Luar biasa.
Oh,
Dapat gua.
Enggak, maksudnya Rubiknya RP enggak dapat ya.
But you see yourself there, right? As soon as that BKB is ticking low, he has to TP out of the fight.
Yeah, they know exactly when to sort of just get out of that. They get their kill, they
Gila,
get their
satu
trade.
pulang,
They
bunuh
know
satu
not
pulang,
to
kayak gitu
push it
aja.
for anything more. Team Spirit knowing the exact moment to call it quits.
Tinggal baru 500 dah.
Yeah,
Rapi
absolutely.
banget tuh loh.
Yeah, Toro's playing this
mainnya.
game excellently.
Yang
But
nggak
I do worry once this BKB starts sticking out, the Tinker's closing in on a hex, right? So even the threat of potentially jumping on him is going to be hard. You see Toro's also buying that Desolator. It's not a basher. It's not a tool.
Kalau in game nggak ada.
Coach itu cuma di drafting doang. Setelah itu coachnya keluar.
Itu baru itu jalan.
Kan maksudnya kalau mungkin sebelum TA-nya ya ada coachnya.
Yeah, so between the
Iya, kemarin kan yang di Alliance pas turnamen pakai coach dalam game itu kan langsung dibilang kurang.
Iya, animator.
Yang pas baru di
PA-nya kena.
Baik.
Oh, udah start dia.
Mana nih piu-piunya nih, Nathan?
They couldn't make their jump in time, and Yatoro just getting burst so heavily before he could actually get
Ini
the
sih pasti
BKB
defense
off
sih
there.
Tinker abis ini.
Yep. Excellent gameplay from LGD right now. They're
Tapi
banging
jalan sih dia band respect tuh.
We did not see anything close to this in the
Ya,
first two
makanya
games.
kalau emang bener sampai ke
PSG
spam nih
finding
bakal
their
di ban sih.
confidence, their
Sebenarnya
fire,
bukan Tinker sih.
and they're hitting back
Buat
harder in this
seeker
third game.
sebenarnya.
Seekernya yang
Yeah,
ini
I just
kali
feel
kena
like the
ruptur
way
pasti
that they've
mati.
approached Vision this game.
Enggak juga
Bahannya,
karena
I think this
pada
is what
darahnya
they were missing in
low
the
tuh
first
langsung
two
kelihatan
games.
semua jadi
These tools that
Tinkernya
provide them with vision
bahagia.
and the adaptation to recognize that is amazing.
Ya udahlah.
Main dia. Kan nggak mekan dulu.
Mereka buka warna juga enak, misalnya Spectre ulti.
Karena dia punya vision bagus, Jo, makanya picknya Tinker.
So for the side of Spirit here, I think
Sinerginya
it's getting
dapet itu,
increasingly
3 hero
difficult. You're
itu.
starting to feel the pressure of the Tinker. You
Pokoknya
recognize that, you know what?
300
There's that Hex,
udah ya?
there's that Aghanims,
Udah
and
lebih.
once my BKB's
Ya.
out,
Salah
I'm
lu
not
gua.
really sure how to fight against these heroes. And we haven't really
Gua naruh
seen him
gua naruh
he
300
hasn't really had a
300
game,
plus.
so this Tinker pick from
Ya,
PSG
bener.
is played out beautifully.
Lu bener. Gua
Iya,
300.
It's definitely
kalau
turning into a
300 plus ya
game
benar.
when you look at the farm on the course, a lot is on Yatoro's shoulders, whereas on the side of PSG LGD, the wealth very evenly split between Nothing to Say and Arme, both of these cores, and just in combination with one another. Spectre, Tinker, nobody wants to play against an incredibly fun one of those. Mid lane is watching Q. He's in, using the RP to catch
Anjir, Arpi langsung balik.
completely off guard.
Dia masuk pakai apa, cuy?
Well, now see them try and turn towards Faith Beyond, but the Soul Reveal comes out.
Tadi dia
Pas,
masuk
tadi
pakai apa?
masuk ke Fortas dia.
Crashing down on the
Danger
Lucy, they
Fortas.
find him in
Dia
return.
mau keluar pakai Fortas lagi.
RP siapa dia?
PA.
Greennya keluar
Ah,
deh.
dia
Dia punya Danger sama Fortas.
Ya berarti masuknya Fortas ya?
Iya, iya.
Yeah, there's still the haunt ready though if they want to look for more.
See, jump over towards Toronto Tokyo. He's out of mana, he's out of luck.
Tuh ngebukanya juga enak.
Arme
Spectre ulti kebuka semua mapnya.
continuing to be an
Belum
absolute
Seeker.
beast this
Apa
game.
namanya si
Tinker.
tinggal bear.
And the team fights are just so hard for Spirit.
Tinggal nyari
especially
dia.
if Toro isn't there to play the fights for them. They really need him.
Jing,
What a
gara-gara
beautiful
jatuh kata
initiation
collab
from
sini gua
Rubik
nih
there
kalau
with the RP.
Timnya
You know, whiffed the one earlier up top, but gets the more important one
Jangan-jangan
here.
bang.
I'm in the down 8k at the moment. How on earth?
Jatuh.
Enggak, ini
Wah,
musuhnya nggak ada yang
Any
bikin
Wah,
fight.
sort
jauh dah.
Now this
Tinker
stage,
aja.
the Spectre just
Headband pula.
jumping
Ini Spirit
into
nggak ada
their
yang bikin
faces.
fight.
And as you say, the vision, the counter
Si
abilities
Magnusnya
from
cuma
PSG
bikin
just
mekanisme
disrupt any
habis
sort of
Magnusnya-
move or
Magnusnya tuh pasti
job
bikin
that
utility
Spirit
yang
are trying to
dari
make
tadi tuh.
themselves. It seems that this time round, Spirit, they're the ones in the impossible position.
Yeah, I think they're off balance, right? They've probably played this entire tournament playing off of vision advantage, having information advantage.
Oh, Deso nih
And in
baru
this
bisa
game, they
treble nih.
don't. They have one
Ayo
Tinker
dong,
ward
biar
in an
udah
area where
dua
they
lah
can't really
minimal.
punish Tinker. That's far up top. They're not really going to bring their heroes to that side of the map. And then in the bottom area, the only ward that they have to fight around is also an area that you won't
berapa itu
really
tadi tuh?
see LGD approaching.
We'll see this move mid. Atos into the rupture, trying to
1,2
Tokyo in trouble.
tadi
Put the
kritikalnya.
BKB. We'll see Arme.
Ah,
And then
bener.
on top of him, will
Yes,
get
bener
glimpsed
gua.
back.
Bener 1,2 tadi
There's
kritikalnya.
space for Toronto Tokyo to stand his
Dapat
ground.
dua
The
berarti.
rupture to wear off.
Ya,
With the
PA-nya
slap on the
mati.
side, they get the
Bener
counter
kan
to
kritikal?
Tokyo.
Oh, iya,
Tokyo
bener.
drops in, does get caught up by Hanks though. He's dropped the BKB off in time though. Yatoro
Aduh,
to
tadi
the
tuh.
side.
PA-nya harus
More
mati.
Faith Beyond he goes. He
Paladin
won't
pantas
chase further.
Regen.
The Sunstrike just off the mark. Faith
Paladin,
Beyond
oh
will
iya.
live. So
Pantesan
will
pas
Yatoro
kritikal
that
langsung
time
bunuh
getting
lagi.
so close once again to
PA-nya
being
sestrong
burst.
anjir.
The light still coming in big. Did just grab that Paladin sword before that last play.
Gila jago.
Almost certainly
Jago.
saving his life there with the big
Full
burst
tuh
kills
dadanya.
through the
Tangan
crates.
sih.
Yeah, absolutely.
Antara
I was
jago
like,
dan
where did
hoki
that
sih kalau
healing come
nge-trade
from? I
ini,
did
anjir.
not see that coming. So yeah,
Dia mau bikin
that
repressor.
does make a lot of sense. And you
Nih pakai skill
BKB-nya
get
ya.
that second
Iya,
hex on
bener,
the
bener.
fight.
That's scary.
Sampai KP.
It's really coming down to, you know, those
BKB-nya
micro
lama,
decisions that
lumayan
you make in
dia
these
bisa
team
kill
fights.
banyak.
He thought he could get the burst damage out
Tinggal
of time.
pindahin dia ganti item
Seemed like
lagi.
the wrong choice this time around.
MP-nya kan
Hex
nggak
lagi.
banyak dia pakai. Yang penting bisa lompat dagger sama
Still
aja.
incredibly comfortable position. Look at the map control as well. They've only lost one tower so far in this
Jangan ngeblunder aja nih
32
LGD
minutes.
nih.
Very impressive control and
Blunder aja mati.
just sort of forcing Spirit to almost play a different game than they would have wanted to. It was clear that Spirit came into this wanting to deal with PSG LGD the same way they had done in the first two of this series. It's not worked this time. Spirit, we're going to have to see something different from them.
Yes,
Something that we
benar,
have
benar.
seen before in previous series, but not something they've necessarily brought out today.
Yeah, and if you click on Yatoro, you're going to notice that he's feeling the pressure of the Tinker. That's a refresher queued up.
All
And
right.
if you think about how PA works, that's really mainly for the BKB. He feels like he needs that extra duration of Black King Bar in order to be survivable in these fights and win the game. It's a really, if it works out, this will be a genius item. I'm really interested to see how it plays.
Focus around the mid lane here for Spirit.
Oh, what a play by
Ya,
Wadi. He
angkat
plays
langsung.
Courier on the hill to scout out the war.
Tapi dapat namanya cuy.
It's going to still get the jump on him, but immediately the telekinesis comes
Langsung
out.
tele.
Yeul nggak tuh?
Catching collapse in the
RP.
combo.
Oh nggak di RP.
Collapsing over the TP out, but the Yules is there.
Ya gitu, abis nge-kill tele, gitu-gitu aja.
Arme just jumping all over the place. Yatoro has to go for the
Amenya
BKB.
Habis ngewe ngekill ngewe.
Collapse goes down. Yatoro will be able to save himself.
Amenya
Yes,
tele-tele
Josie, they'll look to see
anjir.
if they can chase for more. Faith Beyond
trying to run down Toronto Tokyo. But the Invoker, just as speedy as himself, will manage to break away.
What an unbelievable play by Y, though. He just put his courier on this hill, waiting for that ward to come out, recognizing that if they smoke, middle lane's where they're going to go.
I know they're going for more. They're ready to try and get the jump in onto Yatoro, but Yatoro blinking straight over to the safety of Mira on the high ground. Means they won't get a further catch in. PSG LGD there now to back off. Still 30 seconds without collapse.
Yep, the pressure's on. We see nothing to say. Find that Aeon disc. He was queuing up the BKB, recognizing though the problem for me is not really the magic damage. It's potentially getting locked down by the PA and getting bursted. So Aeon disc will solve that problem for him. And their items are just gearing them up to not die. You see also, same thing for Ame. He knows that PA doesn't really want to buy an MKB. It's not an item he it forces PA to deviate from a standard item. So buying that here is going to force the PA to play his game. And now the PA is suddenly reacting to the other way around.
What do you do in this situation now, Yatoro? What is the call with this time?
It's a hard decision, right? And this is
Tapi
what
itu kan
LGD
kalau yang ini
does so
ada
well.
in-persennya
Forcing you
udah lumayan.
into a position where you might make a mistake. Maybe he buys the wrong item. Maybe he now decides to go for the item. But then his PK is too short. Or you're just making this problematic for Team Spirit. You want to make it as hard as possible for Yatoro to do what's right.
He's even thinking about the Ags as well. A lot of options here for Yatoro.
Yeah, a difficult choice. I don't know what the right one is.
We'll see if he does either. A very tough place to play from.
Yep.
13k. Both nothing to say, and Ame's power just continuing to grow.
And we've talked about this a lot, but you know, Roshan's about to spawn. Heroes start moving over to the top side, secure that area. Y already has the ward down. Notices there are no heroes there. That means we know where Spirit are. An immediate smoke over.
Wah, yang diambil yang ini.
Collapse. He's out with a blink. Same can't be said for Imposter.
Temu nih Ame.
Tele langsung.
Mira and Yatoro. This
Cancel tele semua.
Place to be. Yeah, they'll have a poke and an immediate TP out. They're not messing around.
Ya,
they know how quick PSG LGD is going to be with his responses.
Di sebelahnya nggak tuh?
Collapse, he's on the cliff. Nothing to say. He's quite happy to join him.
Gila sih.
Not really quite sure what was going on there. Maybe he was attempting to de-ward while he saw the heroes bottom and all the TPs in the tier 1 bot tower. But Roshan has spawned. Click on Y, he has everything ready. Tombstone ready, ulti ready. This Rosh is going to go down extremely quickly as soon as Ame connects over.
I mean, 50 seconds without collapse.
Gila, laser terus.
Unlikely they're going to be able to do anything without him alive. Is there any world that they can fly back to contest this?
So the final option probably is not there.
Ntar tinggal pulang.
It seems like Yatoro sees this Tinker flying the on disc. So what does he do? He buys the radar. He's going to go for the nullifier.
Alright. So many choices.
Oh, jadi itu awal baby Rosen dari situ, bro.
I think Team Spirit have recognized that as long as this Tinker's alive, there's no way that we're going to win the long fight. And we're going to constantly be forced to TP out as soon as Yatoro's BKB ends. And for Team Spirit, I think the way that you need to fight here is you need to set it up in a way where you initiate, force the Tinker to show himself, and then have Yatoro go in. And at the same time, the flip side for Team Spirit, for PSG LGD, you know that your 4-man is stronger. If both Yatoro and the Tinker stay out of the fight, you have the advantage. So just don't show nothing to say too early in a team fight. Allow your team to play the game 4v4, and then come in and beat the PA as soon as he commits.
Iya, beda.
Nusa sedikit lagi.
Again, falling back into a peaceful era here for Team Spirit, at least where
iya, kan dari tadi dia udah
any interest in
pas awal-awal udah diangkat udah males dia.
LGD head to head whilst there is the Aegis on Ame.
And for the first time in this game, Spirit has finally been able to establish some sort of vision in the bottom area of the map. We noticed them doing this time after time. When they fall behind, they like to take over the enemy triangle. They feel like it's a comfortable place for them to fight in. And even in this game, you notice it. Here we go again. Up into this radiant triangle, or dire triangle. Wait for the Tinker to show up. If the Tinker comes to that wave, they're going to be right on top of him. But it seems like nothing to say has played plenty of Tinker games.
He
recognizes that this is the only way I might get caught.
Yeah, he's got a lot under his belt here, nothing to say. As Ame, a quick jump over the bot lane, adding another kill to his scoreboard, 9, 1, and 15.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, he's gone for the hot illusion damage.
Lihat tuh, pakai skill 1.
TP langsung.
Attempt of a play, Yatoro is going to get caught out by the bash. He's got to get out of it.
Kill TP.
TP out. The disarmament is there over the Spectre, so no chance of a bash. As Yatoro will get out the same, not to be said for Toronto Tokyo, though. There's nothing to say. How's his number?
I mean, nothing to say is really turned it up this game. I mean, I'm really impressed with this Tinker decision making. It's just
easy game, gantian easy game.
I think. And the way he team fights is just beautiful. He knows what to look for. He knows who to look for. This is a completely different PSG LGD compared to the first two games.
It really, really is. It's looking fantastic. This is the power that we've seen from PSG LGD in the series before, in this run in the upper bracket. And it's coming out just where it's needed the most. They were knocked down hard in the first two games, and I think a lot of people were definitely going to be interested to see if they could somehow regain that control. It's not an easy place to be in, as you said, for them. The pressure is incredibly high. They will not accept anything less than first place.
Yeah, absolutely. We have another fight brewing. This is the only side of the map that Spirit has wards on. So Spirit are not willing to take this team fight into LGD. I'm really curious what fight they're gonna look for. This is the one, I think.
Value damage apa jarak. Tapi kayak sih jarak sih.
Can't go on Ame though. The Aegis protects him.
2 minutes still with that safety on the Spectre.
Oh, ganti timeless. Berarti nyari damage.
Biar lama debuff miss-nya.
But yeah, if we think about the mentality of LGD coming into this game, right, the pressure was definitely on them. I mean, Johan and Seb talked about what they saw backstage, what they saw in their expressions. I'm sure this kind of momentum for them is huge. And it's something that you need in order to win TI, right? You need to have that attitude of champions.
Untung dia udah, wah,
langsung di
habis
He's playing with so much confidence on this Tinker. I was talking about how he needs to wait out for the PA, but he recognizes, you know what, there's no way the PA is bottom here, and just full commits into their base.
26 on this Tinker right now.
He is incredibly farmed. He's gonna finish a Bloodstone too, or an Octarine Core, sorry.
Santai banget mainnya season nanti dulu. Relax.
Without a doubt, we saw how much Collapse could do last game when he was just
Ame punya
in the lead ahead, just playing
Ame
around
punya
with his food. He's
Dia
got
kalau
to make some
dikasih
big
makan
moves here for the
bisa
defensive
hilang.
position as he is losing teammates around him. To the
Gagal.
consistent dives from PSG LGD. He'll try and get the grab hit.
Wah, itu dapat
Onto
skewer
Ame,
cuy.
gonna happen.
Dapat
Forced
skewer.
back to the fountain. As PSG LGD, they've got all the space in the world to push in onto the tier 3. Can Team Spirit get them out of here? There's no buyback on Toronto Tokyo, still down for 30 seconds. Without Mirror as well. They'll have to, by the looks of it, at least let one set of racks go down here. There's no defense to be had quite yet for Spirit.
That's so hard to fight with this tombstone. You saw Yator kind of thinking about it. He was looking for that potential wraparound, but recognizing that, you know what, my team won't be able to support me. Even if I can catch the Tinker in the back lines, I don't have the power to kill him on my own.
Look how much money he's got. 6k gold in the bank here. Nothing to say. He can really start picking up whatever he wants now. Filling up those inventory slots.
Yeah, absolutely. Finishes up that Octarine Core. Just wants the mana pool.
Anjir udah. Tarin tuh.
Wah, timeout.
Ngapain tuh?
Strategical timeout, bro.
15 to 30. 20.
Bentar, map-nya belum nyala.
Worth lead for PSG LGD. The numbers looking very good for them right now.
Oh enggak bang, itu ini kayak ketombe gue udah.
Gua nggak ada ketombe lagi nih, gua garuk-garuk gak keluar.
But I really like this choice from Yatoro. It could just
Tim
be the
Spirit
thing that they
langsung
need.
serius mode on anjir.
I mean, the problem is, even if they get these kills right on the defensive Team Spirit, it's a Spectre and a Tinker. You kill these heroes, they're buying back, their boots are traveling over, they're haunting in, they're shadow stepping back into the action. Killing them once is not going to be enough. PSG LGD will use the opportunity to get in and destroy you, even if they lose a core at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're totally right about that, Owen, and that is why they are so far ahead, right? They have all these options, they have all of these tools. But if anything could potentially catch them off guard, refresher, when have you seen that? I think once that PKB runs out, expect nothing to say to blink in to be ready to hex. And if he gets a refresher off, if nothing to say didn't click on a PA, that could mean his death.
I mean, it would be quite something if this build does have the impact possible.
Zamal artinya apa?
Will it be enough? It seems like a pretty big ask here when they're as down as much as they are in this game 3.
Let me tell you, as a player in this position, these kind of pauses,
ini isinya Zamala
it's the
semua loh
worst
di
thing that
stream
could
chat.
possibly happen. It throws you off your momentum.
For who? The team that's ahead or behind?
I mean, I'd say for both. I think it's really sad for both sides. I wouldn't say that Spirit's getting an advantage, but when you are playing like the pressure, you're playing with the way LGD are, your mind is so zoned in into thinking, what are they doing now? Where are they moving next? How far could they have potentially gone in the time that it's gone from and all of these small micro senses that you have where like, let's say Yatoro shows on the top lane, and then 15 seconds passes, you know where Yatoro approximately could be because you know how fast the hero moves. Everything like that, it's thrown off by this kind of pause. And that's why usually if you think about it, after pauses in pro games, you see somebody getting picked off or somebody making the wrong judgment call. And it's because this like micro senses that you're used to playing off of gets thrown off.
Especially in a game such high stakes here as the grand finals.
Kurir gitu lah.
The International 10. Spirit, as you can see, up
Barang paling mahal di
2-0
Dota sekarang apa sih?
right now in this best of 5. As this
Paling
game
mahal.
goes, looks like PSG LGD will be able to stop the potential of a 3-0.
Paling aura-aura itu berapa kalau aura-aura?
I just really hope there's no initiation in the next 30 seconds after this pause, because that
Berarti
would really
ini
suck
yang
for both sides.
nggak tahu deh.
Here we go. Ready to get the action back on its way, ladies and gentlemen.
I can feel my heart pounding with that on pause there.
You know how the players are feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ini sampai menang 3-0, nanti end game-nya S game gitu. Easy game.
Looks like hopefully there's no initiation here, so
Pretty far away from one another. Yatoro, just a recipe away from the refresher, so certainly want to get that done. Ideally, maybe hit the 25 if he can before the
Padahal
next
yang
fight.
pertanyaannya nggak OG doang anjir, ID juga sama.
Which talent do you take though? The coup de grace is great, you get more damage, but the tripling side might just catch out a support and one shot it while you're not paying attention.
I feel like the coup de grace might be it because you got to kill someone. I mean, one of your items is a refresher. You're not maxed out on the damage.
Beli kerupuk kulit 20.000.
Making sure that the
Kawan,
crits
kalau
are
bukan gue juga udah habis.
hitting harder. Could be pretty essential if you're Yatoro. But then again, the triple is nice if you know like the crews are going to be coming in. If you feel like you're losing some lanes of barracks, you need to push back out. So
I'm also thinking about the team fight, right? How we know that Yatoro has to wait out. He can't fully commit straight at the start, because then he'll be forced to waste his BKB.
Oh, Yatoro. Yatoro.
Selalu dia
daggers with the empower on them. That's pretty nasty.
Quick fingers from Toronto Tokyo, but he's caught.
Yeah, they've got to catch it.
Bye
BKB,
bye.
he'll try and walk away. See if he's able to make it out. He's been ruptured. He's going for the TPL. BKB comes to an end, and so does his escape.
Anjir,
He'll try and hold them back with
ngedelay.
the tornado, but there's nothing more to hold them back with. Yatoro, he's going to be the new focus. Static sword from Imposter down into the trees to try and stop the chase. API coming in with the BKB.
Easy
Yatoro
game.
will manage to make it out, but Foster as well in the trees, hidden
Tuh,
out.
supportnya.
Beautiful reset there from Team Spirit. I actually thought they were
Tadi yang
have
kena ya
way more
kalau mulu
casualties,
asli
but quick fingers from Yatoro.
Ya, yang kelihatan dia kok gimana.
The static storm cancel. Tinker potentially chasing for more.
Kena mulu dia.
BKB kan makin bentar itu, jadi cuma 6 detik.
The gold for that refresher of just a couple of, a few hundred away.
I'm so excited for this.
Ketemu nggak tuh?
I'm gonna be honest. I just
brain play
Ini Rubiknya pakai
I wanna know how it
yang
plays
udah
out.
ada lagi anjir.
Iya.
And now he has it. And he does.
Anjir langsung.
Sampai udah
We've
ada
seen the
lagi.
building, of course, with the perseverances, but it's just a question of whether nothing to say in
Rubiknya
particular.
pakai gosok. Sampai udah ada lagi
to be
gosoknya.
complete for the next fight.
Nggak
As you
beres
mentioned,
nih
if he's out of
orang-orang.
position, he comes in with a second round of BKB and
Responnya
nullifier.
tepat.
It could be deadly.
Dia tahu kalau dipasangin ward langsung blink dagger
A
dia.
man on his Tinker who's had a pretty free game so far, jumping all over the place and bursting down the lineup of Team Spirit.
Yep. BKB finished on wide.
BKB ada yingnya dong.
Sometimes it's not easy to bring down.
I look at his positioning as well.
Nggak expect aku sampai udah bikin BKB sih.
Spirit being able to make a
Kalau
move from
digas
their
mulu
triangle.
ini PA-nya kali atau enggak takut
I
di
mean, the
silent.
problem really for Spirit, like who?
Iya,
how
buat
do you kill the
ngebantu
other heroes?
ini
If
core-nya.
not PA. If PA can't
Wait,
clear
what
out,
tuh PA referensi buat apaan?
Ya BKB lah 2 kali.
Of course, PSG LGD there.
Ya kalau cuma sekali BKB mah kelar.
Nothing to say, and Arme more than happy to farm up.
BKB-nya lagi 6 detik.
Looking for the Orchid into the Bloodthorn here for Arme. Nothing to say. Getting close to
Kena lagi kan.
the overwhelming blink. Maybe holding on for his buyback as well.
Toro? He's caught.
He has been caught here. He needs help and he needs it now. The BKB comes out.
Nggak bawa TP, nggak bawa TP deh.
Lu lihat dah, Ame datang cuma nggak bisa terus cabut lagi anjir.
Aduh, nge-lag.
Di base aja tele nggak tuh?
Botak, tak. Belilin kentak.
Vision. They were playing on even terms for most of the game, and
Oh, collapse, he tries to make the move.
Iya. Cepet banget ya. Trigger langsung ininya.
Waduh.
Harus BKB nggak bisa. Kalau nggak BKB nggak bisa.
Tip langsung. No katanya. No gantian nih gue yang
gantian tuh ditarik sama dia.
Gue juga bisa katanya gitu.
Kayak ini aja meme yang ini. Kalau dia ambulans.
Ini ya, kalau mentalnya nggak kuat ya, pasti ngedown nih.
Iya.
Spirit abis ini.
Siapa yang ngedown?
Collapse-nya.
LGD.
Karena harus ngedown, mereka menang gol 2-1.
Ya, I mean, maksudnya gini loh, saat ini kan tim apa namanya strat yang biasa yang dia pakai itu udah digagalin. Tapi kan nggak tahu, makanya mental orang kan beda-beda. Kalau sampai dia ngedown sih, lagi.
Anjir. Indah cuma pakai bunuh supportnya doang. Indah mantap balik.
Itu ya.
Hah? Indah. Better mantap kelihatan.
Final nih.
Orang tadi yang pas buat PA itu loh, ada yang PA lagi TP, dia tuh cuma buka ulti, masuk, buka
balik lagi
ya, makanya cuma nggak bisa cabut aja tuh PA-nya. Ini replay tuh diambil rasanya mantap cabut.
Itu kecil banget rasanya.
The job is done. Maposhka taken out.
Easy kill.
No
Siapa
place.
yang kasih ke ini? Robek ya? Aganim.
Blingnya
Rubik.
Gets the Aghanim shard or scepter.
Rubik.
This is probably one of my favorite Aghanims in the game. It's always a great feeling when you have it as Rubik. So one of the cool things about this that I don't think we've ever talked about
Kebaca banget anjing
is when
detik
you
Rubik
spell
kena ini kena
most
apa
teams
namanya?
aren't aware that you have an axe.
Hitungannya
You
kena
kind of
counter
think,
sih.
all right, Rubik used it. You hear the sound, and then you're okay. I can use my spells however I want. But with the axe, that throws it off. That just makes it easier for you to get those big steals that you want to get. So highly doubt Team Spirit be ready for this, but to be fair, they've had a lot of time to sit in the base. Usually what you do during this time is you're starting to discuss everything. What is it that LGD can do? How do they approach this fight? What are they going to be looking for? What are we looking for? What are our objectives here? Which heroes do we need to go on? What spells do we need to save? All these things should be discussed for Spirit, and they should have a structured fight in mind here, because you can predict what's going to happen.
Itu gue jadi spekernya siamnya gue jadi
gold down right now, Spirit.
Biar mentalnya down ya.
It looks like a pretty
smooth
sailing here to the victory.
Itu sepatu buang
Is there
udah
really
Dagon ini masukin
anything the
tas
Spirit
kiri
can pull off
cabut.
whilst this far behind?
Nggak usah dijual.
I mean, it's a matter of finding the tinker. I really think so. Of course, you can always win. In Dota, I feel like you always have the option of winning, and especially in late, yeah, there's 40,000 net worth differentiating.
Ya dibuang maksudnya di dalam
No amount of net
dimasukin.
worth that will make up
Yang
for
kan sayang ya efeknya, dia butuh itunya coy. Cooldown-nya tuh bentar tuh
and if
daripada
Yatoro
Hound.
can find some sort of backline kill, that could open the fight up entirely.
Di Posca kan lumayan ya.
Approaching
Lihat tuh,
the
di
final
Posca lagi.
Hampir masuk, buka mantap balik.
Buka mantap bisa hit.
Lihat ininya BKB, andaingnya.
PA-nya kedekat macam.
Allah, gue mati dong kenapa sih?
Mati PA-nya.
Tapi nggak BKB PA-nya.
Iya telat.
Tinkernya untouchable bro.
Banget aja.
Hati-hati deh, ngedot manta dong. Ngedot manta anjir.
Ngedot siapa kan? Aduh gua nggak ngeliat lagi.
Skywarnya di dot manta.
But the rocket spam begins from nothing to say. Yatoro, he's going to look to try and jump outside the base. He's able to jump onto DQ, he's going to go for nothing.
Jedi gue sebenarnya nggak perlu balik, tapi pengen balik ke orang lain.
Tinggal kena lo tinkernya.
Cari ya, diambil lagi tuh sih.
Di base nggak tuh?
Wanjur di depan tinkernya.
Ini diangkat sama Rubik ini. Diangkat sama Rubik ini.
Iya. Ditarik lagi. Oh, enggak anjir.
Sadeo.
Pengen tarik dia mulu. Sumpah.
Wah, ada GG sih.
Pengen ditarik kayak gini tadi tuh.
That was so beautiful.
Terus dia.
Everything
Oh no. Gaster.
blink to skewer him in again. But no, the
Prediksi
Yules.
gue salah
And
semua.
then the skewer, and you pull out a hero here.
Dong
And
ini.
GG.
Wow.
Comeback stronger, man. Ini Rio masuk Discord nih. Rio masuk Discord nih. Hitungan berapa kan?
San gue tip lu San.
Udah tak bilang. Masuk dalam hitungan detik masuk dia. Bener kan?
Ini baru PSG yang tak kenal. Shinkyu nih GG kali rubinya Cuk.
Could this be the beginning of a PSG LGD reverse sweep?
I mean, I absolutely think so. I
Si
think they identified a couple of
ininya apa namanya Magnus, dia tetap ngepick Magnus di pick Rubik udah nggak bisa gerak Cuk orang-orang sama ini tinkernya Cuk. Nothing to say bajingan tuh emang.
Ini sih kayaknya aku kan di bench.
Apa ya?
Pasti kayaknya gol-golan bakal di bench.
Wow, well, there we have it.
Lihat ntar tuh. Nih kalau 5 game asik nih Cuk.
Asik lagi kalau aku di sini enggak di kasur lah.
Aku lagi nonton Squid Game nih.
Alasan aja. Temennya di sini
Iya.
semua nonton gitu sendiri. Gimana Jal?
Di kamar.
Nonton Squid Game.
Wah itu dah.
Baru nonton ini aku.
Insane, and indeed we are going to a game 4. It will not be a clean sweep.
Di kamar enak Cuk nonton ASEAN Cuk.
Aku live aja nggak ada nonton.
Gua beli baju sini deh.
Well, I know they figured one thing out. Let's have nothing to say. Play on his Tinker. He used to be a hero spammer on that hero, and he absolutely crushed it, Tsunami.
All these people saying, "Oh, you're playing against Team Spirit. You don't ban Magnus." Well, you're not
nonton
Xiao,
lagi.
you're not Xiaoba. Things have changed, and they have now their own specialty being revealed. They had shown it 2 times during the group stage. In fact, it was against Team Secret. Whenever they had lost the first game against Secret, they whipped out a last pick, nothing to say Tinker, and they won that game. It was with a completely different lineup outside of that.
Jangan bilang di
This time the problem they were trying to answer was the Magnus. We were getting vision from the Bloodseeker. We were getting instant cancels with Rubik and the rules. Every single box was ticked for that draft.
They literally did everything they could to make Magnus look bad when played that way, right? So you pick Rubik for the lift, you have all of the vision from Haunt, Tombstone, and Bloodright, and you couple that up with a Tinker. And I think, honestly, on the draft panel, I think Seb had a really good point that
14-1, 15-1
maybe
double
you play the
orang gila.
Magnus completely differently. Like maybe you don't play on the skewer setup. If it's this hard, you could have taken a different approach, maybe picked a different carry that was more geared toward solving the Spectre. They picked the PA for the break and for the high burst damage. Perhaps a pushing type of carry could have worked better here, like, say, a Juggernaut or something to that effect where then you plan the Empower, you had a really strong mid-game timing, take Roche and try to end the game. But obviously, you've played this way on Magnus like 10 wins in a row, whatever, has collapsed, right, and it works every time, so you just want to keep rolling, right? But LGD, they had a really good plan this time.
And also with that plan, right, I think we've really seen how Spectre and Tinker in the patch kind of course, that tail end, how why they are so good together, right? You have, Spectre with the Ags, that 30-second cooldown, Astral Step. Before, you're always playing on Haunt, you're big cooldown guys, gotta wait it off, but no, now it's just every time you see a hero, you're instantly jumping. If the port shows underneath a ward, if like an Undying just walking around and find someone, bam, Spectre's there, and of course Tinker as well, equally can match that, and is tanky enough to also get into the middle of these fights. So yeah, PSG, they now have the confidence that we needed to see them have to be able to bounce back in this series. And you see like both the cores, right? On the screen here you have nothing to say. 14-1-3.
Tuh kan sama kayak aku kan Solring tetap ada sampai terakhir.
And his Tinker. And then you have Spectre as well. I think he ended the game like 15-1-23 as
hey,
well.
Brother.
Both cores really came out into this game and just said, no, we can come back into this series. We can show off on these signature heroes.
To me, what's interesting about this draft as well, we're talking a lot about the Tinker because he popped off and had a really great game. I actually don't think this pick was necessary for them to win the game. I think it was the best pick for them in the given situation, but if that would have been banned, I wouldn't have been like, oh, what are PSG LGD going to do? Because I still think the integral parts of the strategy is getting that vision. Tinker obviously plays amazing around it, so it's an awesome pick. But if that isn't there in the pool, maybe you can get another mid hero that takes advantage of it, like any of the spirits, like Storm Ember. I think a lot of them were banned. There's always something left, right? That could fill some sort of tempo there. So obviously it was an insane game for him on that Tinker. Love to see it. A lot of people don't like playing against that hero in pubs for reasons that might have been highlighted in this game. But to me, that's important, right? Because if you're going into this game, you're like, okay, they won because of this Tinker pick, then next time it's going to be banned, right? What are you going to do? And what was the last ban of Spirit that game? I'm trying to remember.
The last ban of Spirit that game was a Void Spirit.
Void Spirit, right. So they were looking the Spirit direction. I think PHLGD themselves banned both Storm and Ember as their last two. So that kind of forced the hand there for Team Spirit to get rid of the last one.
Also, what was encouraging to me is that this also didn't seem like an anti-Magnus draft. It seemed that the first 2 picks, I got the Rubik, I got the Undying.
Player card lo udah 18 belum?
Play it by ear now, and then depending on what Spirit started selecting after that, then they were like, oh, okay, maybe, you know, we'll put a Spectre on top of this. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they let Magnus go again, or if they maybe even first phase pick it this time on LGD.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's now Spirit have lost with the Magnus after crushing the first game, or the second game set technically with the Magnus, and everyone now going, whoa, Collapse is amazing. Now, the second game he plays it, he'll probably say to the guys, right, if they draft like this and itemize like this, I can't play the game that we've been, you know, coming into this TI with. So potentially Spirit might even be questioning themselves on Magnus, and this is the beauty of TI and like the mini meta of best of fives, right? It's because we spoke about Io being the reason why PSG was unable to really capitalize in the first 2 games. Magnus why they won game 2 on Spirit, and now suddenly game 3 we might even question if they want to even go near it, because PSG feels like they've discovered it, understood it throughout this, you know, 3-game series so far.
And I feel like it's also, you know, something you could be concerned about with PSG after those first 2 games is like the whole, like, you know, the confidence, the mentality. They third pick their carry, right? Yeah. It's not like, okay, we need, oh, these guys are good, we need to go late game, play slow, get Ame the perfect game. You know, they're willing to open up and do some different things. They identify, this is the hero we want for this game, we have a strategy, and it worked great. So, has me pretty hopeful for them going into the next game. And for Spirit, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be too phased by a 1-game loss. They've been here plenty of times already this tournament, so they're going to have something else up their sleeves.
Yeah, the Mars was even uncontested previous game, so we know the Collapse has got some backups there as well. I want to highlight the mental game you just mentioned, because I know that there's a lot of people on lines like, oh, Ame and nothing to say. It feels like maybe they're crumbling a little bit under the pressure, and I think this 3rd game proves everybody that said that 100% wrong, because they were both on fire. And this mental game we highlighted so much, Tsunami, because it is so important in a best-of-5 grand finals with $13 million on the line.
Yeah, on both sides we can see maybe the nerves of, oh my gosh, it's all these Royal Roaders on this side of Spirit. It's all mostly a bunch of first-timers, but then they are joined in union with that lack of tension or extremely high tension, depending on how they've been reacting to it. Meanwhile, on LGD, you have nothing to say in XingQ, who may feel out of their element whenever they're paired up with Faith Beyond and Y and Ame and Xiao8, but both of them have different approaches to the mental game, and so far Spirit's lower bracket run inspires confidence that I don't think they're going to be shaken by a 1 loss here and there.
Same, and you mentioned XingQ there, of course. This is his 2nd international, but definitely his most successful one to date. We've highlighted XingQ a lot throughout this entire tournament because he was mentioned as the best position for right now in Dota 2. T-Guff, how do you feel he's doing this series so far? Of course, he played a fantastic Rubik just now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the main thing, right? That's Rubik just there. We saw a beautiful little skewer as well on the Rubik, and I think he was just always in position, right? I think Collapse, again, the Magnus, we've said it so many times now, I think when you have this Rubik in your arsenal within the game, it's always so nice. You have the instant lift, you have the steal, like, it puts this pressure, and I think XingQ, if he can find that confidence and he plays that level of Rubik game, suddenly he's going into that next game with that next kind of pool, and maybe we see another Rubik game. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see the same type of draft pattern happen. Maybe Spirit still have the confidence in that Magnus, then we get to see another Rubik game, because, you know, we love to see Rubik at TI. It's a really, you know, a showy-offy hero.
I think they'll only pick Rubik if there's a Magnet in the team.
Yes.
I actually think that's the only thing that's going to prompt them to do it. A specific targeted counter pick. I don't think they see enough value in the first phase because they've barely played it all tournament. It's just a solution they went to in a time of need here. Which is interesting because it might mean that the bans could also be turned around here a little bit, so Team Spirit can try to take advantage of it with perhaps a Rubik ban could force out a Magnus ban, then you could get the Mars opener if you want to go that route.
That also depends on if LGD want to opt for 2nd pick again also.
Yes, depends on pick order, absolutely.
So that response was specifically crafted to, if they pick Mag, then we're going to get our Rubik Undying.
Yeah.
And all this kind of theory crafting we're doing, this is basically where Spirit, they need to kind of overcome the issues that they've had throughout the season against PSG, because throughout, I think it was like ESL 4, they lost to PSG. I think it was then OGA, they lost to PSG. And this was also with Xiao8 as a stand-in. At Animage, I believe they drew 1-1. Like, they have never been able to actually beat and overcome PSG. In these series, they've been able to take that first game, that first kind of momentum swing, but then it's been the experience of PSG that has come through and shined through that series where they've been able to kind of best Spirit throughout the year. So even though Spirit is up 2-0, or sorry, 2-1 now, it's kind of like the same as the past, right? So this is where Spirit, in this specific game, I feel like if they want to kind of get rid of that, they need to come in with that confidence. They can't let this one game hit them, because history, throughout the 2021 season, PSG has always bested them, even if PSG was down.
That is true. PSG LGD has bested most teams throughout 2021. They've done incredibly well, of course. You could also say that, yeah, they've done well and they are the end boss, but that also means that in terms of improvement, they didn't have as much need to improve compared to Team Spirit, who's tremendous growth throughout the entire season.
That was even mentioned in Slax's interview with Porsche previously. It was just like, you guys got pretty rocked on day number 1 of group stage, and he was just like, yeah, but we were playing some hard opponents, and progressively, the thing is that most of the time whenever I see development from a team, it comes from the draft. Here it just seems like pure gameplay oriented. They're still playing things that are very comfortable for them, namely collapse in specifics, but in general, this team gives me a lot of encouragement for the Eastern European region.
And it is an interesting point about the group stage. This is something we've been discussing throughout the years. What is the good way to start off a group stage? Would you rather play the really tough opponents first or last? And if you play them first, maybe you can learn a lot from those games and then improve throughout the group against easier opponents. Whereas if you have them last, maybe you've dropped the game here or there learning against weaker opponents, and then when you're against the Giants, you just get rocked, right? So for Team Spirit, it might have actually worked out really well for them that they played some of the Giants to begin with.
Yeah, and here they go, both now Giants in their own rights, taking their spaces here in the pods. It's game 4 of the grand finals, best of 5. Of course, Team Spirit is on match point, but
tidur kayaknya bang.
Siapa sih Jo?
Kayaknya sih.
Lapar lagi gua anjir.
Gua aja pengen beli makan tapi udah jam segini anjir.
Ya ngantuk ya Toro, pantasan kalah.
Ngantuk banget ya. Zamala bang.
Kalau kena mentalnya bener kata sini. Bisa kalah nih.
Enggak, kan emang kayak gitu tuh diadu bang. Gini tuh bukan masa draft pick tapi mentalnya tuh yang diadu.
Dia kan baru, masih belum terbiasa.
Iya.
Itu ngomong di chatol gitu emang nggak apa-apa ya? Dia.
Kenapa?
Dia kan kemarin nggak di
that had 20 predictions out of the 21 predictions correct. I also have an extra stat. There has been a total of
main event even began, right? But you could do it after the groups. Team Spirit, I would have said, what were they? They were 4th in their group, and they looked definitely a step below some of the other teams. But you know, sometimes you got to believe in that miracle run, right? And we're here. And obviously, I think it's also a little bit of, you know, like the human, like just the emotion. If I'm right, it'll be so cool. Some people just go for
those 1.4% people love a good story.
Exactly. It's not the brain speaking, I would say, in a lot of these guesses. But you know, maybe they identified something in the groups. They were like, you know what? I genuinely believe that Spirit can do it, and those people could very well end up being right now.
Yeah, or maybe they heard from a lot of players out there how the scrims were going, because apparently Team Spirit quite good in those, and definitely managed to hold their own against the majority of the teams.
Yeah, but that's like the beauty of Team Spirit, right? I feel like when you look at their roster and actually really dive deep, other than Maposhka, it's like 2019, 2020. That's when these professional careers actually started, right? I think 3 of the 4 players were on Yellow Submarine, which was kind of like
Team Spirit tuh.
Jelas itu.
The hidden like trial team for Team Spirit, where like the current manager, I think his name's Corbin, he was the guy that was like kind of sifting through the ranks, like trying to find. I think they had like 80 players in the end trial for this team. They finally kind of crafted this down into this roster, and they eventually brought in Miroslav later. But it's the fact that they went through this kind of trial period, brought in all fresh faces, then brought in
Kayaknya Joja tidur ini, ketiduran ya.
Like that alone is an insane story. I think that is inspirational. The fact that you don't have to be a 10-year veteran to be able to compete at the highest level. You can, like, in a year's time or 2 years' time, of course, they put so much time into the game, but you get the idea, right? Like, it's the fact that they can, if they put their minds to it, you know, you can achieve anything. And Team Spirit being in the grand final in itself is an inspirational story.
Absolutely. Also, just the organization itself, of course, has been in Dota since only 2015. So I mean that's still 6 years, but compared to PSG LGD, is relatively new, of course. But this team, this is the first time this organization has had a horse in the race at TI10.
Yeah, and it's always encouraging that even during the COVID times of 2020, many organizations were no longer able to support because they were like, we don't really have the infrastructure.
Yang mahal tuh monyet ternyata 95.000 anjir. Luna.
Pro playernya nggak ada yang main anjir.
Era apa?
Ya pro playernya pada nontonin TI semua. Ya ada sih beberapa. Mungkin pakai dua layar mungkin.
Pro player di mana nih?
Ya di live ini kan biasanya ada aja.
Of being on that main stage, but for now it is all Team Spirit and PSG LGD, and they're ready for Game 4.
Team Spirit versus
How's it going to affect their mental game?
It's massive for them, of course. They have no more room to fail. Whereas Team Spirit, they might get a super challenge coming their way if they don't close it out now. They're going to have to go into a game 5, same position. You have no more losses to take. So for LGD, they need to get as much confidence and as much freedom so that they can beat themselves again, or like their full potential. Mega important victory, of course. If you lose, you're out. But mentally, they need to take something from this. I think we saw a little bit of a better body language, if I want to go that far, and say that they do look like they feel better.
And now you see the switch up, and we were talking about it before the draft started, right? Yep. LGD broke Team Spirit Magnus, and I think they broke it in a very convincing way. And now the question was, so the second pick won all 3 games, and both teams kind of realized second pick works better. So far, this can still change. Team Spirit got the choice, which is a very big deal. It's probably not going to decide the outcome of the game, but it gives them definitely like an upper hand. And now with this first pick, LGD, they had to choose. Do we want a mag, or do we want to give them mag and play against it? And then if you do that, mainly the Rubik was the big con, right? And Team Spirit, they actually decide to not go for the Rubik versus the mag. They end up going for the Wyvern, which so far has been one of the best answers to Tiny. Nevertheless, though, in this opener, Tiny is banned, and they go for the Wyvern anyway. So, yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how they cope with this Magnus, because I don't think the Wyvern quite does it.
Is there a reason you think they banned Dark Willow over the Wyvern? Because in the previous 2 games, I think LGD had been banning Wyvern. I mean, Seb, you even mentioned to me, you thought maybe the Wyvern ban was a mistake.
Yeah.
But in my head, if you're going for Magnus first pick, Wyvern seems like a better ban than Willow.
I think so. At the same time, I think both bans, to be honest, I want to say I'm not a fan of the Willow ban. I'm just missing something here.
I think the Willow ban would also help them do the Shaker more second phase if they want. I mean, it's a hero that they're also very familiar with. I think the Bramble value is still there. I don't know if it's worth a ban either. I think there's some very powerful game-changing bans that shouldn't be overlooked, but Wyvern might be a very high-rated hero, or should be higher rated than some teams maybe give it credit for. Statistically speaking, has won a lot of games here, and it is a classic mag counter to at least a classic mag gameplay, but still the skewer play is very strong, and we saw it addressed last game, where the Ruby got a lot of good
nonton di Twitch apa di mana nih, San?
Di Twitch ya. Di game ya.
Apa bedanya di in-game sama itu?
Sama aja sih. Gak ada delaynya, sama-sama aja.
And there's a lot to say about the BENQ
Kalau in game
opinion. I mean,
Kayak bisa lihat itemnya aja ya di game.
Enggak, di Twitch bisa lihat item. Kan dikasih pilihan ya itu di sana ada kotak-kotaknya itu loh yang di kiri sama di kanan itu.
Oh iya.
Itu bisa lihat di sana. Cuma gerak personalnya tuh nggak bisa dilihat kan. Kalau di game kan bisa.
Which is much more than just a collapse hero. Like Team Spirit, they play around it, they build around it so well. It's Tide. Tide is a counter to Magnus, and yet they don't go for it. Meaning LGD might have had
nonton Squid Game. Ada nanti kalau gamenya kelar datang tadi.
If they don't, maybe it means they have a great answer to it, and Team Spirit knows it.
I think they're going to be banning all that team fight. They start with Doom probably now, and I think that's also you're not going to pick Mag or Tide yourself next phase. So you're most likely going to ban it. You have a Bane and a Mag, right? Let's see. They don't ban it yet.
So the Doom ban versus Mag is a very simple concept. It's like you play a Mag lineup, you want to empower a guy, and you want that guy to just go ham, and of course.
Tadi gua ngomong di mid lah.
Sama siapa?
Ngomong di sini sama malu pade. Pantesan gua enggak disaut.
Nah, sama siapa di mid?
Sama gue.
Hah?
Sendiri dia. Nggak sendiri.
Tadi lu dipanggilin deh.
Oh, pindahin barang dulu mau ini. Bisa langsung sambil packing.
Mau kemana?
Malang, terus ke Semarang.
Kapan berangkat?
Besok pagi.
Ada acara apa?
Nikahan part 2.
Acaranya kapan? Lusa apa besok?
Kayaknya sih hari Sabtu.
Lalu besok berangkat besok pagi nggak rapid apa? Oh rapid di sana ya?
Karena
ya.
Kayak apa vaksin tuh ya nggak ada bedanya sama apa.
Kok
ya Toro sih? Itu udah botak bang, lu mau minta apa lagi?
Dia gara-gara aduh Tommy kok nggak ada. Dia ngeliat si Mimosa tengah-tengah.
Interesting to note is ET has not been removed, right? I think the line was also a potential answer to a Mag ET, and they're also rushing it because there's no fight they're going to ban next phase. I'm still very surprised that the Tide has not been banned. I'm pretty sure Collapse is going to ask for this hero this game.
They must have an answer, LGD, right? I think if they don't ban it, they for sure know it's coming.
Masih diambil sama LGD nih.
They must be ready for it. That's how I view it. Maybe they're planning on picking the Juggernaut already or the Sparks.
But they're not in full control either. As Team Spirit do have a ban, they do have like kind of a way to dictate. They ban the Ursa.
Bukan sebuah masalah ban Tinkernya tuh bang.
The mid or the carry here. Most likely they will pick Collapse. So maybe LGD is like, we don't have to worry about a closing second phase pick.
Tinkernya tuh buat giniin miss aja nggak sih? Buat kayak lasernya gitu ya?
BENQ juga kan?
Lagi hidup dulu kan kalau start ya.
Very vulnerable in that sense. Now you still have to reveal, and they're able to get two really strong picks.
They might actually go for it, and that also is a statement from Team Spirit in which they maybe thought that the Spectre was the bigger problem last game versus the Rubik. You know, these were the answers. And this is exactly what I think should be done. This is precisely what should be done in a Mag versus Spectre game and in a Mag versus Rubik game. This Magnus does not want to RP anybody. He doesn't care about getting his blink cancelled. He doesn't care about getting blink at all. He does not want to skewer anybody. This Magnus he's going to build aura items. He's going to find the tombstone. Luna's going to hit the buildings, and that is going to be the fight. And heroes like Spectre actually are probably the worst out of all the carry pool to deal with that. You have to fight into this massive ball that is coming, and Spectre hates that.
The only good thing that they have right now is the Winter's Curse. The line is disabled. Most of Iron spells are disabled. Like this playstyle versus playstyle. LGD heroes, like these heroes on the bottom, they will not enjoy a strong ball coming to hit their tower.
So to make it very simple, basically what has happened in Game 3 and Game 4 draft is, you know, Spirit got their Magnus, LGD broke it. Spirit had to find another way to abuse the Magnus hero, and LGD now are showing how do you turn. They beat Magnus with Spectre, and they also showed them you can beat Spectre with Magnus if you understand what's happening. And I think this draft is what's happening in a nutshell.
Do you think that Axe does anything to stop that plan? Because to me, Axe is very single target, you know, a bit lane focused almost.
I don't think he helps at all. I think this is a hero that does not jump into the ball unless something good is happening already from your teammates. Like They're running away from some Tinker, they're running away from a Phoenix Egg. They have none of that. Lion and Axe are both going to be waiting for LGD to be afraid or overwhelmed by some sort of damage ability or teamfight ability, but it's not coming so far. Like, I think Team Spirit need to...
Tinker di ban kan tuh.
They need to find a really good pick right now. They need to find a really strong pick or something that allows them to then force LGD into their playstyle.
I'm always scared when I have the last pick though. Like, if I have the last pick here that has these soul conditions and be good in lane and do so many things, like it's so hard to find a perfect pick, right?
It's really 24 and not 23 especially then.
Yeah.
And he also is gonna have to deal with the one-on-one matchup that's gonna come his way in. So
Void dia.
Kayaknya dia void. You see this ball, like how do you fight into this? Honestly, it is so hard for heroes to fight into this, and they have literally 0 damage. The Spectre Axe is very low damage. This Axe is very low damage. They have no way.
Only on one finger. All the damage they have.
It's gonna be very difficult, and I wanna also mention the Dying versus Spectre. What he does is you plant the Tombstone, and now there's a zombie on every hit, so there's no desolate damage, meaning Spectre damage drops dramatically. In my opinion, I mean, I'm very happy to be proven wrong, and there's a reason why these teams are playing the finals and stuff, but I still see this as being a strategical misread from Spirits.
Oh, damage, main damage.
So we're going for the lane snowball here, right? You want to get the TA timing, snowball off that, you have single target, Spectre, you can take control of the map, you get a lot of pick off.
Kurirnya harga 90.000-an aja. Yang lainnya murah. Kurirnya yang mahal.
They need to play the TA game right now. The TA is a very fast hero. He can go into Roche early, he can snowball and get openings on the map with Deso Blink. I don't know if he's going to go against this game so that they can actually do more on the map, but they cannot run into this ball and just click their spells. This is not going to work for Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is not a Spectre versus Magnus game. This is a game they have to win on the back of it, and if they don't, then most likely the game is going to look quite grim for them.
Or they go
Ya,
really
speknya
late.
kere nih.
Manages to create a lot of chaos.
Gak merah.
The team manages to create a lot of chaos.
Tujuh, merah juga cuy misalnya.
Kind of like a team fight.
Barusan bilang gak merah kere.
Emang merah, dia kemarin ada yang make
Enggak, lu bilang barusan bilang gak merah kere.
Ininya nggak merah, dadanya.
Oh iya,
I think the momentum right now has completely shifted, but yet again, Team Spirit incredibly talented players.
Itunya mah pasti merah, soalnya pada merah waktu ada yang pakai begini juga modelnya sama. Nggak merah dadanya.
Ada VC Gaming merah kok.
Enggak, yang ini nggak merah dadanya waktu kemarin yang gue lihat.
Iya, soalnya nggak Cina ini. Yang kayak cuma orang Cina.
Cina semua ya.
Soalnya merahnya KW.
Tai pakai translate belajar bego lu berapa kali ikut TI.
Siapa sih?
Koat. Yao. Udah nangis duluan dia, belum kalah.
Siapa nangis?
Itu, coachnya. Udah matanya berair.
Iya aja.
Karena yakin gua kalah dan nih anjing katanya. Which the number of play dead at the game? 26 to 40.
End game anjir. Aduh.
Iya, at game man, 2640. Aduh.
Tadi aja lo berapa?
Highest network spek lah ya. Luna bisa tajir juga ini.
Kalau gua. Player dead by 10. Tapi kalau speknya ngambil kill sih kencang spek sih, betul.
Total number of play.
And already right on into this one.
Dadah Mirna.
Get killed. How's that for a start, Trent?
Such a good coach who just gets us there right in time. Well done. As his team will take first blood.
Very, very good start. Play their own game. That's what we're hearing right now from the
Number
coach.
player dead.
Shawait so often has been the one to be able to lead his team to success and ages himself, but we'll see if they can do it here again.
Siapa lu?
It's nothing to say why they're
26
all
sampai 40.
invading. Dude, LGD coming out with some confidence saying, this is our high ground. We're coming to take it.
10-nya 0 sampai 10.
And this is what you get when you keep coming
Pasang
up with
wardnya
this right? We're very willing to brawl right now.
Why?
So they're gonna stick around for a moment. Ame spotting out the rest of
Soalnya dia rajin banget naruh.
extra vision.
Yeah.
with the passive, and will we see another round of bounty roots?
Berapa detik lagi tuh, Predik?
Collapse walks
Udah selesai.
Ya, udah kelar.
Gets the click-off win. So LGD, they're going to claim 3.
Turns back for more. What's the brain sap?
SG.
Find it here. So yeah, another focus on the lanes for sure here from LGD. But
yang
I think
nge-kill tadi
it's
siapa
also
sih?
seeming to be the win condition
Why?
right now for Team Spirit. I have to say, you know, it's difficult to disagree when there's a combined 5. You know, Aegis is won by that drafting panel.
Lo
It's a bit rough.
nonton yang ini nggak sih, San?
I think they might be onto something.
Yang
This whole
All-Star
concept of,
nggak sih, San?
needing to snowball things pretty hard here, needing to play
Iya, dia
multiplayer
bingung.
sap.
Tapi di kanan.
Ada yang protes,
There's always a
mau
chance
di
to come
kanan.
late, of course, especially with
Cara pindahinnya gimana ya, cara pindahinnya?
where you
Gua
can
langsung
actually get
ketawa
like,
dengernya.
a little bit of split push out of this hero, which you didn't used to get in the past.
Shut the fuck
But,
up, listen to my voice.
You'd much rather be leading things ahead of the game right now. And if they don't get that, like, they can easily do that with these heroes on the side of PSG LGD.
Totally.
Itu tuh
lucu jadinya ya.
Emang itu nge-meme cuy.
Dia
banyak ngikutin yang kayak pas meme-nya Kuroki, TI waktu yang kalah sama Oji tuh loh yang just listen to my voice. You don't need to talk, I do the talking. Gitu loh.
You know, just for fun they say. They're playing without any fear.
Dia ngomong kayak
For
gitu.
some of these
Sama juga yang pas
players,
Alliance
that's not
mau
an
grup
option.
hak nggak jadi
So close
karena
before
Lim yang nggak
to
mau.
winning the Aegis and then snatched away at the last second. This is a story for him for redemption.
Yeah, we often hear the pressure of the Chinese community on this team just because, you know, they've obviously looked so good and they've been so close before, and particularly Ame.
Itu supporter berdua kenapa nyampe di sini
particularly at TI, particularly in a game 4. You know, the pressure has been there.
Lihat tuh, kelakar dari situ dia berdua.
But I have to say, after last game, I think he's probably feeling pretty comfortable here with his Luna.
Just look Spectre games, so we'll see how they deal. As ZQ was able to
level 1 aja.
Tapi nggak masalah mati itu mereka berdua. Endingnya jadi bagus buat PSG-nya.
To be careful here, obviously only level 1, so doesn't have that splinter blast yet on the Wyvern, but they will throw out one more dagger on his way back home.
Balik dah dia. Paling
here.
kemit nih, botol udah botol belum?
And now, yeah, Collapse. So we talked a lot about Collapse and his hero pool.
Kayaknya lebih farmingnya lebih enak spek deh kayaknya. San ini salah nih gue.
Akhirnya kayak aku kan 25 menit bang.
Games on professionally is the Axe. Not a hero that's very big at this TI though.
No.
Soalnya Leon galak banget Leonnya aja.
If you can get the open, we'll talk a lot about how maybe there's going to be some overlapping things going on with Mira and the Axe, both trying to find that big jump.
That Seb guy? Oh,
yeah.
That's that guy!
Yeah, that's the one.
Itu satu siapa yang mati?
Yeah, that's
Leon.
pretty good.
But we'll see.
Awal-awal nggak ke gap naik ke
As you can
atas.
see already, the chase down Fate Beyond taking a little bit of a beating here on this Magnus. Moves into position though. And at least for the moment, you can see that Spectre taking a little bit of heat early.
Gini caranya main
Not able to get all those last hits yet.
Kun kah Spectre Ben.
Also trying to go toe-to-toe with Ame in the bottom lane on that Luna.
Yeah, there's a reason that statistically Undying has almost always one of the absolute heroes versus the Spectre. Whenever you're just talking about like just raw data in terms of game split, and that's because like you get some pressure in lane sometimes if you get this sort of a matchup. That's always nice, right? Spectre likes to be left alone. More importantly, when you get into the mid game with the Tombstone drop down, you actually get all these zombies popping up, and it really ruins the team fight for the Spectre, especially when you're trying to deal some damage there with the Desolate.
You can see a bit of a rundown again. As
anjing network menang Kunka jauh.
playing as far forward as he can, but has to be very wary of those skewer backs that we've seen time and again as why we'll get a little bit of a chase.
Mati. Leonnya.
I just takes him down.
Collapse into a thing. No. Sorry, you know, I'm just going for some creeps here. Does have 20 last hits compared to the 9 bump, so you know, that's a sacrifice that you're willing to make.
He's hitting pretty hard.
Dapat nggak tuh di sini?
Obviously came there with that quelling blade and a lot of armor. Collapse having a good one on the Axe in the laning stage. This is what they need.
And that is actually a really interesting one too, right? Actually going for this this Vanguard, because you know a lot of heroes for the Helm they're building into something else based on the Helm, the Iron Will.
Kapan-kapan pakai lah.
This cheaper Vanguard. That's an item that can actually accelerate your farm quite a bit with the Ancients.
Why? Get chased a little bit there, but will back out afterwards. And you see at least now the very slight lead that we're seeing into the favor of LGD. Nothing really to write home about. Both the mids doing fine. We haven't really seen that many stacks on the Ancients. None done up yet. As some good damage there out on the Bane. The chase down. Lucid Beam. Will it be enough? I don't think so. Why? Oh, maybe it will. Right, the rotation comes in. and they will be able to keep their bane alive.
Bunuh diri
He was
Dinian
fine
nih.
out there. He wasn't sure he was
Di
going to
grip.
live, so he's going to run
Hutan.
away home.
Oh,
But there
enggak,
are the
balik
stacks that you were
Masih
just
stuck ya?
mentioning. A double done there by Maposhka in the dire jungle. So stick for the Templar Assassin to fall back to. They want to stack her up nice and early. When you're trying to play around this Templar Assassin, you can stack your Ancients, you can stack all of your neutrals across the map, and she can cleave them very, very quickly. Just trying to align these earlier items like the Blink or the Deso, maybe a Falcon Blade in these times right now. So they need to enable her to get this game online.
Yeah, and of course, then if you're LGD, you're going to look to try and go in there and invade the backs and get some damage done. But already, a Torrent combo comes in. Watt makes that move towards the mid lane that he always does. And just trying to burn through his actions and make Toronto Tokyo a little bit less comfortable.
Yeah, not a matchup we see all too often, honestly, the Kunkka and the Templar, but you do have that interaction, as you mentioned, where you can get multiple instances of damage from the Torrent, so burning through that, and, well, Toronto Tokyo, you're going to come take a look here and say, oh, yeah, nicely done. They got stacked up one more time.
And Mira also
Pernah agak-agak ya.
stacks all across the map.
What I really like, too, is this defensive ward that they have right next to that stack they're doing, because you often see this ward used like late game, when you're talking about like Roche and everything, you're trying to cover that, but a lot of teams are coming in contesting neutral stacks right now. So one of the themes of this tournament is up.
Balik langsung.
That's another good theme.
Toro, is he going to live, though? With the cold embrace, they don't feel confident going for him.
On the level 6 rotation from the Kunkka, very disappointing to not get the kill, and they can't even really follow up with the tower pressure, but on the other side of the map,
Collapse. Going to take some damage there. Creeps run off of him. And with a couple quick hits, will they have another Lucent Beam for the finish? Vanguard keeping very taking actually goes away.
Gila.
Has to be careful on wide. There's the fairy fire lit, but the brain sap. Enough to finish him.
I can tell you, this guy must not have got very many Crimson Witnesses, because he is not lucky.
No. Not enough spins there for the axe, and a good usage of the Nightmare to take those creeps off to stop the potential counterplay.
Nah, itu mid mereka siapa aja?
Missed gank on the Spectre gave so much free time to Toronto Tokyo. Has again another stack. And, well, if you don't go for that kill, the other option for the Kunkka is moving through that jungle, doing that rotation, checking out the stack, seeing what's there, maybe stealing a couple, of course. And will shortly make his way over there. I think we'd like to maybe get an eye on these ones at the very least. We'll block for future stacks, but can they even come and contest this?
I mean, there's already a lot of gold built into that. That's going to be such a big injection. And the thing about the TA is you just take it so quickly. And maybe if they pair together with Collapse, already having that Vanguard done.
Yeah, it's a tough call too, right? Like, because if you want to move in there, let's say SPSG, LGD, okay, we have time to think about it at the very least. You have the night vision bonus.
Right.
That's there, right? Of course, that's going to be expiring soon. You got 2.5 minutes to work with. You're not going to have any Eclipse early though, because you know you're waves. But you also have Undying, you have Kunkka. I would say it's very tempting for them to come and contest this and at least like try and mess with them to try and get some of the XP.
Well, they're going to drop the boat for the Mira a little bit off the mark with the stun, but will eventually go down. Yes. Finds the kill, but this is again buying that space for Toronto Tokyo, and this is in vision.
Full rip to secure here, and ZenQ is like, I'm getting over there, you know, I want to steal some of this.
Iya, Amit aja.
Find a neutral camp there too.
This is just all they're focused on. And
Here's Tombstone in 3 seconds.
Why? Are they really going to go for this?
I mean, a lot of them are really low. This is pretty nice. They do it. Yeah.
He goes for it. Getting a couple already.
String it for the team. The 2 support. There's an axe and a Templar
Kayak
assassin.
T1 waktu itu kayak gini kan dia. Saman sama Andijing kayak gini dia.
I mean, this is huge. You also already up 3,000 net worth right now on LGD, but they see it's taken and.
All right, you got a lot of them though. Now, can you get out? That's the question.
I mean, at least one of these heroes is gonna die. ZenQ chased on. Surely, at least one of them goes down, but maybe not. Tomorrow pops out that haunt. The chase down Mira's there as well. Cold Embrace. The back for this. I don't know if they're getting anybody. Is there any more?
An LGD and they're Undying in their phase boots though. Like it all.
Tapi dapat ini dia
They clean out that hard camp also. LGD are all over.
Enggak, bukan namanya yang dapat akses tadi yang habis.
Yang anciennya kan dapat beberapa deh.
Iya, udah di bentar doang terus dia ngambil botol.
This is clean
stuff.
LGD, they on their mojo. This is what they needed.
That is a large lead. 4K right now at 9 minutes. Like, look where it is. I mean, it's just all stacked on the cores right now for PSG LGD.
Scouting out. Y off to the side. Toro there as well.
Yeah.
He's looking for it. They move over. Fate Beyond's here as well. And with this help to Dom, it should be enough. coming in to contest this, nothing to say.
Well, it's just
away the jungle.
It's so cheap, right? It's just a nightmare into a torrent. They're threatening the whole. We've got RP, we've got boat. You don't want to come contest this. We're going to be pretty soon here as well. For why? As even for a real deep ward. That was ping though. All right, they have an idea that's there.
That ward is going to scout it out.
Good thing that was there. So. Those very deep wards on the earlier end will be instantly TP2 by Approach. I don't think so.
Yeah, see, this is the LGD we expected to see. Up 5,000 net worth right now, 10 minutes in. What a turnaround that they've been able to have. As this series was looking dire straits for them after the first two games. Now coming into this game number 4, everything's going their way.
Well, in the past, what has turned these games around for Team Spirit? It's been collapsed. Showing up, making the plays, but he's got some time. Wants to get that blink dagger done on the axe first. In the meantime, there are a lot of heroes come to his mid tower.
Oh my god, they're bringing everybody's here. Level 5 on that Wyvern, gonna try and throw out these splinter blasts and slow things down as much as possible. But that tier 1 tower is already dead.
Yeah, they're just holding the tombstone. Again, such a great job of just like not expending anything, right? They're just threatening. They're just holding all this strength.
And collapse. They caught him. Do they have enough for the kill, though?
Oh, yeah.
They are going to chase him and wait for it. Fiend's Grip afterwards. Easy as pie. They take him out. This is a stomping we got right here.
Itu udah bebas banget kunkanya.
Toro is going to need to play his heart out right now.
Kena mental dia beneran.
He's almost getting doubled up on right now.
Like the Undying is almost caught up to him in terms of net worth with that two dropping in the Ancient Steel. Such an impressive performance for them in Team Spirit. They really
pasti abis ini Halbert
it felt like they got lost halfway to the draft and they still haven't found their way.
Well, and you think about that draft, right? They burned through so much of that reserve time early on. And in the end, we're left trying to find a perfect hero, and so far the TA hasn't been able to do it for him.
Part of that is just that it's such a one-dimensional plan that not only can you like prepare draft, but in the actual game, like they were so quick to come in and ward up these ancients. Sure, they missed out on some of the plays in the top of some of those neutrals, but the contest in there, the space made for Faith Beyond to get absolutely massive. No one is even contesting Ame at all, just free form through the jungle. And it has to be like the biggest Axe Blink reveal and Deso reveal on a TA of all time.
They've got to get a ton here on Team Spirit. And of course, that also means that LGD need to be the ones that run into them to allow for that fight to happen. Not an easy ask, but again, you've got some big combos here, right? You've got that Winner's Curse into a call afterwards, Lion Stun.
Belum ada finger, belum ada finger.
If they can find it. The fights are so hard.
Kelihatan critnya.
The boat's gonna come out. And now the slowdown Mira in some trouble. Collapse back behind the tower. Also getting ran down by the He needs to TP out of here.
He bought his blink. No one else died.
As long as they're able to get away, that should be good enough for them. So they get the kill. Faith finds it, but also on the other side, Y kills off Mira. 8-1 to start this game.
Yeah, throws down a ward to secure the kill. Mira was instantly noticing that, but I think Y's going to call it worth just to make the tower easy to take. But Postgrad was thinking about leaving himself in behind there and maybe finding a Winner's Curse if they want to actually contest to the tower, but I think the call's been made from the rest of Team Spirit that they're just not ready for that yet.
They need those items. Need to hit that timing.
7 kill lead, 7,000 gold lead, and Ame's still hitting greens.
I mean, he's just doing what he needs to.
Taking a look already at that win probability. They're heavily
kalah mental lu nih.
Iya kan udah bilang kalah mental katanya.
We got a game going here.
Goodness gracious. The Nightmare is down.
Dikerjain Bani dari tadi.
They have Blink, Water Reveal, but the only people down here are supports, and that's not big enough. Ward also covering it all.
Bani itu adiknya Benny tuh.
Team Spirit can at least try and pressure and get this tower and get some momentum for themselves.
Benny itu
nggak dengar.
You can already see them struggling here, right? They're bringing everyone down here. They're looking for that fight. Everything that they need has to be perfectly layered. The call, the curse, trying to find the sight lines for the Templar assassin.
Nggak pakai lama di ulti langsung.
That's Spectre. I love ZinQ doing that, just dropping the tombstone. It's just for them that they're willing to throw at everything that they have right there.
And immediately after, they're thinking about going to Roche. I mean, why not at this point?
They can Roche, they can just start reaching that tier 2 top. And tier 2 top
okay,
as a tempting call. They actually got a great vision right now onto that high something there from Team Spirit. They didn't have a chance. Perhaps they just have the really good read that they're all on the bottom lane now, waiting for them to come to that bottom tower. And it's taken so fast.
So Roche gonna be claimed, and again, Team Spirit needing to find an answer as LGD want to try and close this one out, put them in a dominant position, and already Y is gonna head up here, try and get the board. We'll see if that one bears any fruit, as LGD will shoot back at their next set of items.
Bang, benar kan Bang?
Apanya?
15 menit. Wattnya paling banyak Y.
But essentially we got to the point where Team Spirit was just running around with this Luna and looking
Thank you,
like, you know, what are you going to do as LGD? This perfect moment to find a fight. Team Spirit
tinggal dead aja di
that situation. And one thing that they
Nanti
obviously
gue 0 sampai 20, 26 sampai 40.
Can they find a pickup right here? No,
gue mikirnya bakal perang banyak.
Might be the one that gets found. The jump for call. It's off the mark.
Kelapaan.
Instead, he just heads off to the side. There's the route. Collapse have to back out of here. I mean, there's more people coming nearby. Toronto, Tokyo gets skewered back. He's caught on someone. Can they kill him off? RP, but the winner's curse is trying to boat afterwards. Finishes off that peak, but it's not enough.
Makanya itu bahannya itu buat ultinya si ini biar nggak kena. Mati.
Mana itu buat ultinya siapa?
Ultinya Winter. Jadi diselip.
Diselip pas lagi ini.
Lagi sayang-sayangnya.
Looking rough for Team
Nanti
Spirit.
baper.
Is that a spear breaker in that draft?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is this? Because
Niatnya gue tapi
Udah kena mental ini serius, nggak bisa lagi udah ini dia. Bantayan deh.
Bukan bener Albert. Aduh, malas banget udah
completely
itu.
different series at this point. I mean, Team Spirit, the fun loving, we're just having a good time.
TI aja bengong aja udah.
Right now, at least in this game, and you know, it gets to the point where as the game continues, you just wonder like how much is this impacting the looking like potential game 5.
Potentially. I mean, again, you can never count this out. We've seen
Ada ini
teams come
biasa
back
ini.
from more than this against LGD.
Divisi acaranya juga langsung bilang jangan dong 5 game dong.
Can they do it again here? Spec.
Nah, ini game terakhir nih ada transaksi uang nih.
Mainan Cina.
Mainan Cina, bosnya langsung.
Itulah mereka so ridiculously clean this game though. There's not offering up anything for Team Spirit now. They do have some good vision down that bottom jungle. If there's ever a chance to go for something, it's probably towards that part of the map right now.
Yeah, fixing.
Not acting like it, you know, sitting to a trap.
Match fixing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard.
Ini mereka lagi ngopi di luar di rumahnya.
Ketangkep anjir.
Ya,
udah nggak ketahuan.
Oh, just like
that. Masih dangerous kayak lagi gue udahin anjir, sumpah. Parah sih. Parah sih ya.
Digigit malah.
Beneran anjir.
Tadi dia udah nggak ketahuan loh itu.
Ya.
Harus hutan aja sih ya.
Deggernya salah tadi dia jalanan.
Keep up that momentum.
Team Spirit are waiting for the
ya halang Antilion udah
on the Spectre. That is going to be their goal play.
Gak dikasih ampun.
He just gets caught again.
It's five.
Until then, it's just throwing out heroes. Get up.
Yang banyak dulu ke-kill
try and slow down this tower push.
Closer are we now to that Acronym Scepter? It's what, 50 gold away for the Spectre?
Yeah. Taruh situ. Taruh sih.
Oh man. And they needed that early lead to actually provide some damage. They needed the items on Team Spirit. They don't have the items.
Right. Well, and it's such a good answer here, right? With that Undying being able to sit right up front there with the tombstone, and then Luna can hit the tower. Because the way that Team Spirit win the fight is like when chaos happens, and you get a giant curse or something, and they're just not being presented that opportunity.
Although, if there's one hero that's very good at breaking formations, it is Spectre.
Yes.
Right? The Haunt comes out, there's question marks everywhere, you're not sure where the real one is, and then it's providing vision to the Team Spirit. And you find the jump, and Axe, a hero that with the blade mail can turn some of your advantage into disadvantage.
Looking for something here. It's just a shadow. They have starting to bring Ame down a little bit low. Just 30 seconds left. And after leaving him alone for the moment, the other support's Collapse going to TP out, but it's not going to happen. Collapse will go down, and that fight doesn't work. Toronto Tokyo pulled back in, refraction gone. And now the chase-down happens yet again. Mira hoping to salvage it, but it's not going to happen one by one.
Kali draftnya dulu.
Go by
Geser-geser gitu.
And that was going into a fight
Duh, come
with
on.
5 seconds left on the Aegis too.
9 lagi.
So just like even if you get some of those kills, the respawn there from LGD.
Mantap kali draftnya.
But Team Spirit, you know, they felt the situation that they had to find some sort of fight maybe outside their base. It's not a good one though.
And they used the winner's curse in that last
Mana Tim Spirit nih.
really painful. Maybe if there's an
Pulang spiritnya.
Giliran nggak nonton, menang itu tonton kalah.
Jadi tidur lagi sih.
Tidur lagi mendingan aku. Kayak tadi nggak nonton bulu tangkis menang Indonesia. Udah. Lihat storyku dong, aku abis ngucapin.
Senang gue liat tampilan bundanya.
Baru namanya Cina
I love how this team plays Undying. The four, like, not a lot of teams really bring this hero out, but you know, get his movement speed, so you can get the ulti off the flash golem.
Yang dapat satu kill siapa dari
having the
Tim
drums
Spirit?
to like benefit this early sieging ability that they have, as well as the
Torontonya
solar crest too. So you know, so many teams looking for these saving heroes and empowering heroes, like the one big carry, and Undying just like answer when you also have the Spectre in the game.
And I just think again, like, what a redemption arc this
Oi.
is for Ame to be able to pull this back on that Spectre in game 3 and game 4.
Spirit lambangnya naga jadi ular keset.
Constantly four.
Gue masuk cuma ngomong kayak gitu. Keluar lagi deh mendingan.
Caster curse him. Oh no. Oh no.
Ya, dulu aku. Salam ke kalah.
Hello. Hold on, let me check Twitter. Just make sure.
Keciduk lagi. Tadi ke pick off 1.
Cancel tapi-nya.
Toronto Tokyo cancels TP?
Okay. Where are you gonna go?
Wah, udah mulai fokus anjir. Di cancel kayaknya.
You're not gonna do anything. Might as well try and catch the next wave.
That's true.
Now where do you go is a bit of a question.
Ada war.
Kata Toronto anjing, easy game.
Oh, I know this one from my pops. Yeah. Gotta keep PM up, you know.
They got him. Toro forced to jump away from this one, but
Dikejar sebaiknya dikejar.
able to throw out that earth spike, but they're hunting from Thor.
The odds coming.
Oh, good blink away by Mira, and Toro able to get the TP.
Tiga masa trap pakai farming clip doang.
The one that's gonna pay for the sins.
Ayo, udah masuk ya? Udah masuk?
Now they're heading up again.
I think Beyond has had this troll for so long. I feel like you must end the game with it, you know. Like
Bareng terus.
servitude.
This might just be the
Mira
time.
Kosema
I mean,
juga.
Ame's the leader. Send them in.
Nggak tahu.
Roche is capable.
Itu Lion Mira namanya
Looking to
kan.
just try and end this right now. No magnets to pull him back into the fountain.
Tanan
The
dia
jump to start it.
This has to be the jump, right?
Poshka behind. He's got winner's
Jauh
curse.
banget.
But can they get an opening?
There's
Lo baca dong, lo lihat di game ini satu turbo game ya kalau dikira main turbo.
Ini kalah juga bisa beli rumah ini mah.
Without a quick way to get in.
Bikin rumah nggak beli lagi.
Dia bikin.
For the moment, but Poshka, they still got a ward here. And
Gue
now
pajaknya gede ya.
Collapse has been smoked for so long.
they just can't find it.
Kalau udah masuk
The
itu
LG
baru
just this impenetrable wall that doesn't break formation.
Yeah, they just keep popping them, but they can't
Bisa
find their
setengah
fight.
sendiri.
They might even be running low at this point.
19 to 1. So now, with Roche respawned,
Anjing,
LGD.
mukanya udah chill ya tuh. Udah chill dia.
Udah kayak boleh main di warnet ada pick
This is not the way you want to go
Udah
into a
model
game
Hasan
for
waktu di
Team
warnet.
Spirit.
Tapi Ame bukannya nggak pernah berubah anjir.
And sort of like, okay, well, you know, we can close it out in 3, but that's cool. Again. And they seem like a very long time ago at this point.
They've beyond. Pulls back there. You'll see afterwards. Nobody's close enough to turn that into a fight. Another Shadow Step used just to slow down Face Beyond from going in for another round of this.
Throwing every try
Jangan
possible
ngepus.
to hold on that one tier 2, right? Force them to go for the throne.
And they're gonna do it. Walks right on in.
Happy to
Balik woi TA.
He's ready.
Kayaknya kayak RTS nih pengen farming buat next game.
Iya, kayak waktu itu pakai hype ya. Iya.
And so far, onto the ancient Where's the fight? I'm not seeing it. Going different so far. They
mati.
Just grips it up.
Gigi.
25 kita.
26. Satu lagi.
Ya, lagi satu please.
Gak bisa, kalah.
Emang kalau prediksimu gitu bener dapat apa?
Poin kompendium buat box ini.
Di mana nggak predik gitu?
Di mana dalam game?
Dapat 300.
Dapat apa sih?
Satunya berapa sih, Bang?
Kalau buka situ ada kompendium,
100
itu
kayaknya.
ada box apa set warna emas semua.
Predik 100.
Oh,
jalan-jalannya apa kayak gitu lagi? Aja. Tangannya gegep.
Little skip in the step there. They're ready for
a TI repeat.
There you go. All right. They're okay though.
Jadi kere kena mental.
Kayak nge-smurf.
Nggak bisa Mar, udah nggak bisa, udah parah ini.
Kayak Hasan nge-smurf pakai Herald cuy.
Just incredibly impressive. All right, it's okay though. You just say like it was draft. I think we can all agree the draft
Tapi
looked
ini
rough.
semua lebih parah sih.
Thus the game
Udah
looked
kasih
rough.
2 game dulu
So
biar
you go
mereka
forward,
semua.
you shift things up.
Biar naik dulu mentalnya, ntar downin gitu ya.
For LGD in game 5.
Iya, soalnya lebih down lagi anjir udah dibanting kayak gitu.
Terus terakhirnya endingnya.
The series is tied 2-2. We will go into a game 5 here in these grand finals at the International 10. I'm joined by BSJ, Effie, and Jenkins, and we're gonna break down that game 4. Jenkins, I want to start with well, let's start with Team Spirit doubling their skill score there in the final second.
I don't know if there's any breaking down these games. Like, I legit don't. This shit is scripted. It's scripted. Like, how does every TI end like this? At some point, it's got to stop. I don't understand. It's like the amount of people that came up to me today, and it's like, okay, so Secret was supposed to win. Everybody thought Secret was going to win, right? And then we get into the grand finals, and it's like, oh, LGD is going to shellac them. And then after game 1, it's like, oh my god, dude, LGD's lost it. They're done. And then that happens. Literally, whatever you think will happen won't happen. So what do we do? How can I break that down? I'm sorry. I just can't believe it.
Lebay banget ini.
TI, it just delivers.
It is just delivering.
Jenkins yang breaking down ini
kayaknya. Well, there's so much to say, but I just want to comment on the mental fortitude that PSG and
Legacy Ethereal.
We're sitting and watching the game, right? And
Jo, $38.000 itu berapa Jo?
Quite frankly, by
Oh gitu mending
we were just thinking
T1
that
ya?
they do it, that they mentally break down PSG LGD, but no, they walked off, they regrouped.
Mana nih? Nggak masuk kok poinnya ya, anjir.
But they beat them.
Belum.
Nobody expected that. Everybody was like, oh my god, they let Magnus through again. They're so stubborn. What are they doing? Literally, everybody was wrong. I can tell you, I was sitting in that stadium. I was sitting in that stadium. Every single person was saying, what is wrong with that?
Legacy Ethereal Flame Guard.
But that's why they're on Twitter. That's why they're in the stadium, and that's why they're not playing.
Experts.
Okay, so we talk about the fact that they lost the draft in game 4, but we have to think about the mind games coming through this entire 4-game series so far, and they got Mag, lost with it to a Spectre, and then they're like, oh, we'll give LGD Mag this time, we'll pick Spectre, but it was the Undying with the Spectre that was really causing the issues, and it's just not, they lost to the way that they lost, which has to be some sort of mental defeat. I hope whatever I said made more sense than what Jenkins has been talking about.
Nothing makes sense.
Kalau aku
We're
ini
pretending
keluar
this is a
timnya masuk
facade.
mesti offline nggak tahu.
Nobody knows what's going on right now. Probably not even LGD or Spirit.
I think they have a little bit of an idea what's going on, right? So they let the Magnus through twice, they lost to it. I think they just didn't expect Spirit to be
Play
so
ini ya,
strong
ranked ya?
that they were coming off of their win against Secret and they were feeling
Jangan cuma masuk final
they were
cuy.
playing so well. They were
Kok nggak dapat sih poinnya anjir?
They cast all their spells correctly. They played with confidence.
Diam-diam San, langsung di start gitu San.
Anjir.
And then to take it the next game.
Kok gue nggak bisa jadi coach?
Convincingly.
Cara jadi coach
I'm worried
gimana?
about Spirit's
Oh, di
mindset
luar.
right now actually.
Itu siapa udah jadi coach?
The difference in experience comes in between these two
Ini gue jadi coach sekarang.
Spirit are very young and they probably didn't expect to make it this far.
Paling
LGD,
kanan
they've been
yang mana?
training for this
Di
for 2
Aquad.
years. So.
Yeah.
Gua harus menerima lagi.
So far, there's been two TIs before this. This is the third
salah
time.
anjir.
There's a game 5 in a grand finals. And PSG LGD has already experienced this. They were already Tuh,
gitu caranya Sat.
Kayak gimana caranya gunanya?
It's a little bit different this time because in the previous one,
Ini
they
gambar
were
lu.
up 2-1 going into game 4.
Gambar
They
gua
were up
terus.
by
Klik kanan.
15k, I believe, in game 4, and OG
Leave
made
party,
this
profile party.
crazy comeback.
Nggak ada kalau udah
They've
beli
got all the momentum
kan
going
gua udah
in.
jadi
coach.
I feel like they
Lu keluar coba.
Kagak gua Reno kagak dapet poinnya dah.
first 2 games, like whatever
Oh,
happened,
coach this
you know,
party
shake it
ada.
off.
Wah, gua ditipu nih, udah bener 3
throughout
tadi.
the entirety of the TI prior to that series. So this, I think
Anjing
LGD
nih.
is in a way better spot going into game 5.
Dude, they looked broken. I'm not gonna beat around the bush.
Gimana sih cara belinya sih?
Cuk, gua udah menang cuk tadi, anjing.
Delay poinnya sampai ini
Match selanjutnya.
saya kelar ya. Ada yang menang.
Walah.
Oh, 2 kali mana?
Lane edge-nya tuh kayak gitu dong. Jal kayak nggak pengen beli ini Jal. Shadow Saman Jal. No Frizal. Hilang temen gue, cowok.
Tidur orang ini.
Enggak, lepas headset itu dia. Gimana cara dengerin autografnya kalau gitu?
Level 5.
Enggak kan mau beli, denger cara taunya gimana?
Itu
Klik gambarnya.
Lo klik ke talent itu loh, talent autograph.
Ya udah, tapi nggak nongol ini di gua. Apa nge-lag ya?
Lo kan ada gambar talent-talentnya tuh San.
Iya tahu gua.
Logo suaranya lo klik.
Orangnya aja nggak nongol di gua.
Gimana sih? Lo buka di mana sih?
Nggak nge-lag nih kayaknya. Mau gue beli semua nih.
Beli apa Dan?
Beli ini.
Coba aku buka Dota aku lah.
Beli.
Voice wheel.
Enggak dong, beli yang enak di entot. Sumicu.
Waduh.
What?
Sumicu nih, Sumicu.
Gimana nih prediknya nih? Ajarin dong.
Belum match-nya mulai.
Oh, match-nya mulai dulu ya?
Nah. Dikasih durasi 2 menit atau 3 menit pakai predik.
Oh.
Nggak bisa, partinya udah full Ji.
Apa?
Partinya udah full.
Harus party ya?
Ya enggak, iseng aja invite.
Oh, enggak. Keren harus party. Ini compendium unpocket apa sih?
Before that it was GH TI7, and before that it was the full wings lineup. It is pretty crazy because all those names
Nothing to
we
say tuh
hear
pertama
time
kali
and
dia
time
ya?
again. We talk
Yeah.
about Tops and GH. They're some of the best players in their roles, still are, and it just gives me a lot of giddiness for the season and the seasons to come, Effie.
And just speaking of nothing to say, he rose to prominence and kind of made himself known through Tinker. He was just a pub star who spammed Tinker, much to
Ini
everyone's annoyance.
Team Spirit juga pertama kali TI semua ya?
Them in the TI Grand
Enggak,
Finals
Miposka enggak.
was Tinker. So it's just
Oh, Miposka enggak.
full circle that every TI has some kind of
Hellraiser.
magical story, and it's just incredible that we
Judul
can
lagu
see
Bang
this
Mimin
level of
apa aja
data
sih,
come out
Doi?
consistently from new players every year. It feels
Ya,
like
setidaknya nggak anti klimak kayak siapa dulu? Yang dari Amerika tuh, timnya
Oh no.
di final.
That if
Hah?
you can turn
Apa?
around a
Dulu ada masuk final,
like this, if you
kalah
do
3-0
this,
langsung.
every CS is
DC.
worth 30,000
Oh iya,
goddamn
DC.
dollars, then you should receive an honorary
Logitech kan 3-0
PhD
kemarin
in
tuh.
psychology from like Harvard or wherever.
I don't know if it works that way, but I
should.
will tell you that in TI Grand Finals history, It's never happened that someone did a reverse sweep. This year alone, we did see the reverse sweep with EG versus IG in the grand finals of the Singapore Major. Of course, it all started with that question mark.
They should get master's degrees. This is PhD.
I mean, it is being able to recover from that level of pressure and stress that is on that final game. But I also think that it is, with a Game 5, Effie, it's very simple for Team Spirit to also probably reset, because they have also been in this situation before.
I think every team is able to reset in a way, but we don't actually know what goes on behind the scenes in their, I don't know, I guess, after the game goes on. But what we know right now is PSG, LGD beat them
Dokter Tirta
when
mana
they were
Meluri
playing their hero, and then took their
Aku habis
hero
lihat
from with
IG-nya
them,
dia, Cok.
and now they've got the 2 games.
Last game Neymar, last game.
And they
Ya,
also have
last game.
first choice, right, for the next game. So it's looking a lot harder for Spirit than it is for PSG.
Kalau hari ini push rank Valorant sampai pagi. Besok tidur kerja.
Behind them. They are the first Eastern European team to be standing on these grand finals since 2013. It's been a long time coming. That being said, PSG LGD, of course, also having a lot of pressure, because it has been quite a while since a Chinese team lifted that Aegis, and they know what it would mean to not just their organization and their team, but to the entire country if they were to indeed lift that Aegis. We'll see who gets to do it, though. We'll see who will take home that Aegis. Is going to be either Team Spirit or PSG LGD. It is one game of Dota 2. And I think it's going to be very important for both these teams to strip away these grand finals.
Jo, kalau David bilang
We see a lot of players, by the way, always take off their shoes. You know, they gotta recreate how they feel when they play at home. In the past, we have had Ice taking off his pants because he preferred to play in his boxers, and that's allowed because you just gotta make yourself comfortable. It is very important. Also, interesting fun fact for you all at home. I know you see sometimes players play with these heat packs. They've got these little heat packs to make your fingers warm. It is not actually cold in these boots. It's not cold. The reason they use these heat packs is because adrenaline makes your blood vessels tighter, because you know you gotta pump that blood real fast. But your extremities, your fingers, you need those to play the game. It's a sport with your hands, so you gotta have those heat packs to make your blood vessels wide again. Did you know that, Jenkins?
No, I had absolutely very bad knowledge of anything medical, which is why I was saying they should receive PhDs in medicine.
Tim Spirit di belakang panggung lagi diceramahin.
PhD and whatever the hell they want if they're gonna
Hah?
reverse sweep a TI.
Ustaz Solmat.
But also, I feel like Team Spirit had all the mods stacked against them just a few games ago, and they're in the same position. So what the hell?
We've several game threes. We watched them improve throughout the entire season. You've had the one team that's just consistently at the top, and the other one that's rising from 4th place in season 1 of DPC, where they didn't even qualify for the major, and it's all here.
Team, bro.
I'm so glad that you brought that up, PSG, because even if you look at their DPC performance, they've just been slowly getting better. They've just been this team lurking in the shadows. Throughout the Young Major, they impressed. They beat Liquid in their third majors, right? They did so well in groups, better than anyone else expected. And in the DPC season 2, they almost beat VP. It was such a close game. And when we come here, everyone's whispering about how Spirit is so strong in scrims, but people kind of just
Mau runner up juga, tetap kaya, orang kaya kan.
An actual dark horse, not just the team where you don't want to feel bad by being like they're gonna get eliminated. They're an actual dark horse.
We can call them a dark dragon. They do have the dragon.
Ya kalau nyebelin ya nyebelin.
Black and white, so like the dark dragon, right?
They've earned it at this point.
They really did. Also, want to remind people of the words that Collapse had said right before their tournament. He was prompted with the question upper bracket, lower bracket, and he without hesitation said lower bracket. So he likes to be with the back against the wall, Brian. It makes him perform better.
Just give him a new hero. You know, give a new hero to Yatoro.
Collapse.
The Mag, the Tide. I don't care what's happened up until this point.
Kok nggak bawa catatan ya?
Your TI8 OG. Pick exactly what your players want to play. I don't think strategy is going to matter nearly as much as we maybe give it credit for when this much is on the line.
Agreed. Pick your best heroes, and that's how they beat. They just pulled up the draft was looking grim until they pulled out the last pick storm for Toronto Tokyo, and they absolutely destroyed with it. So just go
kok animajor itu.
play like you're at home.
Salah venue itu nih Amin nih.
Just go in those booths and guys, Game 5 of this TI10 Grand Finals. Everything's on the line.
Iya, animajor ya.
What do you want to play? Is it that simple? It could be that simple. We are gonna find out what is gonna happen in this 5th and deciding and final game of TI10.
Orang Rusia tapi mukanya Jepang sih. Mongol.
Bilangnya darahnya darah Pinoy katanya. Pinoy Rusia.
Gak ada Pinoy-Pinoynya anjir. Malah ke
Hello everyone, welcome to the final draft panel of TI10 because this is Game 5. One game to decide the entire tournament between these two teams.
Jual perabotan di kota-kota gitu.
It is. This is the best moment of the tournament. What do you guys hope to see from both teams coming in?
Di mana prediknya nih?
First and foremost,
Belum
the best game of Dota possible. I think that is what I want.
Lecep dia ganteng sih mukanya.
Kasih lo Ji.
Orang Prancis kan ganteng lah.
Apa?
Orang Prancis kan rata-rata ganteng.
N'Golo Kante?
Loh, dia kan bukan orang Prancis. Paspor Prancis, dia kan orang Afrika mana?
Oh.
Bahaya paspornya Prancis.
Namanya loh Alexander Kretek.
They did not ban Tiny.
Kretek abal-abal.
Hotel ini ngapain stres bagaimana dah?
Dah,
Tininya lepas.
Wah. Dia nge-ban Undying soalnya.
Which is really going to be awesome. But yeah, back to what I was going to say because
this is back
against the wall for both teams. This is like the most pressure these people have
lagi nge-ban tuh.
for Amir like.
Ini Undying-nya pas kuartal ini.
I hope to
Oh
see
iya, likannya pakai Aganim ya?
Everything that holds them back, become a team, become the best humans you can, become like the best teammates that you can become, and play the best you can. This is your day. This is your moment. This is for you to show the world what.
Jangan-jangan pada ngasih. Udah lu pakai apa yang lu mau? Lu pakai
Jangan bulat. Bosan
Opener from both teams it shows a lot of confidence. So I feel like the teams they found their momentum again. They found their form. They found their confidence, and that's what matters. There's actually a ball that's going on. So LGD had the choice, and they ended up. So second pick has won. Like game 1, 2, and 3, they were about second pick. LGD was forced back against the wall into first pick scenario in the game 4 that we just witnessed. They took the mag and they showed how they can make it work. And they can also counter it, which was game 3. Team Spirit in game 4, they showed that, in my opinion, they showed LGD the best understanding and they're going for it here. And I want to say how like in this game, LGD, they get their best strategy. Tiny their best strategy. As we said before, they brought this Tiny to the meta. They were the team making it happen. They were the team using the Tiny with the Lycan.
Yang waktu Secret gue kalahin, coba lu pakai.
They have played the Tiny Lycan versus Secret the other day. And against the Secret Mag, and they made it work. Today, Team Spirit, they played versus the Secret Mag with the Mag, and they won. But, you know, is LGD better at executing it than Secret? Maybe they are. You know, you can only assume. This game will tell.
Yes, we learned firsthand about the LGD Lycan Tiny very early on before we got to TI. And this strategy, when you see it for the first time, you're like, oh boy, this reminds you of some of the other broken strats that you see come up around TI. And I think, it's nice. It's amazing that we get this in the game 5, and then somebody's manning up with LGD saying, we're giving you your best strat.
Mereka nggak bisa ngatasin
kan. The team that Theory crafted it, you know, they are the inventors of Tiny and Tiny Lycan. It's scary to go up against it, and I like the team Spirit confidence. They're getting the Magnus. One thing that has to be said is Rubik is getting banned. Like this is gonna be collapse Magnus at its prime, or it should be, right? Because so far LGD they have countered it with the Rubik. They understand how to break this cure action.
Ya, sering manjat pohon.
Gue mau nanya itu kenapa Magnus sama Ben geraknya beda, tapi kalau Tiny sama Sama Likan gerakannya senada.
We saw also Bane dominate the game 4 for LGD.
Perhatiin nggak lo?
Bane versus Tiny, extremely interesting matchup. Why is that? Because Enfeeble actually reduces attack damage for 60%.
Magnus
It's really
sama
big.
Tiny beda. Iramanya beda.
Tiny
Itu benar-benar sebelah-sebelahan anjir.
on somebody while being Enfeeble does
Atas,
ridiculously
bawah.
low damage. Actually, it does counter him. It's a hero that's very undervalued in my opinion.
Sama semua gamenya gagal.
It can be a little bit scary, but yet again, this is all about this strategy. This Tiny strategy is all about getting
Diajak
this
Mobile
side
Legend
to
nanti.
kind of a critical mass that nothing can deal with.
I do think that you will eventually get some plays, or if we're going to see it, and we're going to see it executed really well.
Anjing 14 skill,
Lycan vision being used, and Lycan versus Bane, Lycan versus Mag. It's a lot about the vision. Ideally, LGD they get
Spirit
to start
juara.
either through the Tiny Shadow Blade or Bling, or something else. You know, Tinker fits well in these kind of drives.
Main game wae, jadi opo awakmu?
You can also have a stable game, and now your scaling is unreal.
Orang ini, wah,
something that
jadi juragan langsung.
Juragan di sawah, Cok.
Beli kos-kosan lah.
Beli kos-kosan di sawah. Mau pensiun juga nggak apa-apa. Mau sombong ke warnet juga nggak apa-apa.
Beli warnetnya.
Oh ya. Warnet. Wih, main Dota.
Ya, tininya lepas itu.
Which style do you think is a better counter to the Tiny Lycan? Because this combo ran rampant in TI.
I'm in the tiny boat. I am very much in the tiny boat.
It's too much.
This is an Angel Arena hero. This is not a Dota hero.
You have to beat it before it hits its timings. Nothing beats it. Like at least that's our read. It's like you will not scale into this. It's not gonna happen. Especially against LGD, they understand the timings. They're gonna push it at the perfect time. They will not lose. They're not gonna waste a single second in this game. As soon as they have the upper hand, they will push it. They will end the game. You have to beat it before, and you can. This Tiny doesn't. Like he actually he mechanically cannot play quicker than the 20 minutes. It's just a Dota mechanic. He cannot buy the shard before 120.
I would argue there's a Shadow Blade timing that changes a little bit because he actually can defend the tower, surprise you, get solo kills.
Ini gue lupa namanya Winter. Langsung cuk, Gurga.
You're at risk of dying and getting dragged into a bad fight.
Mati udah Winter mah sama
I'm not so sure it's a core. I mean, it might be. It might very well be.
You think it's a support?
Ini udah base hero-nya dipakai
I'm not
nih
sure. I think
LGD.
it's very scary to pick the Kunkka like that. They maybe have a read where
I mean, it's a stabilizing thing for them. I think they're actually so confident that this hero is not.
Base hero-nya San?
Iya, base hero-nya.
Sumpah ini kayaknya udah kayak perjanjian kayak udah lu pakai terserah, gue pakai terserah. Ibaratnya gitu jadi
to stabilize the game for the Tiny Lycan because the whole of Tiny Lycan is it's the first pick Tiny, it's the first phase Lycan. Like these heroes are gonna be.
Wah,
Dendose kan jago dia pakai Kunkanya.
You're just announcing, hey, this is a Tiny Lycan game. You know, so of course, Team Spirit is gonna try to abuse that. These heroes are gonna have to. Somebody's gonna have to make space for them.
Ini Tetis nih.
You want to consider that they're not gonna have the perfect Tiny Lycan game, or the opposing team kind of messed up the draft. So Kunkka is here to help them stabilize. You know, Kunkka's a great laner. The bolt is good in every game.
Ulti Magnus.
So this could explain why they feel like we need to get our hands on this Kunkka, especially
ya kali ya Toro
the heroes that they might pick later are gonna be counterpicked anyway.
Oke.
Gak masuk, ini gak masuk strateginya aja.
Yeah, and it makes sense with a hero build he's displayed on the main
stage.
Enggak, LGD-nya yang pakai LGD-nya yang pakai Tetis. Dito sama Tiny-nya.
Ini scripted. Terakhir pakai Marcy.
Enggak sekalian Chanelku biar sekalian.
Chanelku hero udah ada saat Marcy itu loh, sama Marcy itu.
Ada yang pick Kaja apa nih?
Kaja. Ruben tuh pick aja dia.
Kaja DG.
Fan.
Semua cok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ngapain dia. Cuma nyetain itu cuy atau roja asli.
You know, at stunning and catching, they don't do much, so, and I think you have to use
that open. Nggak mungkin.
So far,
Sniper.
Sniper.
Ini sih masih lepas. Oh, enggak ada.
And you have some Bane saves, some Winter Armor saves, but it might not be enough for Skara.
And I also think the Skara was a preemptive pick for Toronto to Invoker. If he wasn't going to play Invoker, which was not banned, then the Skara style is always good against the Spirits. And I think they picked this
Ranger they picked.
knowing what this Dota game is already
Udah Ranger, Jagger, Morpling. 3 itu di pick dah semua. 8 lawan 5.
To me, I feel like there's a hole going in LGD's draft.
Tiba-tiba hero
Jatuhnya Ember.
Into Mag Wyvern.
AM dan AM support.
Tadi Joca AM.
Nah itu.
Putgo.
AM belinya di Fusai. Tolong.
Ada support milih AM terus habis itu tuker dong.
Puts. Magnus ngeret terus ditarik samput ke balik. Lu ngebling.
You know, for LGD, I think the fights are going to be much harder, and we saw Secret today, and I think the whole endeavor
Iya nih kayaknya cara menang lu cuma anu deh, dorong lagi deh.
And they don't really complement, you know, they don't counter one counters a time like him.
Magnusnya masuk.
Biru kayaknya.
Dorong lagi.
Oh nggak ada tank nih.
Udah konek Giro sih kalau gue bilang. Tapi Giro di konfirm hilang cuk. Kalau Aquarius gimana Aquarius?
Spirit nih
susah. Main belakang jadi orang lagi. Landingnya susah.
Void Spirit.
He definitely can.
I like these types of Dota drafts. I really like this.
Hero ada apa lagi?
Nah, soal update nggak tuh?
TB. Especially back in the day. But there's a big hole which is your AoE, your team fight, your ability to fight into them. Oh, TB the draft. Okay.
Oh ini harus bisa nge-clutch ini cuk. Clutch Thunder itu loh kan. Dibalikin darahnya ke Tiny.
Lalu banyak teori loh. Posenya bagus ya. Jur Winter nggak punya stat. Kayak orang baru masuk. Belum pick dia.
BENQ lo pernah masuk TI. Yang nggak pernah tuh cuma si bukan. Notikusei itu baru ada.
Ya Toro pernah?
Ame cuman terakhir yang 2.
Kalau di tim Spirit cuma ambil Posca yang dapat.
Tadi udah nanya Ji, udah tak jawab persis kayak gitu. Nanya lagi
kan belum tahu jawab versinya ini, versinya awan.
Jadi lo pemenang TI juga, Wings Gaming.
Satu sama Silent itu udah sama coachnya tuh. Sama Reso. Reso, Posca, Silent.
Sama Aloha tuh loh, Aloha Dance. Sama satunya lagi Jindo sama Jindo. Jindo analisis. Tapi nggak dipakai teorinya.
Cuma diminta pendapat aja. Dapat orang apa dan kayak gitu.
Dia dapat kalau gue bilang oh berarti harus B.
Dia analisis
opposite-nya.
Mau kok jadi analisis TI gini. Gampang kayak di belakang ngomong.
Teori.
TB keren anjir. TB-nya keren.
Gimana bang? Mau ikut? Ini ku lagi bang. They with the most of
Predik. Spirit.
First Barak Destruction. Wah. Galau nih.
Before 20. After 20. Kalau gua.
Player with the most reward.
Aku 30 ke atas.
Why lagi gua? Lagi total magic pure damage game. Waduh, damage nih.
Player with most the reward.
Ember apapun kayak.
Magic, Pak.
Sikal sama pure.
Magic anjir.
Magic or pure damage.
Ya pure bukan di
siapa nih? Tim Spirit siapa?
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes,
Apa?
ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the deciding game 5 here at the TI10 Grand Finals. Team Spirit against PSG LGD.
Ntar gue masih mikir loh.
Joined, of course, once again by the fabulous, insane. What have we got in front of us here? What have we got in store for us this game, eh?
Gak tau gue yang Magic.
Prediknya di mana sih?
Kalau nggak BENQ Toro.
Prediknya di mana? Di kanannya?
Unka juga Magic.
Rosan killer LGD. baraknya 20-30, di wardnya Y. Gue milih nothing to see.
Bisa juga nanti kalaupun kalian main
Gue Toronto. Yang tadi belum masuk tuh duit gua. Kompetitifnya.
Win aja anjir.
Anjing nggak masuk 300 rugi gua.
Bang, nggak ngurusakan lu aja bang, 400.000 orang itu yang diurus.
Gaben anjing ini.
Lu yang anjing, gak sabaran.
Dari tadi delay mulu anjir.
And now is the time to see if they can continue on the road to
Gimana kan katanya lu udah nonton 1 jam ke depan?
Tadi, sekarang udah enggak.
Oh, udah.
Udah habis dia cakranya. Kan Hasan ini Sasuke.
Kan Hasan
ada renegannya dia.
Terus udah ngasih tahu kita. Jadi masa depannya udah berubah anjir. Kalau di game berapa?
Sama, ada delay, sama.
Beda 2 detik anjir.
3 detik doang.
Aku 1010 nih.
10, 11, 12.
Oh 1015.
Di sini udah 10-0-10.
Di sini udah 2. Salah streaming.
TB-nya udah clear.
Nggak bisa farming Toronto-nya. Salah gue milihnya. Magicalnya.
I expect all 6 cores of this game to have a fairly decent start.
Mulai tahun-tahun.
Slip-ups in the laning stage.
Yeah.
Kayaknya warga desa semua nih, makanya tahun-tahun terus.
Warga desa.
Wih dapat.
Tin. Of course, Toronto Tokyo taking quite the hit from the fingers. Nothing to say. Bottom lane, Jinkyu. It's a little low, but into the trees he goes. A TP away just in time before Yatoro is able to hunt him down.
Yep, so the Metamorphosis has the top, but they have link control up top, and the advantage of having link control is TB can't really run you down with his range attack the way he wants to, so not the ideal position for this meta to be used. If you're able to use it right outside of your tier 1 tower, you can kind of zone out any other hero to come in.
DC dulu, DC dulu.
DC itu 3-1 masih.
3-1.
Itu menang pertama sama lah, menang pertama terus dibalik 3-0.
Terrorblade, keep that area safe for Yatoro.
Yeah, nothing to say is doing very well mid. I'm a little bit surprised at this. He's almost a
Ini pernah menang nggak ya? Pernah juara nggak dia?
Siapa?
2 ya paling.
Yang dulu OG, dikalahin OG 2018.
Sama dah kayak
padahal dia dijagoin kan. Ini zaman-zamannya FY.
Sama ada kayak klub bolanya tuh.
Toronto Tokyo. Very low, that has to get the range of protect well, but there we have it. First blood up top. Quick read from Spirit there as soon as they knew that they had the setup and the level 3 on that.
Yeah, this mid lane is going excellently for nothing. Toronto Tokyo here has a hard choice of do I go for the bounce rune or do I stay in the lane.
Tapi kalau serangan Cloud udah ke cash, nggak bisa di stop bang.
Orang ini keluar gila.
But yeah, overall, I think very stable lanes all around. TB like about
bisa di chat nggak sih dalam game ini orang-orangnya? Saya
sama orang-orang.
Oh enggak, aku mau minta setnya, siapa tuh nggak ada yang kepake gitu.
Ya.
Pasti banyak setnya orang-orang.
Yeah, and LGD really on top of
kayaknya gua salah bang.
You see, Toronto Tokyo is not quite getting the same support mid.
Yang terakhir itu.
Their heroes are forced to stay.
Kayaknya di wardnya tuh SINQ guys.
When he getting that free bottle refill, he's gonna be able to steal the small camp away from Ember. This is huge. I think this is off to a great start in his game final, the grand final.
Messi apa?
Some HP, he's not going to be too scared of being burnt down.
Dijaga Messi apa?
Early levels.
Amenya dijagain.
Yep, and up top you see like this is generally how the early game is developing in the grand final, where the Tiny gets the 1 versus 1 lane against the map. Because there's no real kill threat. Neither side can really pressure each other too much, and the 2 supports are kind of battling it out in the jungle. But here we go, Collapse is really far up into the lane. This could be a lot of pressure.
See Mirror. Back at his side.
Gila. Keras banget midnya aja.
Yep.
Find the connection.
I feel like the one small edge PSG LGD has had in this grand final is they're able to keep their safe lane really close to their tower constantly. They're not losing control on their safe lane.
Menang MM-an nggak punya set gratis.
Creep equilibrium, and then in return makes Collapse forced to play much safer.
Udah balik aja, aduh.
Not quite able to close the gap on the curve. Has left Collapse rather on his own.
Ya kejuk.
The tree line will keep Collapse away from the two of them.
He's actually a player that very often manages to get these jukes where he kind of takes a route that people don't expect him to and gets out of these tricky situations. Wonder if he can get out now though. Wise on top of him. He has time.
It's a fair bit of damage. Does still have the skewer.
Coba itu pas gitu lempar
the combo of Arme can close in on him.
Yep. Fate Beyond getting initiated on bot. It's used, meta's used, but immediate TP out. Again, great presence of mind. You can tell why
kadang-kadang serigala.
not giving anything away for free. It's not like neither team's attempting to make moves. It's just
The setup here with the combo. Nice start. Flies off to the side. It's Toronto Tokyo. In fact, over in the triangle, they're able to catch out. Oh, in fact, well, White did deny the boundary, but it will cost him his life. Going over that one, there's Team Spirit weren't prepared for that move.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo picks up the illusion there.
Nanti kalau udah game-game ini paling
time that efficiency a little bit better. Generally speaking, you know, you're going to X the torrent. If you get the silence after the torrent goes off, then the potential to get the boat in is there. And I think if they didn't combo that way, they might have gotten the kill. But of course, fear of Ember potentially dodging the torrent with a slide forced them to use it too early.
And mid. It's going to be hard for them to make that play again. Top lane. The nightmare set up onto Arme. Collapse. Got enough damage. Doesn't look like quite. The shockwave will miss. Still trying to chase down Arme, but shockwave and skewer already expended. There's no further.
Galak banget mainnya sekarang anjir kayak tadi.
Gonna be fine.
That's good pressure though. They force him off of the lane. They finally have managed to get lane control.
Ada yang ngebreak di ini nih, di judi bola nih.
To pressure to Tiny. So force him off the wave, force him to go up the jungle, and he doesn't have any sustain, right? So he's gonna have to spend.
Ya Toro mati. Dipukul, kandang-kandang serigala. Oh.
Moves from the supports of PSG LGD. Let's go. See the counterplay
Ame kuat banget anjing dia mati-mati.
Udah viewer dia.
Already coming over for nothing to say. He'll be ready to fight if Team Spirit push any further, and they won't. They'll respect the potential of a backup coming in for
Air mancur ya gagal.
Step away to not be caught out by the combo of the bunker.
Yeah, battle of the power rune now resumes. It's about 30 seconds left.
Ya tolol siapa nih? Ya tolol
Which
anjing.
supports can we bring to the runes? Who can be there in time to help out? One haste, one DD, it can change the flow of the game entirely.
Toronto Tokyo also just sort of cutting away, maybe getting the momentum of the mid lane in such a state that he'll have that ability to check the room, but yeah, PSG LGD just fully on it.
DD. Rune. This allows you now to have the damage to potentially burst a hero that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And Faith Beyond's really trying to pressure this tower. And now that he's forced out the Arctic burn from Imposhka, he has Imposhka very safe. He can't really sit there and be as annoying anymore. And just continuously nuke the creeps. So expect this bottom tower to start falling. Meanwhile top, Am is doing a great job of just defending.
He's clearing out the wave, holding off the push. Something that can't quite do themselves.
Tapi sering nonton streamnya Dimas dia.
So here, it's an important smoke here that LGD are doing. They recognize that Am is going to sit the tower. The Radiant team can't really defend their own bottom tower. So what are they going to do? They're going to mirror your play. They're going to go and attempt to take top lane the tier 1 tower.
Dia tahu berarti visioner dia.
In case Team Spirit do something. But Spirit reads it perfectly. They are aware.
And making sure not to get caught out by these early moves.
Padahal hero besar-besar gitu.
Aduh.
Wah, mati udah.
Gold advantage now heading the 1K lead. They'll be able to catch themselves. A lonely man in the river mirror.
Fair One Piece itu.
Tor actually gives us a position away. He used the reflection there, so now they know the Terrorblade's in the triangle. And you can look bottom. Faith Beyond has absolutely no fear. There's no him in any shape, way, or form. So he's off to
sampai nggak juara.
And when we talked about the straps coming into it, it's all
yang
about
punya PSG marahan.
So you want ideally
Neymar aja main.
Wah, itu kunkanya pakai sepatu yang mahal itu ya, sepatu 6 juta.
If the game continues the way it is right now, it's highly likely to happen.
Masa
ada
double damage. Spirit do want to try and put the pressure
jejaknya ya?
Iya yang ada jejaknya tuh.
out of this top area of the map.
Oh iya, ada jejaknya.
For the catch, but again, Toronto, Tokyo fully prepared.
Yeah, Spirit.
Dikit mah 6 juta.
Iya. The boat was used. Top tower is very unlikely to be defended.
It's hard for them to get on top of Ame. Again, playing smart with the Avalanche, putting
mana
to the combo. Now time
to nggak bisa lawan hero-hero ini.
TP doesn't want to be around here anymore. Will get found.
Jadi serigala gue.
Nah ini malah naik.
Continue to fight back against Spirit's attempts to get something done whilst the pushes are coming in elsewhere. PSGLGD there.
Kalau nonton di Twitch sudah apa-apa sekali. Oke lu gigi.
Di dodge terus anjir nih combo-combo
gampang ada pakai ember aja.
Iya sih. Gak bisa dia. Udah susah. Iya, lag gua.
Playing it fast, PSGLGD.
Lag otak lu bukan koneksi lu.
Ada aplikasinya gitu, Cak.
Wherever they want to go, wherever they want to kill, is an option for them. And Team Spirit, they just have to try to play this map split game where they're dragging the PSG heroes around and trying to get forward safely behind everybody else.
Emailnya dulu.
Nah, ada kontribusi ke Dota protes.
300
XP doang
I think very likely they're going to try to make some counter move where like they try to set up a play where they expect LGD to do something and they know where their heroes are going to be and then they're set up ready to take that fight. I don't really expect them to make some aggressive smoke. Most likely around some enemy tower or to defend one of their own.
Toronto udah banyak monitor malah tuh jidat.
Nah tuh mangap kayak Rio.
Oh my god. Rio is so annoying. Trying to farm jungle with his
tarik Ji. Ya. Ji tarik Ji. Gini loh.
Yeah, and it's a tough position to be in if you're Team Spirit. You really drafted this like very late game heavy draft. You know it's gonna take a long for you to come online. I think if you see a team like OG play December Spirit, he probably would have gone for more.
Pertama kali aku nemu orang
try to make moves, try
mainan
to set up tempo, and try to break up the pace of the game. Toronto Tokyo opted to go for the more farm heavy route. So their draft is gonna come online much later than PSG's. That's why they're allowed to dominate the early game the way they have been.
Apaan? Lu kalau gak bisa pakai ultinya gak usah diambil, ambil stat aja. Gua gak pernah bilang ambil sama ini dirasetin Ruben juga berdua kayak itu ngasetin.
Hero apa tuh?
Kalau Rio Morpli, Mor Capat ya lupa. Kalau Ruben itu SF. Gak mungkin gue SF selalu ambil. SF gak ambil risk tae. Risk. Tak lihat, gak ngambil sekali. Gimana ceritanya Ruben ini bangsat loh.
Whilst LGD
mid lo ya, lo carry mending.
So vision secure definitely in favor of LGD. They understand what's going on.
Pantesan di lane kalah.
Exclusively off of game sense.
You can see the confidence from PSG LGD because of that.
Way menang.
Swing through the triangle here. Team Spirit gets caught out on the top. They don't. It's alright.
Emang dapat apa sih kalau?
Dapat baby rosa.
Masa?
And this is purely a game sense read. This is him looking at the minimap, understanding what LGD is doing.
Foto lahirannya doang berarti.
There was no information of that play coming.
Baby Rose.
Gila ini mainan makronya.
There's a little bit of a play attempt set up.
Likan sama ini rusuh banget ya, banyak banget
damage.
It's hard just with the two of them. Not a job for the supports alone.
But look at Toro, he's making his way
Ada
over.
aplikasinya cuy.
Di Indonesia tuh jarang orang yang bisa main gitu.
Main apa ya?
Mungkin bisa, tapi yang jago tuh jago. Ya maksudnya yang jago main. Oh, Ame.
Belum ada ulti tuh.
Is able to sidestep it. PSG LGD, can they get a grab in return? Nothing to say.
Muter gua yang anjing itu
terbang. Bantu. Kencang larinya kali.
the combo. Nothing to say here with the curse thrown out by Posture. Will still end up going down. Still the Spirit. They'll take that. They got it. They're able to take Armor. Matt, Yatora is able to continue to farm here with benefit of collapse.
Nggak jadi dragoninian dia?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But they did use both the Lycan form and the bow. And if we think about how LG wants to play this game, it's important for them to have their cooldowns to get big kills. Team Spirit are happy every time nothing's happening in the game. They feel like they're getting ahead. They feel like
sampai terakhir masih ada tadi.
That's what's going on, all right? They know there's no Lycan form, there's no bow.
Emang dari pertama kali muncul tuh bagus.
And they're very happy about that.
Yeah, we're seeing the Toronto Tokyo able to silently play his game here. He's been getting a lot of space. We'll see already this time with the
menang bang.
Menang kita. Cuma poinnya nggak bakal masuk nih gua.
So his game, his farm certainly going to be picking up.
Email. Ben.
Mungkin dikirimnya tempat beda lagi bang. Coba cek email.
Ben.
Delaynya 1 jam soalnya.
Ben on so di.
They've returned to sort of that fantastic any sort of engagement that is not preferable for them to be involved in.
Yeah, and I think when you're playing some sort of like Enchanted Skyrock type draft, you want to be getting kills right now. You want to be punishing them. And if you take a look at the graphs, it's been about a 2 to 3 KP for most of the game. They're not really progressing on LGD's side. Yes, ahead, but they're not getting more ahead. And with their style of draft, you want to be getting more ahead as the game progresses. So it's looking like that 20-minute timing really is going to be everything for them.
Absolutely, especially now with the shadow done on Armor. I mean, he is ready to be an incredible killer at this stage, of course, the power of the Ducky, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I think the two supports are really important for this upcoming team fight, because if Bane is able to get a grip on Tiny for long enough for TB to take good positioning, and
bisa lari cepet pakai apa ya?
Just be enough for them to win the game. If Tiny goes down, PSG LGD's draft has nothing. It's all about Ame.
Harus kencang kali.
Collapsed by their side. Ame.
Counter initiate-nya.
Just got himself Shin-Q behind him. Setting up with the Shadow Blade in preparation to clear out the wave. We'll see if Spirit hang around to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, he does have a sentry. Looks like he might have ran up with that wave. He's been slightly more patient.
Sabar dikit ya, udah kena.
So if we take a look at items, you see the Winter Wireman's building the blink. He understands one good curse, you know? It's all about getting one good spell off. So having the positioning, staying back, and then blinking at the right moment, that's going to be what he's going for. And they're giving him space, right? They're letting him in Poshka sit down here to try to finish up the
blink. Ini tambangnya pemain TS Spirit nih. Kayak anak waret kalau mau tahun baru tuh mabuk.
Itu kaptennya kan nggak mandi-mandi biar menang.
Masa?
Biasanya Tombe
he's building up for that Eye of Sky. He wants to be tanky enough to tank the damage and then potentially that's going to be the big game for him.
Beda sama LGD nih. Memang muka-muka
itu loh,
gamer.
Palanya kayak ketombean.
The one person who's really not getting any farm in this game right now is Collapse. He's kind of stood there, you know what? I'm just gonna get my shard and I'm gonna be happy.
Ya kayaknya barak hancurin di sini nih.
That's everything I need.
Emang gak bakal anjir pasti 120. Nah ini kan baru bisa beli satu di 120.
Iya aku juga di 120 tapi maksud gua di atas 30 kayaknya nih. Towernya masih pada lengkap tuh.
Bang tower bisa 4-3 hit doh. Kalau Tiny itu jadi.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are just waiting for this 20 minutes.
Asik lagi nih.
I mean, if the pacing keeps going like this,
cuma 7 kill loh.
Semua bikin BM.
The nice thing about having so much time right now is I expect the Spirit to be really ready for that fight when it comes. But look at this. LGD are going to try to make a move.
Kencang kali larinya.
Dagger nggak tuh?
Will be spotted out here by Spirit. I'll know that.
Kencang lari.
Great read.
Kayak leader ya, leader of the
pack. And look up top, Yatoro's just farming. 5 heroes committed down here.
Ini si Yatoro dapat inian dia. Nice, kena.
Oh, nggak ada ini.
Mati tuh. Nice. Dikejar timinya. Nice. Nice.
Sampai mati.
Juara nih. Yoi.
Gitu Ji, maunya Ji.
Jelas.
Banget tuh videonya.
Momennya.
Dia sakit coy, yang itu sakit memang. Ya lu lihat kemarin gua pakai Lycan kan Juk.
Iya.
Lagi main Pokemon deh.
Main Dota lu sama kayak Rio lagi. Main Dota, main Pokemon.
Nanti pakai helm Dominator terus
nanti datang Rio menit akhir. Team Spirit logonya ganti ini.
Ini LGD ku baru katanya.
Iya.
Ini baru LGD yang ku kenal gitu. Dia aja nggak kenal kue kok.
Mana dia?
Even already leading into more action. It's got the Winter's Curse at the ready. Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse up here, ready to play around him as well.
Toronto bener tuh. Ya nggak kena, ya nggak jatuh. Jatuh mati. Gua bener Toronto san. Yang apa sih Toronto?
Salah gua, harusnya memang Ember.
Yang Rosan tuh ini. Harusnya Spirit, gua pilih Spirit tadi, soalnya LGD lama pasti damage-nya kurang mungkin.
Bener aku semua.
Tepat 300 gua nggak masuk tuh. Cuma
Masuk di Shadow Gopay biasanya.
Amit ini harus jadi signaturnya dulu. 3 item jadi baru.
With the most kan, bukan ini ya.
Yang paling banyak.
Game berakhir waktu itu.
Tapi kayaknya tetap Spirit deh. Lebih cepat dia nggak soalnya jatuh.
It's such a calm before the storm kind of moment. I feel like Toronto Tokyo is just slowly farming up his items. I mean, this Ember Spirit's been a beast this event, and he's 1,000 gold off of
Mana
his
bos?
Magnums.
Gak ada gitu ya?
And then after
Yang
that
ngecek.
comes a shard, and then there's
Wah,
just
ada keburu hilang nih.
Sorry, Fire Remnant.
Yoi, ke situ nggak tuh baliknya?
And he hasn't been caught yet this game. 1-0-3.
Wah, dikit lagi agak nih.
Toronto to Tokyo in this early stage. Also gonna have that.
Ya, si ketombe juara anjing.
Ready for the next fight. Late scene. He's gonna
Buka tim-tim baru-baru ini.
much of a chance at all. JinQ and why they better be free. Toronto Tokyo making the jump in on them.
Yeah, the positioning of the support, it's really, I think, the story of this game, because both front lines are so tanky. I don't really think they're going to go down without the assistance of the supports from both sides. So Poshka and Mira go up against Y and Zing. Both have very
Pokoknya di ban. Enggak di ban ya?
Ember remnanting into your backline.
Mana yang Titan
Discover chasing the Enchantress. And at the same time, if
Mending Luna support lah.
if he gets either of you,
And here's that time. So they've got the Axe ready.
Atau Giro support cuy.
Cis bilangnya tadi enak.
They don't want to be held back by the idea that Yatoro's got an ace. Want to fight regardless into it.
Yeah, they understand if we win too long, Yatoro's going to be too strong.
Udah mulai jadi ganteng-ganteng serigala. Ganteng-ganteng serigala.
For success here.
Ganteng-ganteng serigala. Mantap.
Gila war bro.
Wah, balik sih. Kalau masih di
Tangkep. Ya, kena kan di silent kan begitu maksudnya.
Oh gitu. Angkat mata tong.
So this means full reset. Now Team Spirit are in control of the pace. They get to decide what happens in this game.
Yeah, they can push Aegis, Metamorphosis ready for
Dikatain ini Aegis.
for Team Spirit.
Kita tulis Aegis mid. Wah, gantem langsung bulan.
Harus udah merak.
Kalau Indo.
Kayaknya muka-muka PSG itu nggak bisa berantem tuh.
udah bukan itu kalau Indo bang, depan mukanya.
Iya, samperin buka pintunya.
I wonder if it's enough though. I like the idea of
Bukan di
Satanic more. Yeah, he's
chatnya lagi.
going for the Satanic. I really like
Kayak
that.
turnamen di mall-mall dulu. Keluar dari teriak di depan.
Langsung drama tuh.
Pulang lu goblok. Anjay, disamperin sama Toronto. Rata berdiri kan dia. Tendang kacanya kan kaca busnya. Kedengeran. Bego.
Paling aneh. Turnamen depan bener-bener depan.
Ngata-ngatain yang ngatu kicap dan bar.
Naik ke meja teriak-teriak.
Tokyo Invis Rune.
Gue pernah tuh di Sulawesi digituin. Udah final dia begadang jadi kalah. Berdiri dia di meja.
Closest right now. It's just the two supports playing up here really.
Ulang bego.
That's the most dangerous position whilst the cause.
Nah, dari ini BKB-nya nih, nge-smoke nih.
I think Team Spirit are going to look for some sort of smoke for this bottom triangle ward. This is a ward that they use when they have it, so let's see what they do. It looks like they're moving over. Gem and Poshka, you understand the importance of the vision this game. And there's no
penggemar ini nih, penggemar
they don't have that kind of simplified vision tool.
Film apa namanya?
Spirit as they did, or sorry, on LGD
Hunger Games.
Two games.
Bukan tuh yang balap-balapan tuh kan?
Ya tres.
Squid Game.
Wah. Terobletnya nginjeknya berubah jadi ini dah.
It's a tense game.
Rumput.
Judul rumput. Anjir kalau
apa namanya?
Go green.
3 titik itu apa?
Putih.
Wah, ada BFX tuh berbeli ke PKB.
Iya. Natik tuh sih kata dia. Ejet tanda tanya. Anjay.
Again, the wolf forms are used, but Am is deciding to retreat. There's no buyback on the Kunta.
Ininya udah berubah tuh. Jadi serigala.
Iya, jadi like kan ganteng-ganteng serigala.
Lawan si ini Ember.
Quick fingers. Jump from the stun of
Magnusnya berguna lagi. Wah, mati dah. Udah GG. Kalah udah lu.
Great recognition there. You know, Tiny initiates on you top. What does that mean? That means there's no.
Ini yang kemausan.
Wherever the Tiny is not.
Yoi.
Iya, ini kelar nih final.
The Tiny, it's really all.
Udah kelar abis ini nih.
Have knock on PSG LGD's way. In fact, the game is slowly swinging.
250 M nih kalau nonton dapat tadi ya. Anjay.
Mati. Ini mulai
Dor. Dibales nggak tuh? Kata di sini ya, yang ini ya, yang
you really gotta try to
Iya.
find a way to catch Team Spirit off guard. They have the gem. They're setting up their vision.
Yang gemuk tuh siapa namanya?
Around where they can see.
Hasan.
If you look at the minimap, look at where they're positioned. Bottom side of the map, 2 hill wards here cover any sort of entrance that LGD tries.
Kalau Hasan ngising.
They're always aware of what's going on. Smart positioning on the map here. Team Spirit recognize that as long as we just delay the game, we don't feed, we don't give away anything for free, we're in a good position.
Mainnya udah mulai malas-malasan nih mereka di LGD.
Malas tuh kalau juara ntar ada yang datang ke rumah mau minta utang.
Iya lihat tuh, udah balas banget nih belon gituan kan. Bisa kabur. Yang TB-nya alut lagi. Ya gimana bisa sander lagi. Iya. Udah lambat, Magicnya nggak sakit-sakit banget Skyward-nya. Kalau ininya agak nimbus masih balik ke Satanic.
Iya, bener.
Gak jadi juara lagi LGD, anjir. Kasihan Rio udah supportin LGD.
Udah beli jersey-nya.
Udah nyumbang kayak Raffi Ahmad kan kayak ikut 500 miliar.
Saham toko plastiknya tuh dikasih.
Move and sort of that LGD has, and then get map control that way. And you know,
udah ada TP ke sana dong.
Iya kena.
Nggak kena.
Capek.
Amin. Lagi satu.
Udah nggak ada BKB mereka. Mati udah. Susahnya nggak ada BKB.
berubah di last minute. Habis tapi.
Nggak ada buyback, enggak. Ya ada ya? Nggak ada, 1000 cuk buyback. Itu berapa? Nggak kena, udah di RP ya.
Salah dia nggak ada.
Iya. Tapi mati lah.
Ya, salah ya gitu. Yes.
Sampo juga akhirnya dia.
Yes.
Yes, bener gua bareng.
Dah, kelar dah. Kelar udah dia setengah lagi sini.
Ditip lagi nih nanti.
Cina.
Emang
Nabrak tembok nggak tuh?
kita harus berpikir gitu, San. Produk Cina tuh gak ada yang tahan lama.
Dipaksa dong, asli dipaksa.
No, you absolutely can't. And Yatoro's recognizing, you know, I don't have meta. I don't have
Mana
my
coba
strongest
bunuh
spells,
TB-nya?
but neither do they.
Nggak ada yang bisa ngebut.
Harus
I think they're gonna keep going for this build.
harusnya Ame kasih main TB.
There's so much confidence
Ria TB-nya.
now in how to play it. They get the buyback.
Mati lagi nih.
But it's 3,000 each.
Main tiba tuh ada DK hilang.
Iya.
But look at this coming from behind. They recognize that they can't go on the front line.
Terus
They
ini
need
tim
to
Spirit
catch the
dia
back
posisi
here.
sama Navi.
Mati.
Baru
Wah, comeback.
Baru apa? Baru punya tim sendiri ya? Udah ya?
Enggak, dia baru ngeresmiin besar baru. Baru di lock berapa hari lalu. Tapi muka-muka lama. Pistun, Alahadan, Solo. Siapa?
Yeah, and once again, both the wolf forms are expended. So you know
Tim
what that
lama,
means?
tim
Roshan's
yang
available.
lamanya.
Metamorphosis is ready in 10 seconds. Team Spirit are gonna eye it up.
Solo tuh balik lagi. Solo yang tadi main di
Silverless juga dia. Buat siapa? Ini.
Bikin apa?
Silverhead, Kunka kali ya?
Enggak, cuma biar bisa ngilang aja bang.
Biar ada suaranya aja pas lu mukul ya.
Trump.
Ya, GG kalau ini mati GG nih.
It's reflected in the way that Alm is playing, but he's about to get caught here.
Bye-bye Ame.
Bye-bye Ame. Boardnya, ya balik lagi.
GG. Tapi BKB belum.
Itu keciduk satu-satu doang.
Gak guna coy itu. Gitu. Dia mau main
Nggak kepake kan?
Dia mau main TB tapi nggak main Winter ya?
Udah mitin langsung.
Ngapain siapa? Winter.
Winter.
Don't overextend. Recognize that as long as
Tadi
this game is firmly in our
iya,
grip.
tadi kalah kan gara-gara Winter.
Gigi kongres.
Gigi ejet. Langsung EJ game.
Udah teriak teriaknya. Dia mau ke monitor juga masih balik modal ini. Mukul monitor masih balik modal nih.
Nah bisa sih udah walaupun berlima juga nggak bisa.
Kalah damage ya ini.
Ini udah jauh.
Gimana
GG.
Itu yang berdua. Bisa.
udah gitu-gitu banget tuh mungkin gue kasih
Backdoor anjir.
Ini dong. Backdoor dong.
Backdoor.
Tuh creepnya siapa Fetbian?
oh mampus
Nggak bisa nggak?
Dia mau bunuh Bendes nggak mati. Ya itu mau bunuh Toronto nggak mati. Akhirnya mati.
Balik lagi.
Soalnya ya Toro ada pesan Gojek baru ada.
Mager. Buyback ini.
Menang dah.
Wah, tidak ada ngegas.
Bisa habis suara.
Ame. Oh nggak mati Mira ya.
Gila mati banenya anjir.
Diseruduk gitu gak kena.
Mungkin masih bisa nahan dia dong.
Tapi kalah sih, ini fix kalah sih.
Ya udah pasti kalah, ini cuma seru-seruan doang. Dibilang kasih lama dulu.
Menunggu chat isi
iya. EGTI.
Yeah, Satanic use Thunder as well. You can feel the nerves. I can feel it. It's just so much on the line. The game there, but not able to get into range.
Let's see what they can do around.
Ya, babi mau dipakai metamornya.
Harus siap ya.
Aduh.
Lihat bukannya jadi tai aja.
Jangan ada buyback sih.
Bingung dia. Siapa lagi anjir? Komplit bisa.
Mati dong Winternya. Gak ada BB.
JB masih ada tapi
He's away. Both teams again. They are sneaking around under the cover of these silver edges.
Iya, di atas itu.
Chan kenapa bisa di atas?
Metamorphosis is out, but so is the two wolf forms.
Power staff.
Ya. Gak ada power staff dia.
Look at why. He's on the cliff. Look at how carefully he's playing it. They're scared to walk up and kill him. There we go. But look at Roche! Roman's killing Roche!
Oh, no, he can't do it, surely.
Game ya? Kok kelihatan sih? Gak ada buyback.
Bisa ada kebetulan.
Pak Roset.
Ditinggal Roset.
I pick, bro. It's enough.
Agent game.
It's enough.
GG.
Oh, gak ada.
Gila. Semua gue.
Kok bisa dilepas ya itu 2 biji anjir mau main Tini.
Anjir bener semua.
Control LGD nih anjir.
Ya kan kali.
Ya levelnya nggak masuk lagi di gua anjir.